Over the course of 3 centuries, La Habana had been the residence of Spanish governors, American admirals, and Cuban generals. Its thick white walls, built on a rocky point guarding the entrance to Havana harbor, now sheltered a 31-year-old Argentine Comandante, who seemed oddly comfortable in the colonial fortress. A tattered olive-green uniform without insignia fell limply on his light frame, his oily hair dangled to his shoulders, and a revolver hung from his belt. He looked like a common soldier who had just come from the field of battle, but he sounded like a professor of revolutionary theory and practice. "What are the lessons of the Cuban Revolution?" a curious reporter asked. "The most obvious lesson is that one can battle regular forces with troops composed of peasants, workers, and intellectuals. This is a vital experience in the fight against other dictatorships." The men and women who had served under Comandante Che Guevara during the insurrection knew that he often mixed historical or philosophical lessons into his military training. He had recorded and studied the history of the Cuban insurrection as he fought it, stuffing his knapsack with field diaries, papers, and books. No other militant in the rebel army matched Guevara's intellect, the breadth and depth of which he would now reveal in service to Cuba's revolutionary government. Some Communist Party officials could match Che's intellect, but, because they had generally refused to join the fight, could not explain how the rebel army triumphed or what lessons other revolutionary movements could draw from the Cuban experience. Che's confrontation with imperialism in Guatemala, his extensive knowledge of Marxist-Leninist thought, and his combat experience in Cuba gave him the authority to speak on revolutionary theory and practice, and Cuba soon the world listened to him. Over the following 8 years, Che wrote and spoke prolifically on a wide range of subjects, from guerrilla warfare to the budgetary finance system. The diversity of the topics reflect the variety of positions he held in the revolutionary government, including President of the National Bank, Minister of Industry, Comandante, Instructor of the Army and Militia, Party Leader, Diplomat, Volunteer cane cutter, math student, and close advisor to Fidel Castro. Somehow, in rare moments of solitude, Guevara wrote enough articles, speeches, letters, and books to fill a 9-volume compilation. This collection of Guevara's works, the most complete available, still does not include the diaries he kept from 1957 to 1966 or many of the letters and official memorandums he wrote while in government service. In this immense body of literature one will find Guevarism, the body of revolutionary strategies and tactics that begin with irregular warfare. Guerrilla Warfare, Guevara's first and most basic manual of guerrilla warfare, does not represent the full flowering of Guevarism. The publication of guerrilla warfare in 1960 undoubtedly established Che as Latin America's leading advocate of unconventional warfare. The popularity of the book, however, probably has more to do with the fame of the author than with the content of its pages. In this short treatise, Che presented few innovations that would distinguish him from Mao Zedong or Vietnamese General Vuong Nguyen. Che made his contributions to guerrilla strategy in briefer articles published several years after guerrilla warfare, titled Guerrilla Warfare, A Method, and Message to the Tricontinental. In these and other works Che articulated a revolutionary line that branded him as an international communist maverick, critical of Soviet and Chinese strategists. Guevarism grew out of Che's combat experience and reflected his desire to liberate Latin America from American imperialism. Revolutionaries studied his strategies and tactics carefully, his enemies did so too. Che may not have been an innovative guerrillero, but he was certainly influential. According to Brian Loveman and Thomas Davies, the Cuban example, along with guerrilla warfare and his Guevara's later writings, fundamentally altered the course of Latin American history, of U.S. foreign policy, of international politics, and for both better and worse, the human condition in Latin America. Ironically, the man viewed by others as a great theorist thought of himself as a practical revolutionary. Guevara knew too many theorists who understood imperialist exploitation from an academic perspective and who did nothing to ameliorate this exploitation, their explanation for inaction being that the conditions weren't right or some other orthodox rationalization for what Che saw as cowardice. Had he followed prevailing communist theory, he would never have taken up arms against Batista. Theorists only interpret history and anticipate the future, they do not change them, according to Guevara. Theorists, like the communists whom Che often criticized, remain outside history and therefore remain slaves. The Cuban Revolution, he argued, demonstrated the importance of stepping into history precisely to transform it. The Cuban revolutionaries had taken up Marx where he had left off, picking up a rifle to fight within history. We, practical revolutionaries, emphasis added when initiating our struggle, simply fulfilled laws foreseen by Marx the scientist, Che wrote. For Che Guevara combined theory and practice, and this offered a living example of revolutionary praxis. He discussed philosophy with French existentialist Jean-Paul Sartre as easily as he talked to a common soldier about guerrilla tactics. He theorized reluctantly and with reservations, eager to implement the Cuban Revolution rather than discuss it as a historical abstraction. Maurice Zeitlin, a professor of sociology and anthropology at Princeton, once attempted to engage Che in a discussion of Rosa Luxemburg's critique of democratic centralism. Guevara had obviously analyzed Luxemburg's critiques of Leninist theory, but he avoided the debate, claiming that I am not accustomed to discussing theory. I try to be pragmatic. Zeitlin persisted, questioning Che about the relevance of Lenin to the Cuban Revolution. Guevara praised the part that Lenin played in constructing the theory of imperialism, but Che seemed most interested in the practical contributions to development that Lenin made in the final Congress before his death, in which he discussed electrification and industrialization. 5. Che had concluded that the Cuban Revolution contradicted the fundamental Leninist premise that there could be no revolutionary movement without a revolutionary theory. The principal leaders of the Cuban insurrection knew something about Marxist-Leninist thought, but no revolutionary theory guided them as they embarked on the Granma. Their unlikely victory had demonstrated that the revolution can be made if the historical realities are interpreted correctly and if the forces involved are utilized correctly, even if the theory is not known. Emphasis added. 6. In writing about guerrilla warfare, Che did not intend to revise Marx, Lenin, or Mao and construct a new revolutionary theory, model, or paradigm. He simply intended to teach revolutionaries how to make revolution. Che described guerrilla warfare as an eminently practical manual. He even disparaged its contributions. It is little more than a schoolboy's attempt to arrange words one after another, it has no pretensions of explaining the great things. 7. Moreover, at the time he published the manual, the pace of revolutionary action was exceeding revolutionary thought, to the extent that he considered his manual almost worthless here in Cuba just months after he published it. For other countries, however, it might be of some value, but only if it is used with intelligence, without haste or deception. 8. To extract a theory of guerrilla warfare based solely on guerrilla warfare is to misrepresent Guevarism. It is certainly one of Che's fundamental works on the subject, but it is just a basic work, written for combatants, not intellectuals. In January 1, 1960, Raúl Castro, Minister of the Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias, FAR, Revolutionary Armed Forces, appointed Che the chief of the Department of Instruction. For more than a year prior to the appointment, Che had been purging the old army and organizing a new one. As Comandante of the La Cabana fortress in the spring of 1959, he prosecuted and executed hundreds of Batistanos, part of a larger campaign to eradicate counter-revolutionary elements from the military. At the same time, he initiated educational and cultural programs designed to teach and indoctrinate a new army that was loyal to the revolution. In a speech given on January 2, 1959, he explained that the Revolutionary Army would receive training in guerrilla warfare to defend Cuba from foreign aggression. Che harbored no illusions that in the event of an American military intervention, the Cuban military could repel the first thrust onto the island. That is why we must anticipate and prepare our vanguard with a guerrilla spirit and strategy so that our defenses will not disintegrate with the first attack and will maintain their cohesive unity. All the Cuban people must become a guerrilla army. 9. Che's strategy of yielding territory to a foreign invader and reorganizing Cuba's military forces for a protracted guerrilla campaign became a part of official Cuban strategy. During the missile crisis of 1962, Soviet and Cuban military strategists assumed that the Americans would overrun the coastal defenses relatively easily. After that occurred, Cuban and Soviet troops would withdraw to pre-arranged and stockpiled sites at 3 regional headquarters, Pina del Rio, Las Villas, and Orient provinces, from which Che, Fidel, and Raúl would direct guerrilla operations against the invading forces. 10. In addition to Che's duties with the regular army and militias, he supervised Cuba's clandestine efforts to foment revolution in the Americas. Guevara viewed the triumph of the Cuban Revolution as the first step in a war of liberation that would eventually sweep across Central and South America, and he intended to lead this continental revolution. Within a month after establishing his post at La Habana in January 1, 1959, Guevara began to summon prospective Latin American revolutionaries, and aspiring guerrillas came from Nicaragua, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Guatemala in the spring of 1959. From a conspiracy organized spontaneously and informally by Che, the covert operations grew into a formal program administered by the Liberation Department within the Interior Ministry run by Ramiro Valdez, a Guevara loyalist and protege who had served under Che in the Las Villas campaign. Manuel Barbaroja Pinero ran the department as a vice minister, but Che Guevara actually ran the Liberation Department. According to an anonymous source interviewed by biographer John Lee Anderson, from day one, Che was in charge of the armed liberation movement supported by Cuba. 11. Thus, when Guevara wrote Guerrilla Warfare, he was organizing, training, indoctrinating, and equipping armies, militias, and guerrilla bands. To the extent that he theorized about guerrilla warfare, he did it to inspire and instruct his soldiers, which explains the practical emphasis of the manual. The origins of the manual elucidate its content, in which the focus is more on tactics than strategy, more on defensive than offensive operations. Guevara explained his strategic perspective in the first 2 chapters, Essence of Guerrilla Warfare, and Guerrilla Strategy, which constitute less than 10% of the book. The rest of the treatise is devoted to tactics, the methods for achieving on the battlefield the grand strategic objectives devised in the classroom. Che explained how to organize, equip, train, and discipline a rebel column. He included detailed instructions on how to build an anti-tank trap, what to pack in a knapsack, and how to string up a hammock. 12. Given these limitations, many of them recognized by Guevara, one should not belabor the point that guerrilla warfare contains few innovative theories about guerrilla warfare. The basic premise of Guevarism is that the Cuban victory over Batista invalidated previous doctrines and confirmed the path of armed struggle in the Americas. Che introduces guerrilla warfare by highlighting the 3 fundamental contributions of the Cuban Revolution to revolutionary strategy in the Americas. 1. Popular forces can win a war against the army. 2. It is not necessary to wait until all conditions for making revolution exist, the insurrection can create them. 3. In underdeveloped America the countryside is the basic area for armed fighting. 132-34. These 3 proclamations represent a radical departure from the traditional policies of Latin American communist parties. It was time to stop crying and fight, as Che had concluded after his first meeting with Fidel in 1955. Just in case the communists missed the meaning of his first point, Guevara made it more explicit in the second, which he directed against the defeatist attitude of revolutionaries or pseudo-revolutionaries who had denounced armed struggle in Cuba and elsewhere. To Che, the success of armed struggle in Cuba had demonstrated that the act of insurrection would create the conditions for revolution, an innovative political statement that contradicted the Soviet claim that the conditions for revolution did not exist. In Latin America, Guevara admitted that the creation of a guerrilla front alone would not produce all the conditions necessary for revolution. There is a necessary minimum without which the establishment and consolidation of the first center is not practicable, Che conceded. He thereby limited the applicability of guerrilla warfare in Latin America, where a government has come into power through some form of popular vote, fraudulent or not, and maintains at least an appearance of constitutional legality, the guerrilla outbreak cannot be promoted, since the possibilities of peaceful struggle have not yet been exhausted. 51. Latin American communist parties, following the Soviet line, held dogmatically to the proposition that armed struggle could not succeed even when applied to brutal dictatorships. Only the organized proletariat, led by the Communist Party, could possibly lead the revolutionary movement, and in Latin America, the proletariat had neither the strength nor the consciousness required to foment revolution. Given the weaknesses of the proletariat, the communists devoted their efforts to organizing and indoctrinating, building political coalitions, and participating in electoral politics, as they had done in Cuba. Castro's successful rebellion, however, had demonstrated the revolutionary potential of the peasants and the virtues of waging guerrilla campaigns from the mountains, far beyond the reach of the professional army. Guevara urged revolutionaries not to ignore the struggle of organized workers, but he cautioned that activists in the cities faced greater dangers than in the countryside. In strategic terms, Che recognized that the countryside offered the ideal terrain for a successful guerrilla campaign. In political terms, he saw the peasants as revolutionaries, not reactionaries. Guevara's guerrilla warfare begins simply as a call to arms in Latin America. Wherever the necessary minimum existed, duty called on revolutionaries to establish a guerrilla front. Che did not intend to create a model of guerrilla warfare with universal applicability. He recognized that the circumstances of each country would determine the particular mode and forms of guerrilla warfare. There were a few general principles of guerrilla war that had to be observed. Whoever ignores them will go down to defeat, Che warned. 51. Che went on to describe the general principles of guerrilla warfare, followed by some technical instructions, but he urged guerrillas to devise their own strategies and tactics carefully, based on circumstances only they could interpret. The guerrilla fighter had to adapt the form and timing of struggle to conditions that no general theory of guerrilla warfare could anticipate. At the same time, Guevara noted in guerrilla warfare that guerrilla campaigns generally evolved through three distinct phases, a lesson he had learned from Alberto Bayo. In the initial phase, a small band of guerrillas initiates operations in a remote region, engaging the enemy sporadically, at times and places of the guerrillas' choosing. After registering a few victories, gaining confidence and expertise, in the second phase the guerrilla band establishes semi-permanent bases, with basic industries, a communications network, supply lines, and administrative systems. In the process, the guerrilla band increases in size and expands its area of operations, gradually transforming itself into a regular army fighting a war of positions. In the third and final phase, this regular army will encircle and take the cities through conventional methods. Che Guevara never argued that a guerrilla foco alone would lead to complete victory. The guerrilla foco was only the embryo of a regular army and a conventional campaign. Guerrilla warfare, Che argued, is one of the initial phases of warfare and will develop continuously until the guerrilla army in its steady growth acquires the characteristics of a regular army. At that moment it will be ready to deal final blows to the enemy and to achieve victory. Triumph will always be the product of a regular army, even though its origins are in a guerrilla army. 54-55. Ironically, Guevara offered few if any strategic or tactical lessons on how to conduct the second and third phases of the campaign. 90% of guerrilla warfare deals with the conduct of the initial stage of the campaign. Guevara does not explain how to encircle and capture enemy cities, assuming that any commander would know how to execute a complicated military maneuver. Guevara described rather than prescribed the strategy of the final campaign. It is thus that guerrillas reach the stage of attack, of the encirclement of fortified bases, of the defeat of reinforcements, of mass action, ever more ardent, in the whole national territory, arriving finally at the objective of the war, victory. 58. The applicability of guerrilla warfare is therefore limited to the initial phase of a campaign, when the guerrillas are most vulnerable. At the outset, The essential task of the guerrilla fighter is to keep himself from being destroyed, Guevara argued, 55-56. To avoid destruction, the guerrilla band could not defend territory. The guerrillas had to be prepared to evacuate an area of operations if and when the enemy army threatened it. They had to remain in constant motion, offering the enemy no fixed target, allowing the enemy no time to monitor their movements. When moving, the guerrillas should march at night. When attacking, they must attack by surprise. The numerical inferiority of the guerrilla band made it imperative to avoid fighting at times and terrain chosen by the enemy, for the enemy's possession of superior armaments and personnel allowed it to sustain losses that the guerrillas could not afford. No battle, combat, or skirmish is to be fought unless it will be won, Che stated emphatically, 54 quoted, 58-59. The ultimate objective of the guerrilla band, however, remained the same as that of a conventional army. Guevara shared the strategic conception of all classical military strategists, including Clausewitz, in which the ultimate objective of war is the destruction of the enemy army. The guerrilla army, in its infancy and even in its more advanced stage, might avoid battle, but it still intended to defeat the enemy army in battle, not through a war of attrition. The general strategy of guerrilla warfare is the same in its ultimate end as is any warfare: to win, to annihilate the enemy. 54. No guerrilla band could survive if it did not enjoy the support of the masses, particularly the peasants living near the zone of operations. Without peasant support, the guerrillas would depend entirely on their urban ties for supplies, recruits, and intelligence, a vulnerability that an enemy could easily exploit. To attract peasants, the guerrillas had to fight for the social and economic reforms they demanded, particularly land reform. Guevara emphasized that guerrilla warfare was a war of the masses, a war of the people. The guerrilla band is an armed nucleus, the fighting vanguard of the people. Although the actual number of combatants in a guerrilla band was relatively low, it was not inferior to the professional army it fought. Guerrilla warfare is used by the side which is supported by a majority but which possesses a much smaller number of arms for use in defense against oppression, Che contended, 52. Guevara viewed guerrilla warfare as the most effective means of fighting. Other forms of struggle, such as a general strike, could contribute to victory, but only if coordinated with the guerrilla vanguard and applied at the proper moment of the general insurrection. A general strike could paralyze entire armies and shut down the economic life of a country, after the guerrillas had already weakened the opposition, Che conceded, 57. However, Che conceived of the guerrilla band as the armed vanguard of the masses. All other revolutionary groups should recognize its leadership and provide the assistance it requires. Urban organizations should perform important auxiliary missions such as recruitment, fundraising, supply, and communications. They should not take military action independently, they should let the guerrillas lead the armed struggle in the countryside. Guevara advocated mass mobilization and urban military actions only for the final and decisive phases of the campaign. For the earlier stages of the struggle, Che limited mass organizations, including political parties, labor unions, and clandestine cells, to secondary roles. Their objective should be to lend the army maximum help, since obviously the armed fight is the crucial factor in the triumph. 125. Che's conception of a three-stage revolutionary campaign is similar to the Maoist perspective of a protracted war in that the campaign evolves through three distinct stages. Without using Maoist terminology, Che formulated a three-phase struggle similar to Mao's: a strategic defensive, followed by a strategic stalemate, culminating in a strategic offensive. 13. Mao's strategic defensive began, however, not as a challenge to his domestic opposition, but to expel a massive Japanese invasion. In all three Maoist phases, the Chinese revolutionaries fought a powerful and determined invader, and a strong nationalistic impulse drove all the Chinese combatants. The scale, strategy, and character of Mao's revolutionary campaigns, stretching more than 2 decades and involving millions of combatants in civil and international war, distinguishes it from the Cuban experience. Mao directed a brilliant and massive campaign against an immense military power. Guevara's proposition that 50 guerrillas could liberate a Latin American country from American imperialism could not have been derived from Mao. 14 Guevara argued that this band of 50 guerrillas would increase in size and expand its operations, developing into a regular army and fighting a conventional campaign in the final offensive. Mao utilized regular army units and guerrilla bands simultaneously, in each of 3 phases. Mao had contributed innovative theories of guerrilla warfare, but his armies fought regular and irregular campaigns. According to one military historian, Mao was concerned with revolutionary war, in which regular army units employ the tactics of irregulars, partisan units fight in parallel to the regular forces, with their actions sometimes considered most important, and classical full frontal assaults are launched only when the situation demands them. 15 In a clear break with Mao, Guevara advocated a guerrilla band as the sole fighting force and guerrilla warfare as the predominant tactic. The Chinese Revolution did not begin with an armed nucleus of 30 fighters in the countryside. It began as a conventional war between regular armies in southern China. Mao subsequently adopted the strategy of protracted revolutionary war, in which he deployed guerrilla units to harass the Japanese invader during the first phase. Mao did not postulate, nor did the Chinese Revolution follow, a line of guerrilla struggle that Che Guevara subsequently promoted. Che's strategic innovation consisted in his concept of the guerrilla band initiating the struggle and evolving into a regular army. Historically, military commanders have used guerrilla warfare to complement the activities of the regular army. The guerrillas in Spain, 1808-12, and in the Soviet Union during World War II supported and complemented the conventional struggle, the first waged by Lord Wellington's British Army on the Iberian Peninsula and the second directed by the massive Soviet Red Army. Most guerrilla campaigns, even those commanded by Colonel T.E. Lawrence, had always been coordinated with and protected by large armies, demonstrating exceptional merit fighting behind enemy lines to disrupt supplies and communications. In guerrilla warfare, Che attempted to delineate a new type of guerrilla campaign, in which a guerrilla band establishes itself in a rural area as the only base of armed struggle. Che cannot claim originality of the concept, however, for he had learned it from Alberto Bayo, who had learned it by studying the campaigns of Augusto Cesar Sandino. Che argued that his strategic formulation grew out of the Cuban experience. In the history of the Cuban insurrection, Che perceived universal laws about the beginning, development, and end of a guerrilla war. Che's model begins with a small group of combatants, hiding in the most remote and inaccessible places, and striking only when they anticipated certain victory. The guerrilla band grew, established semi-permanent bases, repelled the army offensive, and then launched a final assault on the cities. Because the Cuban Revolution had evolved along these lines, Che argued that other revolutionary movements could develop and triumph in a similar manner. Che's model of guerrilla warfare and the history from which it is derived reflect the Cuban insurrection as he saw it, not as it actually occurred. For him, the war began with a small group of rebels reorganizing in the mountains as a guerrilla force. For other M26-7 activists, the war began with Castro's attack on Moncada in July 1, 953. Che Guevara built a model of guerrilla warfare based on his personal experience as a soldier and Comandante, which did not include clandestine work as a leader of an urban cell responsible for fundraising and recruitment. He subsequently inflated the importance of the Cuban Revolution, making his guerrilla strategies irresistibly seductive to Latin American revolutionaries. The Cuban Revolution has been called by some the cardinal event in the history of America and next in importance to the trilogy composed of the Russian Revolution, the social transformations which followed the triumph over Hitler's armies, and the victory of the Chinese Revolution. 16. The strength and validity of Guevarism rests on Che's interpretation of the Cuban insurrection. In episodes of the Revolutionary War, Che wrote the history of the insurrection as he saw it or wanted it to be, a guerrilla campaign fought and led by an army of peasants in the countryside. Guevara never intended to write a comprehensive history of the Cuban insurrection. 28 of the 32 articles that compose episodes of the Revolutionary War cover the fighting in the Sierra Maestra from December 1, 956 to the end of 1957. He says little about the critical summer offensive of 1958 or the decisive Santa Clara campaign that he commanded. He mentions rival revolutionary organizations only to disparage them. Episodes of the Revolutionary War is a partial history of the Cuban insurrection, the emphasis on the Sierra Maestra reflecting his own experience in and predilection for guerrilla warfare. From this incomplete history, Che derived fundamental principles for his treatise on guerrilla strategy and tactics. Important events that occurred during the three-year struggle, such as the attack on the presidential palace in March 1, 957 and the Cienfuegos military rebellion 6 months later, are mentioned briefly or not at all. Since Guevara did not participate in those events, he did not feel qualified to write a history of them. At the time, however, he felt competent enough to criticize them severely in his field diaries. In his published accounts, Guevara at least praised José Antonio Echeverría, president of the Revolutionary Directorate and the intellectual author of the assault on the palace, as a great fighter and a true symbol of our young people. In his diary, however, Guevara routinely referred to the Revolutionary Directorate as a terrorist group. 17 Guevara described the military uprising at the Cienfuegos naval base on September 5, 1957, as simply another incident in the armed struggle. The Cienfuegos rebellion was, however, a large-scale insurrection with important political consequences. Military officers seized control of the naval base and city with the support of other opposition groups, including the M2627. Batista's army responded quickly and crushed the insurgents, who had waited in vain for other military units or insurrectionary forces to join the rebellion. According to Che, the plot failed not because other rebels did not rally to their support but because the Cienfuegos conspirators, not understanding guerrilla warfare, committed the tragic mistake of not heading for the Escambray Mountains and forming another solid front in the mountains. 18 The attack on the presidential palace and the Cienfuegos uprising, followed by waves of bloody repression, exposed the brutality of the Batista regime and reaffirmed its unconstitutional character. Batista's army and police forces hunted down, tortured, and murdered students after the attack on the palace, culminating in the gruesome execution of 4 DR leaders who had taken refuge in an apartment in downtown Havana. At Cienfuegos, 300 rebels lost their lives in the bloodiest engagement yet with the Cuban military, many of them killed after surrendering. Batista exacted bloody revenge on the officers who had allegedly betrayed him. Widespread reports of grisly reprisals circulated, among them that surrendering rebels were shot on sight and wounded men buried alive. The notorious Major Jesus Sosa Blanco, naval chief of La Correra Fortress in Havana, presided over the torture and execution of several conspirators, including Naval Lieutenant Dionisio San Roman, who was tormented for several months before being dumped at sea. The Cienfuegos uprising cannot be dismissed as simply another incident. The number of deaths at Cienfuegos alone exceeded the total strength of Castro's rebel army in its first year. 19 In their failure, both attacks generated opposition to an increasingly unpopular regime and contributed to a growing sense of national and international crisis. The funerals for the 4 murdered students became a national political protest. Batista's use of American weaponry to suppress the Cienfuegos rebellion, including tanks and B-26 aircraft, violated the terms of an agreement with the United States that specifically prohibited the use of American arms for maintaining internal security. This conspicuous violation of a treaty with the United States, combined with the barbarities associated with the repression Batista unleashed afterward, weakened his ties to the Eisenhower administration, which eventually suspended all arms shipments to him. 20 Che praised the valor of the DR rebels and the Cienfuegos officers, but he dismissed the political contributions that they made in their heroic failures. Che offered many negative opinions, but he reserved his harshest criticisms for the Llano. He attributed the failure of the April 1, 958 general strike to errors of judgment committed by the urban leaders. Throughout the insurrection, the urban leaders had failed to concentrate their efforts on the organization and support of guerrilla fronts in the mountains. For Guevara, the tragic ending of the April 1, 1958 general strike was confirmation that the urban leaders, like other opposition figures, simply did not understand guerrilla warfare. The Llano leadership had underestimated the enemy's strength and subjectively overestimated their own in the general strike, without taking into account the methods necessary to unleash their forces, he concluded. 21 The failure of the attack on the presidential palace, the annihilation of the Cienfuegos conspirators, and the aborted general strike all demonstrated to Che the folly of military actions in the urban centers and the great wisdom in a guerrilla campaign based in the mountains. There is little doubt that most of the casualties suffered during the 3-year insurrection occurred in the cities. There are no reliable casualty figures for the Cuban insurrection. Estimates range from 1,000 to more than 20,000 for the period 1953 to January 1, 1959. Whatever the total figure, historian Hugh Thomas has concluded that civilians in the cities accounted for most of the deaths. 22 These deaths, including that of M2627 leader Frank Paez, were not in vain. Although the urban militants lost every major confrontation, they contributed to ultimate victory. Urban struggle, whether military or political, supported the guerrilla campaign directly and indirectly. Clandestine organizations based in Havana and Santiago provided valuable assistance to the guerrillas, particularly after Batista's army routed them at Alegria del Pio. Patient and dangerous covert operations in the cities, quite apart from the blood-stained dramas of the presidential palace and Cienfuegos, sustained the guerrilla struggle in the mountains during the first 2 stages of the campaign. While the guerrillas established their bases in the mountains, the Llano, DR commandos, naval conspirators, and others, facing agonizing death if captured, chipped away at the foundations of Batista's regime, preparing the ground for a final rebel offensive against Santiago and Santa Clara. Yet Che believed that the rebel army deserved the exclusive credit for defeating Batista, its military victory confirming the validity of the Sierras. Strategic conception, guerrilla warfare. The victory demonstrated the capacity of the people to free themselves by means of guerrilla warfare, Che concluded. 23 In reality, guerrilla warfare was only one means by which one faction of one opposition group struggled against Batista. A broadly based and loosely organized opposition emerged to contest Batista's seizure of power. Disgruntled military officers, traditional politicians, student groups, and labor unions fought Batista on all fronts, using political, diplomatic, social, and military weapons against an unconstitutional regime. In Che's history of the insurrection, he ignores, neglects, or discredits any opposition group that did not adopt guerrilla warfare in the mountains as the primary means of struggle. In the last 6 months of the campaign, however, the rebel army led a nationwide assault against Batista in a battle of positions that resembled conventional warfare. By late December 1, 1958, as many as 7,000 rebels fought in uniform, most of them under the command of the M2627, but they never defeated Batista's strongest military units, the garrisons in and around Havana, in a decisive, pitched battle. 24 Guevara's final assault on Santa Clara only approximates the characteristics of a battle between two military forces fighting at full strength. Batista's army disintegrated and collapsed, and its officers resigned, fled, or went to prison. Guevara could claim credit for demoralizing elements of that army and inflicting on it serious physical and psychological damage, but he and Camilo defeated only a few demoralized units of that army. If the Havana garrisons had offered resistance to Che and Camilo, those units' heavy artillery, tanks, and aircraft would have punished the outgunned rebel columns. Guevara and Cienfuegos would have found it difficult to capture the garrisons, even if they had had the entire rebel army under their command. The regular Cuban army simply refused to fight, not for Batista, General Cantillo, or Colonel Ramon Barcan. Most of the army had not even seen combat, but its morale had been sapped by the perception that it defended an unconstitutional regime against a majority of the people. The rebel army could not take sole credit for creating this perception. Many anti-Batista groups struck hard at the illegitimate foundations of Batista's regime. Batista did not lose legitimacy or popular support solely because of the defeats his army suffered at La Plata or El Llovero. He suffered other losses, including that of American military support, and the brutality of his greatest victories drained his limited reservoir of public support. The unconstitutional and brutal character of his regime legitimized armed opposition, to the extent that former President Carlos Prio Socarrás lent Castro the money he used to buy the Granma and induced Prio to attempt his own invasion later. The sacrifices of the DR militants in Havana garnered the sympathy of the middle and upper classes and, perhaps more important, prevented Batista from sending his best battalions to the Sierra Maestra. Historian Che Guevara, however, claimed victory on behalf of an army of peasants who had adopted guerrilla strategy and defeated the dictatorship on the battlefield. In fact, the 82 men who landed with the Granma were not peasants. They came from the cities, and they represented all social classes. Most of the 58 recruits sent to the mountains in April 1, 957 were not peasants either, they came from Santiago and other urban centers. Peasants began to enlist in the rebel army soon after the Granma landed, and Che trained many of them at Minas del Frio. Che's columnate, coming right out of Minas del Frio into battle, contained a high percentage of peasants who were trained by and loyal to Che. Peasant participation in the M26-7 army peaked at 50 to 75% in mid-1958, according to a recent estimate. However, one cannot dismiss the service of the urban middle to upper classes, particularly in the form of key leaders, most notably Che Guevara. Peasants swelled the ranks of the rebel army, but it would be inappropriate to label it an army of peasants. 25 In developing his strategies of guerrilla warfare, Che filtered out the actions that had failed in Cuba. In guerrilla warfare, one will not find, for example, advice on how to attack a Moncada-like garrison, storm a presidential palace, or launch a general strike. All these actions had failed in Cuba. In contrast, the rebel army did not lose a single engagement after it had established a base in the Sierra Maestra and adopted a guerrilla strategy. The Cuban insurrection thereby illuminated the correct path to victory, validating one means of struggle guerrilla warfare and invalidating all others. Cuban revolutionaries had tried assassinations, general strikes, electoral alliances, military conspiracies, and surprise attacks on garrisons, but these had all failed. Only the guerrilla strategy succeeded, confirmation of its viability as a revolutionary strategy. The applicability of Guevara's strategy to other revolutionary movements rested on the assumption that the Cuban Revolution was not a historical aberration. Soon after the publication of Guerrilla Warfare, critics charged that because the revolution had been shaped by exceptional circumstances, other movements that adopted the Cuban model would not succeed unless those same conditions prevailed. Each revolution, Che recognized, manifests unique characteristics, but he only conceded 3 exceptional features. The first and probably most important was in the person of Fidel Castro, whom Che ranked among the greatest figures in the history of Latin America. Che also acknowledged that North American imperialism was disoriented and unable to measure the true depth of the Cuban Revolution. The United States government, unable to interpret the ideological orientation of the Fidelista movement, pursued contradictory and ineffective policies. When imperialism tried to react, when it realized that the group of inexperienced young men had a clear understanding of their political duty and was determined to live up to it, it was already too late, Che explained. 26 Che also admitted that the revolutionary movement benefited from a higher degree of class consciousness among the proletariat, generated by mechanized capitalist enterprises in rural Cuba. As a result, the masses were amenable to the socialist orientation of the revolutionary movement. However, Che pointed out that the guerrillas established their first base in the Sierra Maestra, where peasants had not been transformed into a rural proletariat by capitalist enterprises. The petty bourgeois spirit of the Sierra Maestra peasants compelled them to join the rebel army in the hope of acquiring their own land. But Che made no other concessions to his critics, We believe that no other factors of exceptionalism exist and we have been generous in granting this many. 27. The objective conditions that could spawn revolution, Che argued, existed in every Latin American country. All Latin America exists in a state of underdevelopment, the product of 4 centuries of colonialism and imperialism. The Latin American economies had been distorted by imperialist policies that compelled Latin Americans to produce a single product for consumption in a single industrial market. This monocultural dependence, creating a permanent state of underdevelopment, produced low salaries, unemployment, and hunger, objective conditions for developing revolutionary movements from the Rio Grande to Tierra del Fuego. The Americas lacked only the subjective conditions, primarily the consciousness of the possibility of victory through violent struggle against the imperialist powers and their internal allies. In Cuba, the Fidelistas had demonstrated that the subjective conditions for a revolutionary triumph could be created by the struggle itself, Che argued. 28. Che cautioned other revolutionaries, however, about the character of the upcoming struggles. Imperialism had learned from its mistakes in Cuba, it would never again be taken by surprise in other Latin American countries. This means that great popular battles against powerful invading armies await. Likewise, the Latin American bourgeoisie and the landowners would hesitate to join a popular revolution against their imperialist allies. As a result, other revolutionary movements would face stronger and deadlier foes. Revolutionaries should therefore consider the possibility of change through the electoral process. Che would not pardon revolutionaries for failing to explore electoral options, just as he would not excuse them for rejecting the path of armed struggle. Che therefore urged Latin Americans to rise in rebellion everywhere, fighting on all available fronts simultaneously. 29. Guevara's emphasis on military tactics in guerrilla warfare, however, suggested that success only required the faithful application of the proper techniques. He recognized, of course, that no revolutionary movement would succeed where it did not enjoy mass support. But with people supporting the armed vanguard, success would come through the application of the military tactics that Che taught in guerrilla warfare. These tactics, however, became outdated as soon as guerrilla warfare was published. His adversaries studied the manual and revised their strategy and tactics accordingly. The guerrillas whom Guevara inspired or put into the field had no ready guide to the new strategic doctrines, the modified tactics, or the upgraded hardware that their enemy would take into the battlefield. The guerrilla armies that sprang up after the Cuban Revolution faced well-trained counterinsurgency companies equipped with sophisticated weaponry, communications equipment, and surveillance systems. Not coincidentally, every guerrilla band sponsored by Cuba failed until the Sandinistas overthrew Nicaraguan dictator Anastasio Somoza in 1979. Cuban support for the Nicaraguan revolutionaries began in the spring of 1959. When Che organized a Nicaraguan column under the command of Rafael Somarriba. The group sailed from Cuba and fell into the hands of Mexican authorities on June 25, 1959, carrying documents verifying Cuban support, including one signed by Che Guevara. 30. Under Che's leadership, Cuba organized and trained guerrilla armies throughout Latin America. His revolutionary ambitions went far beyond Cuba's shores, up to and including his native Argentina. He would not stop, and Cuba would remain isolated and endangered, until revolutionary movements rolled up a few victories on the continent. Che did not simply theorize about guerrilla warfare, he practiced it from the triumph of the Cuban Revolution on January 1, 1959, to his death in Bolivia on October 9, 1967. Inspired and led by Che, Cuba became a fully operational guerrilla central by 1962. Through the Liberation Department, Che trained revolutionaries in guerrilla warfare and sponsored focos throughout the region. These projects, once only the product of Che's continental vision, now constituted a strategic element of Cuban foreign policy. According to John Lee Anderson, the spreading guerrilla threat helped divert American pressure away from Cuba and simultaneously made Washington pay a high price for its regional containment policy. 31. By March 1, 1963, the CIA estimated that Cuba had provided training or political indoctrination to 1,500 to 2,000 Latin Americans. The prospective guerrillas received training at clandestine camps and, of course, studied Che Guevara's guerrilla warfare. Representatives from every Latin American country had gone through training in Cuba. Several guerrilla groups in the field had already demonstrated particular strength, including Cuban-sponsored bands in Venezuela, Peru, and Colombia. Guerrilla groups also operated sporadically in Nicaragua and Guatemala, with a guerrilla potential emerging in Ecuador and Brazil, according to the CIA assessment. 32 Although the guerrilla bands had only registered modest successes, Che did not lose faith in his strategy or select his targets more carefully. Instead of concentrating his revolutionary forces for an attack on the weakest regime, Che advocated warfare against all of them. In Guerrilla Warfare, a Method. Published in 1963, Guevara advocated guerrilla warfare in every Latin American country, regardless of whether its government maintained any semblance of constitutionality. Armed struggle was not just possible in some Latin American countries, to Che, it was now advisable in every country. In guerrilla warfare, Che had rejected the possibility of waging guerrilla war against governments that maintained a constitutional facade. By 1963, Che had concluded that self-proclaimed democracies such as Chile simply disguised the dictatorships of the bourgeoisie. Citing Lenin again, Che urged revolutionaries not to forget the class character of allegedly democratic regimes. Those regimes, allied with imperialism, tried to maintain the dictatorship of the exploiting classes without resorting to force. Thus, Che argued, we must try to oblige the dictatorship to resort to violence, thereby unmasking its true nature as the dictatorship of the reactionary social classes. 33 To those who held that there was still a peaceful road to power among them members of some of the traditional communist parties in Latin America, he argued that violence is not the monopoly of the exploiters and as such the exploited can use it too. Then he invoked the revered name of José Martí to justify armed struggle in Latin America. He who wages war in a country, when he can avoid it, is a criminal, just as he who fails to promote war which cannot be avoided is a criminal. 34 Guevara directly attacked, just as Fidel had done in the Second Declaration of Havana, those who sat with arms folded while they waited for the objective conditions in Latin America to develop. When Castro initiated the armed struggle with an attack on the Moncada army barracks in Santiago, the PSP of Cuba denounced the putschists and adventuristic activities of the bourgeois opposition. 35 Official Soviet doctrine held that the conditions for armed revolution, primarily the existence of a proletariat with a revolutionary consciousness, did not exist in Latin America. Hence, the Cuban communists did not offer any support to Castro's rebel army until the summer of 1958, when the party dispatched Carlos Rafael Rodriguez to the Sierra Maestra as an observer and liaison, rather than combatant. Castro's military success, followed by his turn toward the Communists and the Soviet Union, so startled the Soviets that they, like their clients in the PSP, had to re-evaluate their policies toward Latin America. The PSP and the Kremlin had great difficulty accepting the fact that Castro, not the Communist Party, had led the Cuban Revolution. 36 In guerrilla warfare, Che had not delineated the relationship between the guerrilla army and the Communist Party, the latter of which, according to Moscow and its loyalists in the PSP, should lead the revolutionary struggle. In his 1963 article, Che clarified an argument that he had made by omission in his original work: the Communist Party did not have an inherent right to lead the revolutionary struggle. No one can solicit the role of vanguard of the party as if it were a diploma given by a university. To be the vanguard of the party means to be at the forefront of the working class through the struggle for achieving power. 37 The guerrilla FOCO, in fact, could replace the party and fulfill the same mission. The guerrilla vanguard was the embryo of the People's Army, party, and state. From the leadership of the guerrilla FOCO would emerge the political and military leaders who would seize power and initiate the revolutionary transition. In the course of commanding guerrilla armies, organizing mass organizations, raising funds, maintaining lines of communication and supply, spreading propaganda, and administering justice. Revolutionary activists would gain valuable administrative experience that would serve them well in their capacity as the bureaucratic cotters of the revolutionary state. 38 Che obviously extracted this lesson from the Cuban experience, in which the top leadership of the guerrilla army, namely Fidel, Raúl, Che, Ramiro Valdez, and other guerrilla commanders assumed the top political positions in the revolutionary government. A government by guerrillas would follow revolutionary victory, in Che's strategic vision. The members of the pro-Soviet communist parties in Latin America believed that they had the right and duty to lead the revolutionary movement, but they did not advocate armed struggle, convinced that the accumulation of social and economic forces would generate a revolution at the appropriate time. The orthodox communists had refused to promote the armed struggle on the pretext that conditions are not yet mature. 39 Che could not tolerate such passivity, nor could he respect the communist claim to the revolutionary vanguard. From Marx and Lenin he had learned that it was not enough to interpret the world, one had to change it. Observing the development of objective conditions would not necessarily change them in favorable ways. People had to act on those conditions, following the Marxist position that circumstances make men as much as men make circumstances. Lenin had proved that a revolutionary vanguard could act as a historical catalyst and accelerate the transition from one society to the next. In Che's worldview, individuals make their own history, not exactly as they would like, but under given conditions. 41 Must keep in mind that Che promoted the creation of a revolutionary party in Cuba by uniting the old PSP with the M2627 and other organizations. He definitely saw a need for a party organization, but he opposed any orthodox party that adopted strategies imposed by the Soviet Union or that were culled from a traditional interpretation of Marx or Lenin. The Cuban revolutionaries could learn from general rules of political organization and historical experiences, but Che refused to submit to foreign mandates. He had learned Marxism-Leninism as a means of analysis rather than as a blueprint for revolution that other communist parties had to adopt without modification. If revolutionaries looked to Marx or Lenin for eternal truths about Latin America, they would not find any, for neither man had studied the region. Marx, Che had written in 1960, had made some disparaging comments about the Mexicans, based on some unacceptable racial theories. Marxism, Guevara believed, could only work in Latin America if revolutionaries modified and applied it to the unique circumstances of time and place. 41 Che assumed that socialism in Cuba and revolutionary movements in Latin America would develop with unique characteristics, shaped by unique historical, geographical, social, and cultural factors. Communism in Cuba and revolutionary movements in Latin America would dance to a different rhythm, the beat of the tropics. Even if Che could not dance, he would not let the Soviets' temperate orthodoxy stifle Cuba's youthful enthusiasm. The Cubans had made a revolution when the Soviet theoreticians rejected armed struggle, and they would continue to make their revolution with pachanga, as Che liked to say. The Cuban revolutionaries, unfettered by communist orthodoxy, happily optimistic in an atmosphere of a socialist carnival, would have to make their own mistakes. 42. Like Lenin, Che believed that the passage of societies through the stages of history could be accelerated. The passage from capitalism to socialism, Lenin realized, was not simply a mechanical process that would occur when the objective conditions for such a transition had been generated by the internal contradictions of capitalist society. Lenin had acted as a catalyst for revolutionary change, taking power and initiating a socialist revolution under the most unfavorable circumstances, including imperialist aggression. From Lenin's experience, Che deduced that societies did not have to pass through all the historical stages identified by Marx. The vanguard could shorten or even skip some of the stages of history, as they had done in Cuba. 43 The Cuban leaders had done this because they had developed a revolutionary consciousness before they took power. Like Lenin, Castro had acted as the catalyst for the new society, leading the people with his spirit of sacrifice and courage. If Latin American revolutionaries would simply follow the Cuban example and launch guerrilla fronts with or without the support of the Communist Party, they would be revolutionized by the experience and develop a socialist consciousness during the course of a guerrilla campaign. In Che's mind, the guerrilla army and experience could fill the role previously reserved by the Communist Party for its intellectual leaders. Che saw no valid reasons why the guerrilla army and its leaders could not serve simultaneously as the political and military leaders of the revolutionary struggle. As the combatants fought, they would learn more about the needs and interests of the peasants and proletariat. Che believed that a socialist consciousness would develop in the act of rebellion itself, a position that negated the raison d'etre of the Communist Party intellectuals. 44 Guevara's intellectual opponents argued that consciousness emerged only when a certain stage in the mode of production had been reached. They rejected Che's idea that the Cuban Revolution could skip some steps in the inevitable flow of history, even though the M2627 had done just that by fighting Batista's army when the PSP still collaborated with the dictator. 45 Che felt that the old communists still had not learned the obvious lessons of the revolution. Some of them were still wondering how and to what extent Fidel had initiated a socialist revolution. To Che, the explanation was rather simple: a socialist character was acquired through a conscious act, thanks to the knowledge acquired by the leaders, the deepening of the masses' consciousness, and the correlation of forces in the world. 46 Che Guevara, therefore, viewed the guerrilla foco as a political, military, and intellectual catalyst, a revolutionary agent that would transform the country as it transformed the combatants. He endowed the foco with powers bordering on the spiritual. It would embolden the timid, empower the powerless, and weaken the powerful. The spiritual energy generated by the foco transcended and ultimately invalidated the doctrines of the armchair revolutionaries, imprisoned by their self-imposed obsession with objectivity. If, as Fidel had proclaimed in the Second Declaration of Havana, the duty of revolutionaries was to make revolution, true revolutionaries simply had to launch a guerrilla foco and keep it alive long enough for it to generate those mystical forces that Che associated with it. The guerrillas just had to observe the three fundamental rules of constant mobility, constant vigilance, and constant distrust. The fighting would gradually expand and the popular forces would gain enough strength to take the war from the countryside to the city, where they would eventually triumph over the forces of repression. 47 Despite Che's emphasis on the guerrilla foco, he insisted that other forms of struggle could also contribute to revolutionary victories. Critics had already charged that Che dismissed the contributions that other forms of mass struggle could make to the revolution, such as organizing labor unions, political demonstrations, general strikes, or boycotts. Che insisted that guerrilla warfare and mass struggle are not mutually exclusive strategic concepts. Guerrilla warfare is a people's war. To attempt to carry out this type of war without the population's support is the prelude to inevitable disaster. However, the guerrilla foco possessed more power and potential than any mass organization. The struggle of the masses through traditional political methods could never lead to ultimate victory. Given that, a. the objective of revolutionary warfare was the seizure of power, and b. the enemy would fight to retain power, logic dictated that the revolutionaries must form a people's army, the only instrument with which they could take power and destroy the oppressor army. 48 Unfortunately for aspiring revolutionary strategists, Che did not explain the appropriate strategy and tactics for the second and third stages of his revolutionary campaign. Guerrilla warfare, a method reiterated the basic strategic concepts that applied primarily to the initial stages of Guevara's campaign, emphasizing the defensive rather than offensive aspects of guerrilla warfare. He still did not explain how the People's Army would encircle and take the cities in the final stage of the insurrection. In Che's description of the final offensive, he only hinted that the rebel army would retain some of its guerrilla character, even when it operated as would a conventional army. In the final stage, the concept of maneuver is introduced. Large units attack strong points. But this war of maneuver does not replace guerrilla fighting, rather it is only one form of action taken by the guerrillas. 49 Unlike Mao, however, he did not elaborate on the use of guerrilla tactics by conventional armies, one of the Chinese leader's greatest contributions to revolutionary theory. Because Che placed so much emphasis on the formation of guerrilla focos with only 30 to 50 combatants, he is popularly associated with foco theory or focismo. Accordingly, a well-directed guerrilla nucleus, linked to the people, could serve as the catalyst for a mass political movement. Guevara did not introduce foco theory. He often referred to the foco insurrectional, but he never advocated a theory of anything. Che was a strategist, not a theorist. Other theorists, extrapolating from and often misrepresenting Che, among them most notably Regis Debray, created foco theory and credited Che with the original concept. Debray provided the most complete elaboration of focismo in Revolution in the Revolution 1967, with Castro's blessing and assistance. Che, however, did not contribute to the book nor did he ever endorse it. He actually criticized it and Debray. He read Debray's book for the first time during his final campaign in Bolivia. 50 Che wrote extensive, critical commentaries in the margins of the book, giving evidence that he disagreed with this author who invoked his name without permission. Guevara did not regard Debray as his equal, nor did he appreciate his skills as a combatant, though Debray served Guevara as a courier and as an advance scout. Debray borrowed liberally from Che's writings on guerrilla warfare to establish himself as a guerrilla theorist, but he did not represent Guevara. Indeed, he misrepresented Guevarism because he said little, if anything, about the tricontinental strategy. In doing so, he exaggerated the revolutionary potential of the guerrilla foco to a dangerous degree. On close inspection, a view beyond the objective of this analysis, substantial differences are revealed between the focismo propagated by Debray and Guevarism in its full and final expression. 51 Regis Debray developed foco theory into the official strategic doctrine of the Cuban Revolution under the direct guidance of Fidel Castro in 1966. Debray obviously incorporated some of the strategic doctrines of Guevara, emphasizing the potential of the guerrilla vanguard and minimizing the role of the Communist Party as the leader of the mass struggle. Although both Debray and Guevara advocated mass struggle, Debray's emphasis on the foco reduced Guevarism to its simplest terms, turning a complex strategy for international revolution into an unrealistic military strategy called foco theory. Guevara did not introduce foco theory. Neither it nor Debray offered him much help against the Bolivian army. In any case, whatever merits or flaws Debray's revolution in the Revolution might have, it is not an accurate reflection of Che's strategic thinking. 52 Debray says nothing about the tricontinental strategy that was central to Guevara's military plans. Che argued repeatedly that the guerrilla foco represented only the first stage of a protracted revolutionary campaign. The foco and the war would grow until the campaign acquired the characteristics of a conventional army and struggle, with final victory always coming as the product of irregular armies fighting a war of positions and destroying the enemy army. To maximize the chances of widespread success, Guevara advocated guerrilla focos in every country. One isolated guerrilla foco would face the concentrated power of the United States and a puppet army. Several guerrilla focos, challenging American imperialism simultaneously, would compel the United States to divide, and consequently weaken, its forces. The continental dimensions of Guevara's guerrilla strategy gave each guerrilla foco a greater military threat than it would have if it operated in isolation. The more fronts we open, Guevara argued, the more difficult we will make it for the imperialists and the greater will be our chances of success. 53 The Yankees will intervene due to solidarity of interest and because the struggle in Latin America is decisive, Che claimed. Given the certainty of Yankee intervention, Che saw no viable alternative to a coordinated continental campaign. No revolutionary movement could take and consolidate power if it operated in isolation. The United States supported a continental network of oppressive governments, with armies at its service. The unity of the repressive forces must be confronted with the unity of the popular forces, Guevara asserted. 54 Guevara's continental ambitions constituted an integral part of his revolutionary strategy. His emphasis on creating the initial guerrilla foco never implied the advocacy of a minor military front in an isolated region of one country. He advocated guerrilla fronts in every Latin American country, part of a coordinated strategy sponsored by Cuba's Liberation Department. In fact, Guevara advocated guerrilla warfare throughout the developing world. His revolutionary ambitions and strategic vision extended far beyond the hemisphere. A soldier of the Americas when he left Buenos Aires in 1952, he became a soldier of the international proletariat before he left Cuba mysteriously in 1965. Between those two dates, Che's strategic concepts evolved from the continental to the global. As he gained fame as the originator of guerrilla warfare in Latin America, revolutionaries in Africa and Asia wanted to hear what he had to say too. On the evening of August 9, 1996, 150 journalists showed up for Che Guevara's press conference, held during the Organization of American States meeting in Montevideo, Uruguay. The day before, he had delivered a scathing indictment of President John F. Kennedy's Alliance for Progress, an enticing $20 billion development package that only one of the Latin American delegates, Che Guevara, had dared to criticize. The American delegation had dismissed the content of Guevara's speech as a pack of lies, but the rest of the world apparently enjoyed his performance. In his wrinkled fatigues and trademark beret, Che provided the press corps with the most colorful photo opportunities and storylines of the entire conference. Women longed for a glimpse of him, young men wanted to be like him, and political opponents wanted to assassinate him. The New York Times reported that the eloquent and intelligent Argentine Cuban is stealing the show. Che delivered another impressive performance, answering a wide range of tough questions about Cuban politics, economic policy, and commercial relations. One of the reporters broke the trend and asked Che about his personal life. How do you live? What do you eat? Do you drink? Do you smoke? And if the ladies will pardon me, do you like women? 2. Guevara responded, I would stop being a man if I did not like women. Now, I would also stop being a revolutionary if I did not comply with just one of my duties as a revolutionary. He went on to explain that he worked 16 to 18 hours a day and slept no more than 6 hours a night. He never had time to go out to a nightclub or restaurant, he simply had no time for fun. Guevara suddenly turned serious and reflected on the personal sacrifices he had made for the revolution. I am convinced that I have a mission to fulfill in this world, and on the altar of this mission I have to sacrifice my home, I have to sacrifice all the pleasures of daily life, I have to sacrifice my personal security, and I might even have to sacrifice my life. Che's few personal friends knew that he had long considered it his destiny to fight and possibly die on behalf of the people's authentic revolution. He served the revolution diligently as president of the National Bank and as Minister of Industry, but in private conversations, he often talked about commanding another guerrilla campaign. He was still howling like a man possessed, eager to fight against imperialism from any trench. His talk about guerrilla warfare did not merely reflect nostalgia for a happier time, his close comrades expected him to return to the field and they expected to go with him anytime, anywhere. Service in the Cuban bureaucracy had not changed Che's character or his ambitions, he still thought of himself as a man of action who would fulfill his destiny fighting for the authentic revolution. Che viewed guerrilla warfare not so much as a subject for theoretical debate but as the most effective strategy to achieve his desired end, the destruction of imperialism. He intended to command one front in the anti-imperialist war, and he expected all true revolutionaries to enlist in the army, regardless of policies emanating from Moscow or Beijing. In the battle between capitalism and communism, Che allowed no compromise, retreats, or fear. Guevara's strategy placed him squarely in opposition to the Soviet policy of peaceful coexistence, but that won him few points with Moscow's ideological adversaries in Beijing. Intense international rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union and, more important, between the Soviet Union and China, restrained Guevara's efforts to forge an alliance of African, Asian, and Latin American anti-imperialists. The success of his mission, however, required military and economic support from the recalcitrant Soviets and the intractable Chinese, not to mention Fidel, Raúl, Manuel Pinero, and revolutionaries on 3 continents. Against overwhelming odds, Che attempted to organize a covert network linking La Paz, Havana, Algiers, Brazzaville, Dar es Salaam, Prague, Moscow, and Beijing. Once established, this network would launch or support guerrilla bands in Africa and Latin America and increase support to the Vietnamese revolutionaries, who had illuminated the path of struggle that Che now advocated on 3 continents simultaneously. This tricontinental strategy, based on the assumptions that revolutionaries on 3 continents would fight and the imperialists would not fight long, is the essence of Guevarism, a strategy as opposed to a theory designed to attack, exhaust, and ultimately overthrow imperialism. Che began to articulate this strategy in the early 1960s, long before his famous message to the Tricontinental, 1967, popularized the doctrine. Although that message represents the fullest explanation of his global strategy, the transcontinental parameters of his revolutionary strategies had surfaced in his earlier works. He did not develop into an international revolutionary, he was already an international revolutionary when he landed in Cuba in 1956, a soldier of the Americas. He gradually expanded his horizons until they encompassed the entire developing world. In speeches and articles throughout the 1960s, Che linked the Cuban struggle to the Asian, African, and Latin American liberation movements. He saw their participants as allies in Cuba's struggle against American imperialism. Given that imperialism operated on a global scale, revolutionaries would have to fight it in a global campaign. Hence, Guevara always advocated a fighting alliance between all those who sought to liberate their countries from American imperialism. The anti-imperialist war consumed Che and ultimately led to his departure from Cuba. Having consolidated the Cuban Revolution and initiated the revolutionary programs, he grew frustrated. He couldn't waste any time in the Cuban bureaucracy while revolutionaries fought the war he wanted to command. Given his global ambitions, it should not be surprising that he grew impatient in his late 30s. Guevara himself had noted in guerrilla warfare that the ideal age for combatants was 25 to 35. Although he was, by his own definition, past his prime, Castro thought that he was still in top mental and physical condition. Che Guevara's return to the battlefield was only a question of when and where. By the spring of 1962, Che had begun to plot his return. A master chess player, he easily conceptualized long-term strategies, taking into account his moves as well as the options available to his opponents. Che exhibited his mental agility during the Congolese campaign in 1965, when he challenged one of his men to a chess match, with the caveat that he would play blind, sitting with his back to the board. Che called out his moves and Dogna, his opponent, called out his own as he shifted the pieces around the board. Che lost that match, but he got his revenge playing the same way the following day, mating Dogna in 25 moves. Che first plotted a return to his native Argentina in 1962, when he brought several groups of Argentine revolutionaries to Cuba for training. The recruits included Jorge Massetti, a journalist, Ciro Roberto Bustos, a painter, and his old friend Alberto Granado, who helped to recruit guerrillas in Argentina. Massetti graduated from a military school with the rank of captain and then completed several covert missions to Prague and Algeria. Stealthily, Che was setting up the chessboard for his game of continental guerrilla war, the ultimate prize being his homeland, according to John Lee Anderson. At the right time, each group would be mobilized to take its place in a united army in the Argentine campaign under Che's command. Che monitored political developments in Argentina to determine when conditions would favor the initiation of his guerrilla campaign. The military overthrew reformist President Arturo Frondizi in March 1, 1962 and subsequently broke relations with Cuba. Che anticipated a reactionary crackdown on progressive movements, particularly on the Peronist Party, a development that might favor a guerrilla campaign. An Argentine naval uprising in April 1, 1963 revealed a serious split within the military, Further evidence to Che that the objective conditions favored revolutionary action. By this time, Massetti and the Argentine guerrillas had received extensive military training in Algeria with the support of Che's personal friend Ahmed Ben Bella, who had led the campaign against French colonialism. After 7 months in Algeria, Bella arranged to transport Massetti and his men to South America. Che had ordered Massetti to train at a rearguard base in Bolivia and survey the area of operations in Argentina while he waited for Che to come and take command of offensive operations. 8. In June 1, 1963, soon after Massetti established his Bolivian base, he violated Che's orders and marched into Argentine territory. The election of a civilian president, Dr. Arturo Illia, on July 7 did not deter Massetti. Operating under the nom de guerre of Major Segundo, a title and a name that implied the existence of a first major, Che, he published a manifesto denouncing Illia for collaborating with the military. Massetti subsequently returned to Bolivia, but the move into Argentina, followed by his manifesto, had already alerted the Argentine and Bolivian security forces to the presence of his guerrilla band. In late 1963, Che ordered Massetti to do no more than explore the area of operations until Che arrived. Nevertheless, Massetti decided to initiate operations in February 1, 1964. The Argentine secret police infiltrated the band, and the army located the guerrillas' base. By mid-April, the FOCO had been liquidated. Che lost one of his former bodyguards, Hermes Pina, and Massetti disappeared, presumed dead. 9. The destruction of the Argentine FOCO shocked Che. He lost personal friends and comrades in arms, and even he had to question the guerrilla strategy he had advocated. Alberto Granado caught Che reflecting on the news of Massetti's disappearance. Che grumbled, "Here you see me, behind a desk, fucked, while my people die during missions I've sent them on." 10. Che realized that he could not long delay his return to the battlefield. In his writings on guerrilla warfare, he had tried to explain how and why revolutionaries should fight imperialism. He had written the battle plan, after all, and he felt compelled by his convictions to command the armies at the front. He did not expect to destroy imperialism with one miraculous blow delivered from a remote Bolivian hamlet. He intended to shake imperialism to its foundations by launching guerrilla FOCOs throughout Africa, Asia, and Latin America, threatening to deprive the imperialists of vital resources and markets. The imperialists would have to intervene militarily, but they could not sustain prolonged counterinsurgency campaigns on 3 continents. The more fronts we open, Che argued in 1963, the greater will be our chances of success. 11. Che Guevara devoted the last 3 years of his life to the formation of a tricontinental anti-imperialist front, supported by the 2 communist giants, China and the Soviet Union. He envisioned much more than a political union of developing countries. He advocated a revolutionary alliance that transcended national boundaries, coordinating conventional and unconventional armies engaged in a global struggle against imperialism. Moreover, he expected the Soviet Union and China to put their political controversies aside and direct the revolutionary movement that they both claimed to lead. With the communist superpowers coordinating the global campaign, each one of Guevara's little guerrilla FOCOs would assume a strength far beyond its numbers, for the FOCOs formed part of a tricontinental strategy backed by conventional armies and nuclear missiles. Whatever merits Che Guevara had as a strategist, he certainly lacked the magical powers required to heal the deep rift between the Soviet Union and China. In 1964, the Cold War between Moscow and Beijing turned red hot, and both the Soviets and Chinese demanded allegiance from their revolutionary comrades in Latin America. Although Cuban support for guerrilla movements in rural Latin America fell in line with Mao's conception of protracted revolutionary war, the Cubans received most of their military and economic assistance from the Soviet Union, not China, leaving them vulnerable to Soviet pressure. Fidel Castro recognized these political realities and tried to find a comfortable middle ground with the Soviets. The first sign of a Cuban compromise came in May 1, 1963, when Castro and Nikita Khrushchev reached an agreement on Latin American policy. Although Castro endorsed the Moscow line that the export of revolution was contradictory to Marxism-Leninism, he also won Soviet recognition of the right of peoples to choose the path of armed struggle. Khrushchev and Castro agreed that the practical forms and methods of the struggle for socialism in each country are to be worked out by the people of that country. 12. In exchange, the Cubans only recognized the possibility of a peaceful road to socialism. Che and Fidel remained convinced that the armed struggle represented the only realistic path to power, and despite Soviet opposition, they continued to promote revolution in Latin America. 13. Latin America's communist parties, however, opposed the armed struggle and complained repeatedly to the Soviet Union about Cuban interference in their internal affairs. The Soviets feared that Cuban subversion would drag them into an unwanted confrontation with the United States. During Castro's visit to the Soviet Union in January 1, 1964, the Soviets apparently extracted a major concession from Fidel, who had come to them in desperate need of a commercial agreement. Castro got what he needed the most, a Soviet agreement to purchase Cuban sugar at inflated prices. In return, Castro signed a joint communiqué with Khrushchev in which he advocated relations with the United States based on the principles of peaceful coexistence between states with different social regimes. 14. To Che, the term peaceful coexistence was anathema. John Lee Anderson argues 15. Castro's assent constituted an explicit endorsement of that Soviet policy. Fidel had apparently broken with China and his good comrade Che Guevara, the intellectual founder of Latin America's scattered guerrilla bands. Castro's pledge represented only rhetoric, not reality, for he did not agree to withdraw rebels already in the field. Still, Castro's appeasement of Moscow opened a breach between Fidel and Che and between Cuba and China. Castro, the political pragmatist, was attempting to safeguard the Cuban Revolution by sacrificing political principles that Che could never surrender. To the extent that Castro would actually practice the Soviet policy of peaceful coexistence, he would undermine Guevara's tricontinental strategy and alienate his best Comandante. By this time, many Soviet intelligence agents had already labeled Che a Maoist. To conclude that Che fit this mold, one had only to read his published works on guerrilla warfare. His advocacy of a war without quarter and his emphasis on rural guerrilla warfare linked him directly to Mao. To determine Che's political orientation, the KGB assigned an agent to spy on him. Chinese agents tagged him as well. 16. Just as he was plotting his return to the battlefield, Che found himself at the center of the Cold War and the Sino-Soviet dispute, pulled apart, suspected, and harassed by American, Soviet, and Chinese agents. He repeatedly rejected Soviet accusations that he was a Maoist, but he could not deny that his strategy followed the Chinese line. Although the Soviets respected his revolutionary commitment, he was, if not a Maoist, certainly a nuisance. Anything to the left of the Soviet line was considered pro-Chinese and pro-Trotskyite, one Soviet analyst recalled. 17. If Guevara did not embrace the Maoist line, he certainly did not endorse the policy of peaceful coexistence. In July 1, 1964, through a New York Times reporter, Fidel offered to terminate Cuban support for Latin American guerrilla groups if the United States ceased its hostile actions against Cuba. He evidently hoped that Cuba could normalize relations with the United States, particularly if Lyndon Baines Johnson defeated Barry Goldwater in the upcoming presidential elections. Shortly after Fidel extended the olive branch, Guevara condemned the offer. Claiming that history had demonstrated repeatedly that nobody could play with imperialism, Che argued that Cuba's fundamental task was to fight against imperialism wherever it shows its face and with all the arms we can muster. The name of the man supposedly elected by the North American people every 4 years does not matter. 18. If Castro intended to drive Cuba toward the Soviet line and peaceful coexistence with the United States, Che's belligerent speech left no doubt that Fidel would not take Comandante Guevara with him. As it happened, the U.S. State Department quickly rejected Castro's overtures. Fidel, who had never really terminated Cuba's revolutionary activities anyway, then returned to Che Guevara's line of global confrontation. Over the next 3 years, Castro would vacillate between appeasement and confrontation, his moves reflecting the extent to which the Soviets exerted their military, diplomatic, and economic influence on Cuba. While Castro may have preferred Guevara's combative posture, Cuba's dependence on Soviet assistance prevented Fidel from pursuing Che's militant line. Castro could always use Guevara's guerrilla bands as leverage in his relations with the Soviets and Americans. In a strange convergence of strategic interests, the Soviet Union and the United States agreed that Cuba should not promote revolution in the hemisphere. The Soviets publicly denounced Guevarism in the journal Communist, a theoretical outlet for the Soviet Communist Party, in July and August 1, 1964. The Soviets flatly rejected Guevara's theory that subjective factors could accelerate the revolutionary process and warned against premature acts that would sabotage the Popular Front strategies of Latin America's communist parties. The Soviets did not even endorse the armed struggle against brutal dictatorships, maintaining that progressive forces could advance their revolutionary objectives through several other means of struggle. In Venezuela and Guatemala, where guerrilla bands had already been established, the Soviets still advocated political struggle behind a broad, anti-imperialist front, mean. The traditionary strategy still prevailed in the Kremlin. 20 Latin American communists, led by Victorio Codovilla of Argentina and Mario Monge of Bolivia, had complained to the Soviet Union about Cuban intervention in their internal affairs. The Soviets maintained that the objective conditions did not favor armed struggle, and Che wanted to convince them otherwise. Vitaly Koryonov, deputy chief of the Soviet Central Committee's Americas Department, listened incredulously to Guevara's revolutionary strategy. He concluded that Che and Fidel proposed nothing less than a continental insurrection, envisioning themselves as the heirs of the great South American liberator, Simon Bolívar. Koryonov informed Che that because the Latin American communists opposed the strategy, the Soviet Union could not endorse the plan either. Koryonov suspected that Che would pursue the armed struggle against imperialism anyway, even without Soviet support. Che had always advocated war against imperialism, and he would not compromise or postpone his plans to launch revolutionary movements in Latin America. 21 Thus, when Communist Party leaders from Latin America convened in Havana to discuss revolutionary strategy in late November, Che did not participate. The Chinese did not attend either, they had not been invited. The pro-Soviet delegates surprisingly agreed to provide active support to insurgents in Venezuela, Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia, Paraguay, and Haiti. Targeting 6 countries for revolution represented a significant concession by the Soviets, but the hit list still fell far short of Guevara's expectations. In guerrilla warfare, a method, Che had advocated armed struggle against every Latin American government, not just the 6 regimes specified in the Havana Resolution. 22. While the Communists celebrated a bureaucratic compromise, Che delivered an inflammatory denunciation of imperialism in a November 30 speech in Santiago, far from the tepid Communists he loathed more than ever. He had come to Santiago to inaugurate a factory, a ritual he had performed countless times. After delivering the standard praise for Cuban industry, he launched into an attack on American imperialism. 6 days earlier, Belgian paratroopers transported in American planes had rescued Belgian and American hostages held by Algerian-backed rebels in Stanleyville in the Belgian Congo. 23 The American intervention outraged Che, who considered the loss a setback for all revolutionaries, including those communist ideologues in Havana who debated endlessly about armed struggle in one continent. Che identified with the fighters of the wars of national liberation in Asia and Africa. The Americans had demonstrated a bestiality that knew no frontiers, he claimed, and revolutionaries had to respond in kind. He explained that against this class of hyenas one cannot have anything but hatred, there can be nothing other than extermination. And when patriots of the Congo or from any other country of the world take hold of the people who mercilessly assassinated thousands of unhappy women, children, and elderly men who had not participated in the battle, we must remember. 24 Few Cuban officials and fewer Latin American communists shared Guevara's passion, sympathy, and outrage. Che wanted vengeance. However, he began to realize that he could not fulfill his mission as an official representative of Cuba. He would have to carry out his duties as an international renegade. He knew that Castro supported him, but Soviet opposition to his allegedly Maoist policies hurt Cuba's relations with the Soviet Union, threatening the survival of the revolution. Che could no longer tolerate, and Cuba could not long withstand, Soviet pressure to adopt orthodox communist policies. Fidel could not commit himself completely to the anti-imperialist war that Che intended to wage. Fidel could offer Che covert support, including funds, recruits, supplies, training, and safe haven, but he needed to maintain a deniable distance from Che. Otherwise, Cuba would pay a heavy price for Guevara's international gambits. Che and Fidel recognized this new political reality. Thus, Che offered his resignation to Fidel sometime after he returned from the Soviet Union on November 1, 1964. Fidel could not keep Che in Cuba against his wishes and had no choice but to accept the resignation. Both men agreed to keep it secret while Che embarked on an extended international mission to determine when and where he would return to the battlefront. 25 Che Guevara did not leave Cuba because of a violent disagreement with Fidel or Raúl. The Castro brothers did not force Guevara out of Cuba because his policies had failed. When he left Cuba, first for the Congo and then for Bolivia, he did so with Fidel's blessing and support, the best and strongest indication that Cuba secretly favored Guevara's covert campaigns. The Cubans subsequently welcomed the aura of mystery that surrounded Guevara's departure, but Che always intended to return to the battlefield whenever circumstances permitted. He never intended to grow old and die in Cuba as a bureaucrat or a pathetic icon of former guerrilla glory. By the end of 1964, Che and Fidel concurred that the time had come. Fidel agreed to dispatch Che on a 3-month foreign mission to New York, Africa, and China, under cover of an official Cuban mission. Secretly, Che attempted to form a tricontinental fighting front while he analyzed prospects for waging guerrilla war in Central Africa. If anybody in the American intelligence community wanted to predict Guevara's next guerrilla venture, Che's speeches offered them numerous clues. In his speech to the United Nations General Assembly on December 11, Guevara did not disguise his interest in African liberation. Wearing his traditional olive green fatigues and an unbuttoned jacket, Che proclaimed, "The hour of doom for colonialism has struck and millions of inhabitants of Africa, Asia, and Latin America are rising up to face a new life and making good their unrestricted right to self-determination and the independent development of their nations." 26 He referred to the tragic case of the Congo as an example of how the rights of peoples can be flouted with absolute impunity and the most insolent cynicism. The world had protested the German occupation of Belgium during World War II, but when the sons of those Belgian patriots murdered the Congolese, the world was silent, primarily because the Belgians had killed black people in the name of the white race, just as they had suffered under the German heel because their blood was not sufficiently Aryan. In response to the racist attacks of imperialist hyenas and jackals, Che urged all free men to avenge the Congo crime. 27 If Che expressed the official position of the Cuban government, his belligerence hinted at international war, with Cuba allying with all nations fighting imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism. The hour of doom for colonialism has struck, and Cuba's duty was to assist its Latin American neighbors in their efforts to throw off the colonial yoke of the United States. 28 To make the dream of liberation a reality, Guevara offered to make the ultimate sacrifice. "I would be prepared to give my life for the liberation of any of the Latin American countries without asking anything of anyone, without demanding anything, without exploiting anyone." 29 While in New York, Che met secretly with Senator Eugene McCarthy to discuss prospects for peace with the United States, a diplomatic gesture seemingly incompatible with his militant speech. Yet he had also enumerated the conditions for peace during his United Nations speech, and now he secretly awaited an American response. The Cubans had initiated the contact through Lisa Howard, a journalist who had acted as a go-between in secret negotiations between the Kennedy administration and Castro a year before. Evidently, Castro hoped to resume these talks, which had been aimed directly at the cessation of hostilities between the two countries. If Castro had authorized Guevara to offer concessions, Che quickly scuttled any chance at appeasement. He made no effort to conceal Cuba's subversive activities, McCarthy explained. He explicitly admitted that they were training revolutionaries and would continue to do so. 30 Guevara had descended into the bowels of the monster, to paraphrase Marty, for the second time in his life, and boasted of his covert activities. His declarations to McCarthy reflected his belligerent character, but they did not serve him well, given his intention of spawning guerrilla movements on 3 continents. One might have expected him to deceive or confuse the Americans, hoping that he might be able to keep them off his trail for some time. Che, however, told the Americans he would fight before he went off to war. He wanted the Americans to fight back. As he made clear in several speeches and interviews during his 3-month tour, Che expected the next decisive battleground to develop in Central Africa. In an interview given in Algeria on December 23, he divulged more than enough information for the CIA to track his activities over the following year. He explained, "Africa represents one of the most important fields of struggle against all forms of exploitation existing in the world against imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism." 31 Guevara praised the African revolutionaries and nationalists, Cuba's potential allies in a tricontinental revolutionary alliance. With Ahmed Ben Bella in Algeria, Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt, and Julius Nyerere in Tanzania, Che saw a realistic chance of developing rearguard bases for revolutionary movements in the Congo, Angola, Rhodesia, and even South Africa. The Americans had a tenuous grip on Africa, leaving many of the nation-states vulnerable to a guerrilla campaign, particularly if Moscow and Beijing supported it. Hence, Guevara explained that he had come to Africa to forge a continental front of struggle against imperialism and its internal allies. Guevara understood that this front, uniting African, Asian, and Latin American rebels, would take some time to organize, but when it is formed it will be a very hard blow against imperialism. 32 Guevara hoped to turn the new non-aligned movement into a wholly revolutionary alliance. Under the leadership of Nasser, Tito, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Ahmed Sukarno, all of whom Che had met during his first tour of Africa and Asia in 1959, representatives of non-aligned countries began to organize at conferences in Belgrade, 1961, and Cairo, 1964. By its very existence, the non-aligned movement presented a political challenge to imperialism, but Che longed for the day when the developing countries also developed a military potential. It was only necessary, Che argued, for the most advanced countries to form a true front, a battle group enabling us to fight with more real means and to triumph sooner. 33 Che certainly talked a tough line worthy of Mao, but his associates in Havana had deeply offended the chairman. The Chinese Communists had been excluded from the secret Havana Conference in November 1, 1964. They interpreted the conference and its resolutions as a sign of Cuba's growing allegiance to the Soviet Union. In an effort to mollify the Chinese and convey a Latin American offer to mediate the Sino-Soviet dispute, Castro dispatched Carlos Rafael Rodriguez and a delegation of Latin American communists to Beijing. The effort failed. On February 2, 1965, just 2 months after Rodriguez's failure, Che, accompanied by Emilio Aragons and Osmani Cienfuegos, flew off to Beijing to try yet again. This time, the CIA correctly discerned the motives of Guevara's visit. 34 The Chinese response to the Cuban mission has been described as a snub that might have included some bitter verbal exchanges. Che apparently met with Premier Zhou Enlai, but Mao refused to receive him. Mao probably intended to express his displeasure with Osmani Cienfuegos, who had angered some Chinese officials during previous sessions. In any case, Che got nowhere with his proposal to organize an international fighting front. Although the Chinese favored Che's militant line, They sensed that the Cuban government had drifted into the Soviet camp. The Chinese would continue to provide assistance to the revolutionary governments and movements in Africa, but they would do so independently, without any effort to coordinate revolutionary efforts with Che or Cuba. 35 Che flew from Beijing to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, on February 11. Under leftist President Julius Nyerere, Dar es Salaam had become a safe haven for African guerrillas. There they enjoyed the rare privilege of operating in a national capital in which there was not an American embassy. The Cubans did have an embassy, and their ambassador, Pablo Ribalta, directed a clandestine network on the eastern shores of Lake Tanganyika. During a week-long stay in Dar es Salaam, Ribalta, who had served as Che's political commissar during the Cuban insurrection, introduced Che to Congolese rebels, including Laurent Kabila, military commander of the Eastern Zone. 36 To Kabila, Che proposed sending 30 Cuban instructors to train Congolese, as well as Mozambican, Angolan, and other African revolutionaries, a proposal to which Kabila readily agreed, confirmation that he saw the struggle in the Congo as part of a larger continental issue. Most of the 50 African representatives from 10 countries who met with Che in the Cuban embassy, however, did not embrace Che's proposals. They wanted Cuba to finance their training in Cuba, a proposal that Che dismissed as impractical and too expensive. Che offered to train all the African rebels in the Congo, where they would have an opportunity to fight imperialism. But the Africans would train only in their native country. Che argued in vain that a victory in the Congo would benefit the entire continent. The chilly response Che received did not shake his confidence. Shortly after the meeting, Che declared, "I am convinced that it is possible to create a joint fighting front against colonialism, imperialism, and neocolonialism." 37 Che delivered his climactic critique of imperialism at the second seminar of Afro-Asian Solidarity on February 25. Regarded by some scholars as the speech that marked Guevara's open break with the Soviet Union and possibly with Fidel Castro, it definitely contained some harsh words for Cuba's Soviet allies. He called on his African and Asian comrades to intensify the anti-imperialist struggle across the continents. There are no frontiers in this struggle to the death. We cannot remain indifferent in the face of what occurs in any part of the world. A victory for any country against imperialism is our victory, just as any country's defeat is a defeat for all. 38 Che repeated his call for the formation of a large compact bloc that would help other countries liberate themselves from imperialism. This time, he publicly challenged the Soviet Union and China to back up their revolutionary rhetoric with arms. In the name of international proletarian duty, the Soviets and the Chinese should supply arms and ammunition without any cost whatsoever and in quantities determined by their need and availability to those people who ask for them in order to direct their fight against the common enemy. He specifically asked the communist superpowers to send arms and ammunition to the Congo and Vietnam. 39 The Soviets and the Chinese, accustomed to receiving something in return for their military and economic assistance, took offense at such a strident lecture from a pretentious representative of a small island nation. The Soviets had already rejected Guevara's plans for a global campaign against imperialism. China had agreed to send a small shipment of arms to the Congolese rebels, but they did not endorse Guevara's strategy either. So in Algiers, Che let the world hear the criticisms he had probably leveled against Soviet and Chinese officials in private. Referring to economic and military assistance, he boldly charged that the Soviet Union and China had not fulfilled their international duty to underwrite the development and liberation of the Third World. In his view, the socialist superpowers behaved like capitalist powers in their commercial relations with the developing world, buying and selling goods at international market prices set by their capitalist adversaries. Like capitalists, they bought raw materials at the cheap prices set by the law of capitalist value. They sold manufactured products at the high prices set by the same capitalist marketplace. Trading in this manner, Che argued, the socialist countries are, to a certain extent, accomplices to imperialist exploitation. 40 Che attempted to soften the blow by praising the recent commercial agreement signed by the Soviet Union and Cuba. On the day that Che denounced Soviet commercial policies, Raúl Castro signed a new commercial agreement in Moscow whereby the Soviets agreed to purchase 5 million tons of Cuban sugar above market prices. While Che conceded that the agreement favored Cuba, he still expected more economic assistance from the Soviets and Chinese. Che demanded fair prices, set not by the market, but by the political and moral imperatives of advancing worldwide revolution. Foreign trade must not determine politics, but on the contrary, it must be subordinated to a fraternal policy toward the people, Che argued. 41 Che's admonitions about morality, commercial policy, and political philosophy alienated the benefactors he had been courting. The sermon in Algiers inflicted a mortal wound to the ambitious tricontinental strategy he had been promoting. Why, after hearing Che compare their policies to those of immoral imperialists, would the Soviets and Chinese support him? In his public speeches, interviews, and secret negotiations, Che expressed his criticisms without hesitation, bluntly condemning the countries from which he expected assistance, revealing critical shortcomings as a diplomat. To get Soviet and Chinese support for his tricontinental campaign, Che would have had to engage in patient and complicated negotiations, a task ideally suited to someone with Fidel Castro's political talents. As a subordinate of Fidel in the Sierra Maestra, Che did not have to handle political affairs and international diplomacy. As an independent leader, however, he would have to manage them. Honest to a fault and incessantly combative, he would anger enemies and allies excessively and needlessly. He also displayed a stubbornness that often compelled him to reject or ignore friendly advice. Ahmed Ben Bella, perhaps his closest friend in Africa, had cautioned him about his Africa project. Che could compensate for the lack of Soviet and Chinese support through Bella in Algeria and Nasser in Egypt. They might have endorsed Che's Pan-African vision, but they had serious concerns about his strategy, particularly if he decided to command a group of black Cuban troops then being trained in Cuba. Bella warned Che not to play the role of a white messiah coming to liberate the African people. The situation in black Africa was not comparable to that prevailing in our countries. Nasser and we warned Che of what might happen, Bella claimed. 42 Nasser issued similar warnings to Che in early March. Guevara clearly wanted to join the fight in the Congo, arguing that it was the hottest spot in the world now. Che's interest in the Congo astonished Nasser. What happened to all that you were doing in Cuba? Have you quarreled with Castro? I don't want to interfere, but if you want to become another Tarzan, a white man coming among black men, leading them and protecting them, it can't be done. 43 Nasser tried to persuade Guevara that other countries would denounce the presence of Cuban or even Egyptian military advisors in the Congo as foreign interference. Nasser only wanted to provide the Congolese rebels with training and supplies. Guevara wanted to do more. He had even been thinking about joining the struggle in South Vietnam. He wanted to fight against imperialism, anywhere. At his last meeting with Nasser, he explained that he was still trying to decide where to go, where to find a place to fight for the world revolution and to accept the challenge of death. Why do you always talk about death? Nasser asked. You are a young man. If necessary we should die for the revolution, but it would be much better if we could live for the revolution. 44 A combination of strategic, political, diplomatic, and personal factors compelled Che to leave Cuba and return to the battlefront. He had helped the Cubans attain power, consolidate the revolution, and initiate the construction of socialism. Cuba needed his services less than did revolutionaries on other fronts. He wanted to pursue other challenges, not only because of a self-assumed revolutionary duty, but also because he intended to fulfill his personal mission. Hence, even though he failed to establish a solid international fighting front during his African travels, he could no longer remain in Cuba. When Castro greeted him at the Havana airport on March 15, 1965, Guevara's revolutionary fervor had not diminished, and he had not broken with Fidel. Nevertheless, observers noted the cold distance that separated Che from Fidel, Raúl, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, and President Osvaldo Dorticos Tirado at the airport. The presence of Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, Moscow's man in Havana, must have struck Che, the scourge of the Soviets, as odd. Instead of holding a press conference, the party left the airport immediately for a closed-door session that lasted 40 hours. Fidel, Raúl, and Che never discussed what happened. No researcher has ever uncovered official documentation about the meeting. One popular rumor that never seems to die is that Fidel, Che, and Raúl got into a heated argument, with the latter two nearly coming to blows over Che's pro-Chinese policies. Allegedly, as a result, Che decided to resign and leave Cuba. 45 circumstances suggest, however, that Che had decided to leave Cuba in November 1, 1964, long before his marathon meeting with Fidel and Raúl. During Che's 3-month foreign mission, he had studied the political, economic, and geographic conditions for launching a revolutionary campaign in Africa. In Tanzania, he had even surveyed areas in which he could establish a base for an incursion into the Congo. Meanwhile, back in Cuba, more than 100 black Cubans were training for an international mission, a clear indication of an official Cuban interest in fomenting revolution in Africa. The Cubans already supported several Latin American guerrilla bands. Che could take command of one, start another, or launch a totally unexpected front in Africa. If there was a serious argument between Fidel and Che, it likely concerned Che's options. The personal and ideological ties between Fidel and Che had not been severed. Fidel shared some of Guevara's criticisms of the Soviet Union, and he supported Che's revolutionary ambitions, particularly in Latin America. On March 13, 1965, just 2 days before Guevara returned to Havana, Fidel had endorsed Che's controversial call for the socialist countries to give the Vietnamese people all the weapons and fighters that they needed, regardless of the risks. 46 For practical reasons, Fidel understood the necessity of appeasing the Soviets, but he, and the Cuban intelligence network, would continue to promote guerrilla movements in Africa and Latin America over the following 3 years. Cuba did not terminate its support for Che or the revolutionary movements he advocated. In March 1, 1965, Cuba's subversive efforts actually expanded and intensified in the 2 years after Che left the country. Given the course of subsequent events, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the icy reception that Che received at the airport represented a deliberate Cuban effort to throw American, Soviet, and Chinese agents off Che's trail. Che and Fidel were still working in tandem, fulfilling an agreement that they had reached in late 1964. 47 Che was going deep undercover, and the stories of violent disputes within the Cuban leadership provided a perfect ruse to generate rumors that Che had been imprisoned, exiled, or even killed. Che had left no doubt in his public comments that he believed that Africa offered realistic opportunities for the development of a guerrilla foco. From any number of sources, intelligence agents could have picked up stories of Che's interest in leading a Cuban mission in Central Africa. Without assistance from Cuban intelligence, Che could not have slipped out of Cuba and traveled all the way back to Africa, just after he had actually visited the base from which he would launch the Congo campaign. The proposal for Che to take command of the Cuban contingent to Africa may have originated with Castro, as he subsequently claimed. Che undoubtedly would have preferred to go immediately to Argentina, but the guerrilla foco there had already been liquidated. Cuban agents had begun to establish a clandestine network in Bolivia, but it still lacked the strength to support a guerrilla band. Castro hoped to prevent the impulsive Guevara from walking into a death trap. Shortly after Guevara's return to Havana, the Cuban leadership agreed that Che would command the Cuban mission to the Congo, temporarily. After Manuel Pinero's men completed preparatory work in Latin America, the Cubans would transfer him to his native continent. 48 Nevertheless, Che left from a base with serious cracks in its foundations and was headed toward an international front that had not even been established. Fidel had maintained a delicate balance between the Soviet line of peaceful coexistence and the militant policies favored by Che and the Chinese. Some high-level Cuban officials, including Raúl Castro and Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, may have actually opposed Guevara's tricontinental strategy. 49. The Soviet Union opposed it, China refused to embrace it, the African revolutionaries objected to it, and few Latin American revolutionaries enlisted in his campaign. Che faced overwhelming odds, but he launched his international campaign anyway, considering it a duty and a personal mission. If Che was not a theorist, he most certainly was an idealist. 50. Shortly after he had castigated the Soviets and Chinese in Algiers, a Uruguayan journal published his most elegant expression of his utopian vision. In Socialism and Man in Cuba, Guevara described the ideal society for which he fought. Regardless of the conditions that dimmed the prospects for revolutionary victories everywhere, Che regarded the fight as inevitable, necessary, and desirable. He expected all revolutionaries to join him on the march toward the most important revolutionary ambition, to see man liberated from his alienation. 51. People would not be liberated until man produces without being compelled by the physical necessity of selling himself as a commodity. Guevara saw the construction of socialism and communism as more than a materialistic process whereby the state expropriated the means of production and distributed the products of collective labor among the masses equitably. Che's ultimate communist utopia liberated the individual from the sense of alienation experienced by workers in a capitalist setting. Each person, freed from the oppressive restraints of capitalism, would express his or her human condition through music, literature, and the arts, producing an egalitarian society in which culture and the arts flourished. 52. In Socialism and Man in Cuba, Che composed the romantic farewell of a man headed into battle, a soldier justifying a death that he welcomes. The nostalgic tone of the article reveals a man content with yet exhausted by what he has accomplished, happy to meet the destiny that awaits him. It must be said with all sincerity that in a true revolution, to which one gives oneself completely, from which one expects no material compensation, the task of the vanguard revolutionary is both magnificent and anguishing. 53. Then, as if to justify the sacrifices he had made, let me say, with the risk of appearing ridiculous, that the true revolutionary is guided by strong feelings of love. He had done all that he had done in the name of love. Love, Che finally admitted, was the fundamental characteristic of the new man that he had always hoped to be. It is impossible to think of an authentic revolutionary without this quality. 54. Che had always maintained a certain detachment in all his interpersonal relationships, but he also placed his revolutionary duties above his personal interests. His fourth child, Ecobedo, had been born while he toured Africa in 1996-5, and the pain it caused him is reflected in the bittersweet tone in which he wrote about the revolution. The leaders of the revolution have children who do not learn to call their father with their first faltering words, they have wives who must be part of the general sacrifice of their lives to carry the revolution to its destiny, their friends are strictly limited to their comrades in revolution. There is no life outside it. 55. He accepted the personal sacrifices in the name of a cause he now called proletarian internationalism. To fulfill his self-imposed duties as a revolutionary, he had to return to the battlefront. He wrote, "If he the revolutionary forgets about proletarian internationalism, the revolution that he leads ceases to be a driving force and it becomes a comfortable drowsiness which is taken advantage of by our irreconcilable enemy, by imperialism, which gains ground." Proletarian internationalism is a duty, but it is also a revolutionary need. 56. Once a soldier of the Americas, Che Guevara now fashioned himself as a commander of an international proletariat army in formation. The numerous criticisms he had received from friends and allies around the world did not deter him. On this project, so central to his character and his personal mission, Che Guevara could not delay. If Fidel had waited for the appropriate conditions to develop in Cuba, he never would have attacked the Moncada barracks. The very act of revolution, Guevara believed, could create the revolutionary consciousness that combatants required. Fidel Castro believed in Che Guevara as well. Castro vacillated between Soviet orthodoxy and Guevarism. Having extended olive branches to the United States in accordance with Soviet policy, Fidel swung back to a more confrontational posture after Guevara's departure. He came out firing with an inflammatory denunciation of peaceful coexistence in his May Day speech of 1965. The speech marked a return to the belligerent line favored by Che. With Cuban support, revolutionaries from Africa, Asia, and Latin America pursued Che's dream of forging an international fighting front. From then until Che's death, Manuel Pinero's Liberation Department promoted guerrilla focos more vigorously than it had when Che supervised its operations. 57 Moreover, Fidel pushed ahead with Che's plan to forge an international fighting front, convening the First Tricontinental Conference in January 1, 966. With 512 representatives from 82 countries and territories, the first meeting of the Organization of Solidarity of the Peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, OSPAL, was the largest assembly of Third World militants and supporters that the world had ever known. The world's strongest liberation movements sent delegates, including from South Vietnam, Angola, Mozambique, and Palestine. In the Latin American delegations, which were selected by Cuba, pro-Cuban militants naturally dominated. Hence, Castro had little difficulty securing passage of resolutions endorsing the armed struggle in Latin America, implicitly under Cuban leadership. The Soviet representatives watched with concern, knowing, of course, that they would ultimately finance Cuba's adventures through the subsidies it provided to the island nation. Despite opposition from the Soviet and Chinese delegations, the Tricontinental Conference endorsed Guevara's cherished strategy. 58 Behind the scenes, Cuban agents pressured the delegates to launch new guerrilla focos. Those who refused to embrace the armed struggle, the traditional communists, were passed over in favor of the more radical groups that did. Mario Monge, leader of the Bolivian Communist Party, talked with Pinero about launching a foco in Bolivia, but he did not give the answer the Cubans wanted. With a group of Bolivians already training in Cuba, Monge still refused to break with the Soviets and endorse the armed struggle in his country. An angry Pinero pressed him hard, giving him 2 to 3 months to revise his views and initiate a guerrilla war. 59 Unfortunately for Che, the first meeting of the Tricontinental would also be its last. The organization collapsed as a result of the Sino-Soviet rift as well as conflicts between the Latin American revolutionary movements, some of them generated by hostility toward Cuban leadership and policies. 60. OSPAL never developed the fighting capability that Che had envisioned for it. It only represented a temporary victory for Che's tricontinental strategy, giving him a measure of faith after his failure in the Congo and before his departure for Bolivia. Hoping to give the movement a new impetus before it vanished, Che wrote his famous message to the Tricontinental, the fullest expression of his global anti-imperialist strategy. He envisioned a long and bloody war against imperialism, a struggle that demanded the highest sacrifice from all combatants. If Che had to die fighting for the liberation of another country, he would consider it an honor. He asked, what do the dangers or the sacrifices of a man or of a nation matter, when the destiny of humanity is at stake? 61 In this message, Che summarized the strategy that he had been articulating in bits and pieces over the previous 3 years. It marked the culmination of his strategic development and established a global rationale for the war against imperialism. This rationale, and the strategic lessons he derived from it, consists of 5 fundamental themes. 1. Imperialism, being a world system, must be defeated in a world confrontation. 2. The foundations of imperialism are in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, from which it extracts capital, raw materials, and cheap labor, and to which it exports capital and manufactured products. 3. The people of the developing world must attack the foundations of imperialism and force the imperialists to fight outside of their natural environment. The armies of imperialism are strong and technologically advanced. Revolutionaries can defeat them only by forcing them to fight in unknown and hostile regions. 4. The United States cannot fight wars of national liberation on 3 continents simultaneously. With the Vietnamese War already draining the United States of men, morale, and resources, the emergence of guerrilla focos in Africa, Asia, and Latin America would drag the Americans into wars that they would lose by attrition. 5. To crush imperialism, revolutionaries must create a second or third Vietnam. 163-76. Che had no illusions about the character of the war he promoted so vigorously. He warned, "And these battles shall not be mere street fights with stones against tear gas bombs, or of Pacific general strikes, neither shall it be the battle of a furious people destroying in 2 or 3 days the repressive scaffolds of the ruling oligarchies. The struggle shall be long, harsh, and its front shall be in the guerrillas' refuge, in the cities, in the homes of the fighters where the repressive forces shall go seeking easy victims among their families in the massacred rural population, in the villages or cities destroyed by the bombardments of the enemy." 6.3. Guevarism, in its fullest and final expression in the message to the Tricontinental, had evolved into a strategy of total war against imperialism, using all available means. The Tricontinental strategy did not replace the guerra de guerrillas concept, it supplemented it. Guerrilla warfare explained how revolutionaries should launch a guerrilla foco and survive through the grueling first phase of a longer campaign. The Tricontinental strategy called for the coordination of guerrilla campaigns across 3 continents. Guevara never argued that a guerrilla foco, operating by itself in some remote corner of Bolivia, could hope to topple imperialism. Imperialism could only be destroyed in total, global war. Guevara's manual of guerrilla warfare was still instructive for the initial phase of the struggle, but Guevarism called for the annihilation of imperialism using every viable strategy and tactic. "We must carry the war into every corner the enemy happens to carry it, to his home, to his centers of entertainment, a total war," Che argued. "It is necessary to prevent him from having a moment of peace, a quiet moment outside his barracks or even inside. We must attack him wherever he may be, make him feel like a cornered beast wherever he may move." 174. From his Cuban experience, Guevara learned that the triumph of a revolutionary movement in one country would only weaken, not destroy, imperialism. The American imperialists, no longer disoriented, had developed more sophisticated counterinsurgency strategies, tactics, and technology since the Cuban Revolution. In response, revolutionaries had to change their strategies and tactics, and Che's message to the Tricontinental included some fundamental revisions in the character and scope of the war. In guerrilla warfare he emphasized the rural guerrilla campaign over other forms of struggle. In the Tricontinental strategy he attached greater importance to a concept of total war. He had never before argued for taking the war into centers of entertainment. The earlier Guevara might have labeled such actions terrorist or even criminal. By 196-7, Che had concluded that a total, global war was almost our sole hope for victory. 175. The success of the strategy required minimal coordination of revolutionary activity on 3 continents. Guerrilla bands in Latin America, already operational in Guatemala, Colombia, Venezuela, and Peru, only required more money, supplies, and recruits. In Africa, nationalistic or radical leaders in 6 or 7 African states could promote the expansion of guerrilla activity there. The Americans had increased their military commitment in Vietnam, with the Soviets and Chinese supporting their North Vietnamese comrades. As the conflict escalated, the political, economic, and social consequences for Americans increased. Che noted how President Johnson's Great Society programs had dropped into the cesspool of Vietnam. The powerful American economy already showed signs of the strain imposed by maintaining the war effort. 167. With American society being ripped apart by civil rights protesters and anti-war activists, Che anticipated even graver consequences resulting from the creation of a second or third Vietnam. Guevara's strategy, therefore, called for, welcomed, and even required American military intervention in Africa and Latin America. The history of the Vietnamese struggle showed how it would occur. The imperialists would attempt to crush the movement through a proxy army first, limiting American involvement to the provision of military and technical assistance. As the guerrilla war expanded, the Americans would replace the ineffective puppet army with their own regular troops, determined to prevent another Cuba. The people would resent American intervention, and nationalists would fill the ranks of the rebel army. As the war escalated, it would increase the political, economic, and social costs for the Americans at home, further weakening American war-making capability. If the Soviet Union and China had endorsed the strategy, it could have presented a serious challenge to the United States. Che had only asked them to provide military and logistical support for the revolutionary armies. Through OSPAL or some other organization, revolutionaries could have coordinated their efforts. They could have decided, for example, to target the most vulnerable countries in Latin America and Africa, Nicaragua, Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, Congo, and Angola. They could have increased their military commitment in Vietnam and offered more support to revolutionary bands in other Asian countries. Limiting Soviet and Chinese support to military supplies and advice, they might have been able to nibble away at imperialism without provoking a direct confrontation with the United States. If and when the wars escalated, the Americans would have to dispatch their own troops, while the Soviets and Chinese would have relied solely on the Africans, Asians, and Latin Americans to fight the wars, thereby limiting the domestic political, economic, and social consequences of their proxy wars. To some extent, the Soviets and the Chinese were already executing this strategy. They provided military and economic assistance to Cuba, Vietnam, and several African states. They even provided military aid to the Congolese rebels, but they did all of it in a piecemeal fashion. Che advocated an organized and coordinated effort to promote their common interests by opening fronts in selected countries. All that, however, required a higher degree of solidarity than actually existed. Che knew of the divisions within the revolutionary movements, but he could not let them delay his return to the battlefield. For Che Guevara, the war against imperialism was a moral imperative. In its final form, Guevarism implicitly endorsed forms of struggle that Guevara had earlier dismissed, including selective assassinations, bank robberies, mass strikes, and urban assaults. The guerrilla vanguard would still initiate the struggle in rural areas and lead the people's war throughout the entire struggle, but Guevara implicitly accepted all actions that contributed to the destruction of imperialism. He burned with such an intense hatred of American imperialism that he ultimately endorsed any and all attacks against the imperialists. He encouraged all revolutionaries to unleash their hatred of their enemy, for it would impel them to go over and beyond the natural limitations that man is heir to and transform them into an effective, violent, selective, and cold-killing machine. 174. On Saturday, September 11, 1965, Cuban, Congolese, and Rwandan combatants waited in ambush. They had been waiting 11 days under the command of Che Guevara, who insisted that they hold their positions until the enemy vehicles rolled into their sights. The Congolese rebels tried to leave several times, but the Cuban soldiers, eager for a fight, made them obey their commanding officer. The Cubans had spent most of their first 5 months in the eastern Congo lounging around the camps, complaining like their prestigious commander about the passivity of their new African allies. Finally, at 10:45 a.m., the rebels heard an approaching car. A Rwandan soldier serving in the middle unit hit it with a bazooka, and then the rest of the soldiers opened up with everything they had. A truck filled with guards came up from 100 yards away and engaged the rebels posted on the left flank. Many of the Congolese soldiers withdrew when the fire got hot, leaving Che with only a handful of Cubans and Rwandans to finish off the enemy. Che ordered a withdrawal after capturing 6 weapons, ammunition, papers, photographs, and some documents. Che berated his men for not showing the necessary discipline and courage expected of his combatants. He described the results of the engagement as satisfactory only because he had suffered no casualties. His men still needed much more discipline and training. 1. Although the rebel ambush did not impress Che, his adversaries certainly took note. The Congolese rebels had never fought with distinction against experienced troops, particularly the South African mercenaries hired by Premier Moise Kapende Chombe. In September, American officials detected a distinct improvement, which they attributed to Cuban influence. North of Albertville, U.S. Ambassador G. McMurtry Godley reported 10 days after the ambush, "We have already seen what is most likely the first effect of commie mercenary presence in the form of well-laid ambushes in the area far from rebel concentrations." American intelligence sources estimated that there were 160 Cuban military advisors in the Congo, along with some Chinese, Russian, and Algerian mercenaries. The Americans expected these veterans to correct the main deficiency in the Congolese rebel units, the lack of aggressive leadership. The Congolese government had relied on white mercenaries from South Africa and Rhodesia to suppress the rebellion. The arrival of Cuban veterans threatened to equalize conditions on the battlefield and escalate the conflict. If the Congolese rebels can hold out, they are likely to establish something akin to a liberated area so dear to the hearts of Chinese and Cuban communist theoreticians, Godley predicted. The mercenaries may not be able to eliminate the reinforced rebels from the eastern Congo, the ambassador warned. 2. Although the CIA had overestimated the Cuban presence in the eastern Congo, the agent accurately assessed the potential impact of Cuban volunteers on the Congolese rebellion. Che Guevara and more than 100 Cuban combatants had arrived in the spring of 1965 to fight the Chambé regime, backed by the United States. With Soviet and Chinese arms shipped through Algeria, Egypt, and Tanzania, and Comandante Che Guevara training and commanding troops in the field, the Congolese rebellion posed a serious military threat to the established government. A superpower conflict loomed in Central Africa, just as Che had anticipated in his tricontinental strategy. The Cuban intervention threatened to transform a poorly organized rebellion into a coordinated military campaign directed by hardened combatants and officers. The Congo had been in a state of political turmoil bordering on anarchy during its first 5 years of independence. Having achieved its independence from Belgium in 1960 without a bloody civil war, the Congo came under the leadership of Patrice Lumumba, one of many African nationalists who had led the independence movements in the late 1950s and early 1960s. Appointed Prime Minister in June 1, 1960 by President Joseph Kasavubu, Lumumba immediately confronted a national crisis when Chambé declared the independence of Katanga province in the eastern Congo. Determined to maintain the geographic and political integrity of the newly independent state, Lumumba appealed for foreign military assistance. The Soviet Union offered aid and Lumumba accepted it, for which the United States labeled him a pro-Soviet radical, an African version of Fidel Castro. The United Nations intervened militarily and blocked Soviet aid to Lumumba, who then fell in a coup led by President Kasavubu in September 1, 1960. Lumumba subsequently rebelled against Kasavubu and his militant premier, Colonel Joseph Desire Mobutu, leaving the Congo government in Leopoldville, now Kinshasa, facing a rebellion in the northeast led by Lumumba, and a secessionist movement in the east, led by Chambé. See Map 10. Mobutu's troops captured Lumumba in December 1, 1960 and turned him over to Chambé in Katanga. 2 months later, the Katanga regime announced that villagers had killed Lumumba. The Congolese rebels and his foreign sympathizers, however, held Chambé and the imperialists responsible for his assassination. 3. With United Nations military assistance, the Kasavubu government suppressed the Katanganese secessionists in January 1, 1963 and forced Chambé into exile. Political stability still eluded the Congo, however, for the Lumumbists remained determined to reclaim their rightful political authority in Leopoldville. A group of reformists led by Pierre Muley, Christophe Gbinaï and Gaston Soumaliat formed the Committee of National Liberation, CNL, to fight under the banner of the martyred Lumumba. In January 1, 1964, with UN forces scheduled to depart that summer, the Lumumbist revolt erupted again. Muley, who had spent several months in Beijing studying revolutionary theory and practice, commanded rebel forces in Kwilu province in the western Congo. Gbinaï and Soumaliat opened another military front in the northeastern Congo. Despite political rivalries between the rebel factions, the rebellion spread rapidly throughout the Congo. To crush it, Kasavubu recalled former enemy and notorious anti-communist Moise Tshombe from Spain and appointed him prime minister in August 1, 1964. The appointment of the hardline Tshombe, regarded by the rebels and many African leaders as an instrument of colonialism and as the assassin of Lumumba, escalated the conflict and threatened to rip the country and continent apart. For the radical African states, led by Ahmed Ben Bella, Algeria, Gamal Abdel Nasser, Egypt, Julius Nyerere, Tanzania, and Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana, denounced Tshombe and mobilized their military resources in support of the Congolese rebels. Even moderate African states such as Kenya and Morocco supported the rebels against the infamous Tshombe. King Hassan II of Morocco asked, "How could anyone imagine that I, the representative of my country's national conscience, could sit at a conference table or at a banquet with the man who personifies secession?" 5. Whether moderate or radical, these African states would accept no resolution to the Congolese crisis that left Tshombe in power. Most of the rebel arms apparently came from the Soviet Union and China via third countries. In October 1, 1964, Algeria, Egypt, and Ghana had agreed to supply the rebels with military aid from stockpiles of Soviet and Chinese weapons, with the implicit understanding that the Soviets and Chinese would replenish the military warehouses later. Bella opened an arms pipeline to the rebels. The Algerians loaded the weapons onto Soviet aircraft in Algeria, Soviet crews flew them to Juba in southern Sudan, from where truck crews transported the weapons to rebels at the Congo border. By the end of the year, the rebels had received about 300 tons of military equipment. 6. With only minimal amounts of military aid from the Soviet Union and China, the Congolese rebels mounted a serious military threat to Tshombe. The United States, alarmed at the imminent collapse of an anti-communist ally in Central Africa, decided to commit its resources, but not its troops, to the defense of Tshombe's government. After Belgium and other European countries rejected an American request to send troops to Tshombe, the Johnson administration decided to help him recruit mercenaries for his army. At a National Security Council meeting on August 11, 1964, President Johnson agreed to arm and transport mercenaries recruited by Tshombe. Belgium and the United States would pay them. Tshombe, who had employed mercenaries while leading the Cotonou War of Secession, turned to Colonel Mike Hoare, who recruited vigorously in South Africa. The United States' reliance on mercenaries did not reflect a lack of determination to eradicate the alleged communist threat to the Congo. The Johnson administration hoped to crush the rebellion by any means short of a full and direct American military intervention. CIA agents and American military advisors would provide intelligence and military assistance to the mercenaries. If they got the job done, American troops would not be needed. The Congo was the Cold War battleground that Che had anticipated, but the Johnson administration was not going to let it turn into the second Vietnam that Che advocated. 7. Johnson's measured response produced the desired results. By November, Tshombe's army included 400 mercenaries and a small air force piloted by anti-communist Cuban exiles. To drive the rebels from their base in Stanleyville, now Kisangani, the Americans unleashed Operation Dragon Rouge. American planes dropped Belgian paratroopers in and around Stanleyville, while the mercenaries drove against the city from land bases. The coordinated campaign cleared the rebels out of the city, but not before they had looted a Belgian mining company and made off with a huge reserve of gold. Although the rebels lost Stanleyville, they survived the counteroffensive. On December 31, 1964, the CIA offered a bleak assessment of the counterinsurgency campaign. Despite the loss of Stanleyville and little sense of cohesion among the rebels, much of the countryside remains under the sway of their adherents. 8. Biographer Jorge Castañeda argues that Operation Dragon Rouge had crushed the Congolese rebellion by the time Che arrived in April 1, 1965. 9. Although the mercenaries had routed the rebels from their bases in Stanleyville and the northeastern Congo in early 1965, the Congolese rebellion flared up again in the eastern Congo, partly the result of Che Guevara's intervention with Cuban troops. After the rebels withdrew from the northeastern region, they re-established a new front in the eastern Congo, from bases located west of Lake Tanganyika. There, drawing Chinese and Soviet supplies from a line going across the lake and down to Dar es Salaam, the rebels continued the struggle against Chambay and his Belgian and American sponsors. The Soviet Union and China pursued their own strategic interests in Central Africa, regardless of Che Guevara's tricontinental strategy. The Soviets, brushed aside by the United Nations in their previous campaign to support Lumumba, saw an opportunity to destabilize a pro-Western regime in the heart of Africa, and they took advantage of it. Seeing little risk in supporting a war through third-party proxies, Algeria and Egypt, the Soviets may have encouraged the radical African states to support the rebellion, though they had little intention of getting directly involved. As long as they kept a low profile, they had little to lose and everything to gain, despite their dissatisfaction with the rebel leadership. Reports received by the CIA indicated that the Soviets regard the Congolese rebels as a venal and undisciplined rabble, but they evidently believe they can be used to serve Moscow's interests in the Congo, which at present are to diminish Western influence and presence, and to foment trouble for the Leopoldville government. 10. The Chinese displayed a similar reluctance, and for similar reasons. They had been aggressively courting the radical African states for several years, in a campaign highlighted by the visit of Premier Zhou Enlai to Africa in 1996-4. The Chinese provided military and economic aid to Algeria, Egypt, Tanzania, Ghana, and Congo, Brazzaville, and supported liberation movements in other countries with arms and training. Their aggressive actions, in fact, may have compelled the Soviets to match Chinese efforts on the continent, simply for fear of losing influence. The Chinese nevertheless opened a small arms pipeline to the rebels through Tanzania. Like the Soviets, they harbored serious doubts about the rebel leaders. The Chinese wanted the rebels to demonstrate enough military power to hold a province before they dispatched substantial quantities of arms and ammunition. 11 American intelligence agents unknowingly concurred with the Chinese and Soviet assessments of the Congolese rebel leaders. The CIA dismissed the rebel leaders as a motley collection of left-wing politicians. Benai, nominal head of the CNL, lacked prestige and faced numerous internal challenges to his authority. The only rebel leader who exercised any authority over the rebel fighters, according to the CIA, was the poorly educated and ruthless General Nicholas Olenga, commander of the rebel forces in and around Stanleyville. 12 The rebel forces, however, lacked competent military leadership, and it did not matter how many Chinese or Soviet-made weapons they received. They did not know how to use them. The Congolese rebels desperately needed training and experienced leadership. With foreign military assistance, the rebels could turn the tide of war against Chambay, whose army relied on foreign mercenaries and advisors. The appearance in the Congo of combat volunteers from the radical African states would create a new, more ugly, and dangerous situation there, the CIA warned in December 1, 1996-413. Che Guevara and a Cuban military contingent could provide the military catalyst that the American observers feared. Cuban support for African liberation movements dated back to 1996-3, when Castro dispatched a military mission to Algeria at the request of President Ahmed Ben Bella, then embroiled in a border dispute with Morocco. Castro, eager to assist a comrade in arms, in October 1, 1996-3 sent an expeditionary force that included 686 men, 22 tanks, and an artillery group. Under the command of Cuban veteran Ifigênio Amijuras, former commander of Column 6 on Raúl Castro's Second Eastern Front, the Cubans came prepared to fight and equipped to make an impact. Recognizing the strength of the Cuban contingent, the Algerians positioned the Cubans at the spearhead of an attack across the Moroccan border scheduled for October 2, 1996-3. At the last moment, Bella resolved the dispute with the Moroccans and called off the attack, leaving Amijuras furious. He had come to fight, not to tour North Africa. 14 A similar fate awaited Che and his expeditionary force. Che went to Africa with the understanding that the Congolese rebels intended to continue their struggle and that a group of African states wanted to help them. Che could have supported another African revolutionary movement, but he and Fidel thought that the veteran Cuban soldiers could play a decisive role at a critical moment in the insurrection. Based on his personal inspection of the area and discussions with the Congolese rebels and their foreign allies, he concluded that 100 Cuban combat volunteers could tilt the balance against Tshombe. Training alone could correct some of the rebel deficiencies. With inspired and experienced leadership, the rebels might actually defeat Tshombe. Che was certainly a match for Colonel Mike Hoare, the South African mercenary, and the rebels already had an established supply line linking them to Soviet and Chinese stockpiles in Tanzania, Egypt, and Algeria. If he and the Cuban volunteers intervened with newly trained Congolese units before the enemy detected it, the rebels could roll up a few victories before Tshombe's American and Belgian supporters responded. The success of the mission depended in the first place on getting Comandante Che Guevara out of Cuba and into the heart of Africa. To complete this important mission, Cuban intelligence cooperated with Soviet, Eastern European, Egyptian, and Tanzanian intelligence and military officers. The mysterious disappearance of Che Guevara in Havana, followed by rumors of serious disputes at the highest levels of the Cuban government, provided a perfect cover for Guevara's departure. He was last seen in public at a funeral on March 30, 1965. After leaving the cemetery, Che went incognito. He shaved his entire head and beard, put on a pair of black-framed eyeglasses, and inserted a prosthesis in his mouth. To test his new disguise, Che made his first appearance at the secret training camp in Pinar del Rio province, accompanied by Ousmane Cienfuegos. Victor Drake, the commander of the camp, who had fought with Che in the Escambray, could not identify the man introduced to him as Ramon. Che Guevara had disappeared. 15 Ramon Benitez, aka Escobedo Guevara, entered Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, on April 1, 1965. On May 6, a CIA informant passed on several rumors about Che Guevara's location. He was either under house arrest in Havana, imprisoned at La Cabana, seeking asylum in the Mexican embassy, or a Soviet prisoner in Algiers. 2 weeks later, the CIA received another report that Che had gone to Moscow to receive treatment for throat cancer. In late May, one rumor had Che returning to the front lines, not in Africa, but in the Dominican Republic, where he had secretly attempted to lead the rebellion that the American Marines crushed in April 1, 1965. Rumors of Che's imprisonment in Cuba continued to intrigue the CIA throughout the summer and fall of 1965, with the agency also considering reports of Che's appearance in Colombia, the Dominican Republic, Guatemala, and Peru. In December 1, 1965, after Che had withdrawn the Cuban contingent from the Congo, a CIA informant reported with certainty that Che was in Guatemala. 16 Che Guevara got into and out of the Congo without being detected by the CIA. Lawrence Devlin, the CIA station chief in the Congo, claims that he reported Guevara's presence in the country in October 1, 1965, but his superiors never believed him. 17 In fact, the CIA lost the trail of Che Guevara for 2 years. The agency did not locate him until the summer of 1967, months after the Bolivian army first engaged Che's guerrilla band in southeastern Bolivia. Cuban intelligence undoubtedly planted rumors to throw the CIA off Guevara's track. With American agents sniffing around Havana for evidence of Che's imprisonment or execution, Che left Havana at dawn on April 1, 1965. According to the few details released in the official Cuban history, Che and 2 comrades boarded a Cubana flight at José Martí International Airport, the last passengers to board the plane. They sat in one row, Victor Drake in the window seat, Che in the middle, and José María Martínez Tamayo guarding the aisle. Che wore a hat and glasses, a winter overcoat draped over his arm. His disguise worked so well that Luis Gómez Wage-Mert, a journalist who had interviewed Che several times and now sat in the aisle across from him, did not even recognize him. 18 The journey from Cuba to Dar es Salaam took Che, on many stopovers, through Newfoundland, Prague, Milan, Cairo, and Nairobi. Cuban agents met them at every stop and facilitated their passage through customs and immigration, though they did not even know the identity of the travelers. The fact that the group landed in Prague and stayed 2 days in a house outside the city suggests that the Cubans received help from Eastern European and possibly Soviet officials. The Soviets, in fact, never objected to Che's mission to the Congo. Shortly after Che left Cuba, Fidel informed Soviet ambassador Alexander Alexeyev that Che had departed Cuba to lead a revolutionary movement in Africa. Alexeyev discreetly relayed this information to Soviet Premier Leonid Brezhnev, who showed little interest in Che's mission to Africa. 19 All evidence, especially the deliveries of Soviet arms to the rebels via third countries, indicates that the Soviet Union, despite its public opposition to Cuba's adventures in the Third World, provided some support to Che's Congolese campaign. Che kept a low profile throughout the long journey, spending most of his time reading and writing while on the plane and in his various rooms. The Cuban intelligence officer who picked Che up at Cairo thought that he was a weird agricultural technician. In Dar es Salaam, Ambassador Pablo Ribalta greeted Che and his escorts at the airport on April 1 and took them directly to a hotel. Even he did not recognize Che, his former commander. Che Guevara's disguise and the covert journey from Cuba to Africa had worked perfectly. 20 Cuban intelligence also worked considerable magic in getting a full company of black Cuban soldiers, armaments, and supplies to Africa. In the wake of Che, though following other routes, came an additional 8 officers, 19 sergeants, 11 corporals, and 72 privates. Che would eventually command a Cuban column of 112 men divided into 3 infantry platoons and 1 artillery unit. They arrived in small groups over the following 2 months, some of them going through Moscow, Algeria, and Egypt, on their way to Dar es Salaam. 21 The terms governing the command and deployment of these Cuban troops, however, remained ambiguous. Although Presidents Nyerere of Tanzania and Nasser of Egypt had accepted Cuba's proposal to provide military aid to the Congolese rebels, neither they nor the rebels had agreed to accept a Cuban combat force commanded by Che Guevara. They had only agreed to accept Cuban military instructors. When Che arrived, however, he intended to lead a combat unit into battle. He did not solicit the approval of Laurent Kabila, Nyerere, or Bella for this substantial change in the Cuban military mission. Che went to the Congo as an uninvited guest and unauthorized to command troops in battle, but expecting the African rebels to follow him into battle. As Che explained it, I figured that it would be difficult for them to refuse his presence. I was blackmailing them with my presence. 22 The Congolese rebels never approved the presence of Che, and they never approved any Cuban combat mission. The Congolese asked for and approved 30 Cuban military instructors. There is no evidence that the rebel command authorized these instructors to engage in combat. In his meetings with Kabila, military commander of the region, and with Gaston Soumaliat, Minister of Defense of the rebel government, Che had only proposed to train Congolese and African rebels in the eastern Congo, and some of the Africans expressed opposition to that idea. He did not propose that a Cuban column would join the fight against the Tshombe government. 23. Che did not see any difference between training and fighting, convinced that soldiers learned how to fight by fighting. The Congolese may have understood training to be much like what they had experienced in China and the Soviet Union, where they studied and practiced in non-combat situations. But when Che offered instructors, he expected them to fight on the front lines. Revolutionary soldiers can't be created in a military academy, Che argued. Someone can get a degree from a military academy, but their real graduation, like that of any other professional, comes in the exercise of their profession, through their reaction to enemy fire, suffering, defeat, continuous attacks and adverse situations. 24 The lack of agreement on 2 fundamental issues, Che's command authority and the combat duties of the Cuban column, limited the impact that Guevara's column would have on the Congolese rebellion. He did not even have the authority to order his own troops into battle, let alone the disparate Congolese rebel factions. He had arrived on his own initiative. Without a clearly defined mission and authority, Che would languish in the mountains for the following 9 months, frustrated by Congolese leaders who refused to submit to his blackmail. The Congolese did not have to accept him, and they certainly did not have to submit to his command. The only troops Che commanded in the Congo were Cubans. If he ordered them into battle without Congolese approval, he would convert a civil war into a war between Cuba and the Congo. At any rate, Castro had not authorized Che to do that, either, though his men would clearly fight if ordered. Che informed his men that they had come to liberate the Congo from imperialism, in a struggle that could last as long as 5 years. So before he sent his men into the country, he presumptuously assigned his men war names corresponding to numbers in Swahili. Drake became Moha, 1, Martinez Tamayo became Billy, 2, and Che became Tatu, 3. 25 After a few days in Dar es Salaam gathering supplies, Che and 13 Cuban volunteers left for the Congo in a Land Rover, 3 Mercedes-Benz and 2 Jeeps. The backpacks and arms went in the truck. The men strapped a small launch to a trailer and covered it with a tarp. Everybody, including Che, took turns driving over 1,000 miles of dirt roads through towns and hamlets from Dar es Salaam to Kigoma, a city of about 70,000 people on the eastern shore of Lake Tanganyika. The Cuban team arrived in Kigoma on the evening of April 22, 1965. 26 Kigoma, the staging area for shipments of Soviet and Chinese arms, lacked the port facilities required to receive and store military supplies safely. Che noted boxes of Soviet and Chinese equipment strewn about the waterfront, exposed to the elements. The poorly organized port facilities matched the undisciplined character of the Congolese troops. Che noted with disgust how many rebel officers and soldiers frequented Kigoma's brothels and bars. Che never would have granted his soldiers weekend passes to a den of such iniquity, as did the Congolese leaders. The revolutionary leadership of the Congo never sufficiently assessed the nefarious influence of Kigoma with its brothels, its liquor, and, above all, the certain refuge it offered, Che concluded later. 27 Unlike the rebel combatants in Kigoma, Che wanted to get across the lake and to the front as soon as possible. The journey across the lake would expose the rebels to enemy fire. To intercept arms shipments across the lake, the Chombe government had acquired 2 180-ton, armor-plated landing crafts, equipped with machine guns and small cannons. The ships were slow but more than a match for the fishing boats that smuggled supplies and combatants across the lake. Just before midnight on April 23, the 14 Cubans boarded 2 launches with outboard motors. They were dressed in combat uniforms with olive green berets and carried FAL automatic rifles, prepared to engage the enemy if necessary. During the 6-hour journey, they spotted the lights of what could have been enemy vessels, but they arrived undetected at Kibumba on April 24. Che Guevara had arrived in Congolese rebel territory. 28 The following day the Congolese rebel leader, Antoine Gaddafi Chimlasso, introduced Moha, Billy, and Tatu to several military leaders of the Eastern Front. Chimlasso, not knowing the true identity of the Cubans, introduced Che as a doctor and a French translator. He then asked the Congolese leaders to include Moha, the alleged leader of the Cuban contingent, in all future general staff meetings. Che noted that this proposal did not please the Congolese officers. 29. After the meeting, Che pulled Chimlasso aside and revealed his true identity. He could not remain in disguise any longer if he expected to exert influence over military affairs. Chimlasso was floored, according to Che. Convinced that Che's presence in the Congo would cause an international scandal, he urged Che to conceal his identity. Che told him to go back to Dar es Salaam and tell Kabila that he was in the Congo. Chimlasso left that night. 30 While he waited for Kabila's response, Che made a formal military proposal to the General Staff of the Northern Front, based at a camp overlooking Kibumba and the lake. He proposed to initiate a 5-week training program for companies of 100 men, divided into groups of 20. The Cubans would teach them the rudiments of infantry fighting, armaments, field engineering, communications, and reconnaissance. Upon completion of their training, Martinez Tamayo would lead a company into combat. While that company served at the front, another one would continue training. When the first company returned, the second one would depart for the front. In this way, Che hoped to train and fight simultaneously, weeding out the worst soldiers and identifying officers at the same time. The Congolese staff asked Tatu, whom they knew only as a doctor, to put the proposal in writing, which Che promptly did. 31 Che waited for a response from Kabila for the following 6 weeks. While many of the Congolese leaders debased themselves with alcohol and prostitutes in Kigoma, idleness consumed Che. One day he would climb up to a rebel mountain base at Loliaburg, and the following day he would climb back down for a visit to Kigoma. He went up and down the hill so often that one of his Congolese comrades asked himself, "What's up with this shit-eating white man, are there no hills in his country?" 32 The news that Che Guevara and 120 Cubans had arrived in the eastern Congo frightened Laurent Kabila. He had been expecting 30 Cuban instructors. A group of 120 Cuban veterans represented a combat force powerful enough to overrun Tchambe's mercenaries. Kabila, however, refused to exploit his unexpected military advantage. Instead of going immediately to the front to unleash an offensive with his augmented force, he remained in Dar es Salaam and sent Leonard Mitudadai to serve as his military liaison with Che. According to Chimlaso, Kabila lacked the training and temperament required of a guerrilla commander. 33 He would send word that he would arrive at the front shortly, and then he would not show up. This went on, day after day, for weeks. With such leaders as Kabila, Che was not surprised to find that his soldiers lacked discipline, training, and the fighting spirit required of a guerrilla. They had plenty of Soviet and Chinese arms and ammunition, they just did not know how to use them or have the expertise of their Cuban allies. Mitudadai arrived at the front with a group of 18 Cuban combatants on May 8, 1965. He authorized Che's request to establish a separate base camp near Loliaburg area, nearly 5,000 feet above sea level and 2 miles from Kibumba. About 2 weeks later, Mitudadai issued his first formal military order to Che. He commanded him and the Cubans to attack Albertville, held by a large, well-supplied contingent of regular Congo army soldiers and foreign mercenaries. Che denounced the order as absurd. The rebels had not made any of the necessary preparations, they did not know the terrain, strength, or location of the enemy forces, and Che had only 30 combat veterans to throw into the battle, and 10 of them were sick. He met Mitudadai on May 23 and talked him out of what could have been a suicidal assault. Instead, he sent out scouting parties to determine the strength and location of all forces in the area including his allies. 34 Che spent most of his first 2 months in the Congo reading, learning Swahili, teaching, playing chess, and fighting boredom. The Congolese rebels, well supplied and situated in fortified positions on high ground, did not seem too interested in fighting. The rebels had simply set up a camp and relaxed, evidently trusting that the enemy would not attack them if they did not attack first. Che described them as a parasitic army, living off the supplies provided by local peasants, while making no preparations to engage the enemy. 35 Che had come to the Congo to fight imperialism, but only 2 months into the campaign he concluded that the Congolese would not fight. Barring significant changes in leadership, strategy, and tactics, Che predicted, the insurrection was irreversibly condemned to failure. Prospects for the movement diminished considerably in Che's eyes on June 7, when the one leader he trusted, Mitudadai, drowned while crossing Lake Tanganyika. In this stupid accident, Che lost a 30-year-old man who had just begun to impose order out of the terrible chaos that had prevailed at the Kibumba rebel base. 36 On June 17 Kabila finally ordered Che to attack the enemy. He commanded Che to attack Front de Force, or Fort Bendera, the strongest garrison in the southeastern region, defended as it was by 300 Congolese soldiers and 100 mercenaries. Che strongly objected to the order, considering it as absurd as Mitudidi's plan to attack Albertville. He detailed his concerns and issued strategic recommendations in an extensive report to Kabila. Che believed that the rebels, driven out of their bases in the northeastern region, needed to reorganize and prepare to meet a concentrated effort by the American imperialists to crush them during this period of relative weakness. He expected the imperialists to hit them hard, first by neutralizing the lake and cutting off their supply lines. They had to organize quickly and select their targets carefully. Che explained to Kabila, the time factor is of key importance for consolidating and developing the revolution, which cannot be done except by hitting the enemy hard. Passivity is the beginning of defeat. 9-2. Instead of attacking front de force, Che urged Kabila to concentrate on training and organizing the rebel army into a force capable of striking the enemy hard. They had no experience in conducting large-scale operations that required the coordination and mobilization of units at the battalion level. There was no central military command with real power over all the fronts, to bring what in military terms is called the unity of doctrine. In the absence of unified military command, local chiefs exercised excessive tactical and strategic independence, making it impossible for the commanders to coordinate large troop movements. The rebels had plenty of combatants and armaments, but they lacked discipline and training. All this results in an inability to carry out major tactical actions and, therefore, strategic paralysis. 9-2. Che then proposed measures to correct the weaknesses of the rebel forces. He recommended that the rebels fight in mixed units commanded at first by Cubans. In a series of well-defined, selected tactical actions, the Cubans would train the Congolese soldiers and gradually extend their radius of action. At the same time, the Cubans would establish a central training base, organize and train a true general staff, and complete other complementary work such as establishing a healthcare system. If Kabila accepted this proposal, he would effectively cede strategy and command to Che, agreeing to replace his traditional military strategy with guerrilla warfare under Che's command. Che asked for Cuban command of the rebel units because we would guarantee direction of the fighting in line with our concept of guerrilla warfare. 9-2-9-3. The Congolese leaders held tightly to a concept of conventional warfare. They could not see beyond Albertville, the base of enemy operations, and hence, their primary target. They wanted to attack Albertville as soon as possible with all their forces. Che shared the objective of taking Albertville, but he argued that it had to be done through a slow and tenacious process. He advocated attacking its lines of communications and supply through ambushes and sabotage. The rebels would demoralize the enemy systematically, attacking only when conditions favored them, selecting poorly defended enemy outposts first and rolling up a series of small victories. By gradually tightening a noose around Albertville, the rebels would force the enemy to abandon the town rather than drive them out of it in a costly and bloody siege. 9-4. To Che's great dismay, Kabila insisted on the attack at front de force and ordered Cuban troops into battle under the command of a rebel known as Mudandi, a Rwandan Tutsi who had been trained in China. Che opposed the attack, but he yielded to Kabila. At least 450 men, possibly as many as 700, defended front de force, which was built around a hydroelectric power plant on the Kimbai River. Che did not know the exact strength of the garrison. When he saw it a month later, he described it as a veritable bastion. 132. At the time, the rebels had not even reconnoitered the area, which alone demonstrated Kabila's inexperience. Yet Che submitted to Kabila's orders because his men wanted action. Che longed for battle too, but Kabila refused to let him risk his life at the front. Thus, when 44 Cuban troops first marched off into battle on June 20, accompanied by 160 Congolese and Rwandan Tutsis, Che was not with them. 37 at 5:00 am on June 2, 196-5, the rebels attacked in 4 groups, opening up with cannons, mortars, machine guns, and anti-aircraft weapons. The enemy responded in kind, and the two sides exchanged heavy weapons fire for the following 2 hours. In most of the units, the African soldiers fled when the firing became heated, leaving weapons and wounded and dead comrades behind them. The Cubans held their ground and performed honorably, making the best out of a bad situation before they called off the ill-advised attack. The results were nevertheless disastrous, much as Che had anticipated. 4 Cubans and 14 Rwandans lay dead on the field. 38 in the knapsack of one of the fallen Cubans. The South African mercenaries found a diary and a Cuban passport, which detailed the itinerary from Havana to Africa. Colonel Mike Hoare had suspected that the unusually audacious attack had to reflect the presence of foreign military personnel. The discovery of the diary and passport erased all doubts. The South African passed on this valuable information to his American advisors. On July 6, the U.S. Embassy in Leopoldville first disclosed the presence of Cuban troops to Washington. Soon, newspapers in Dar es Salaam published reports of the Cuban presence. The attack on Front de Force had been doubly disastrous, it produced no positive results, and it blew the cover off the Cuban mission. 39 The debacle at Front de Force further demoralized the Cubans under Che's command. Each of our combatants, Che wrote in his diary, had the sad experience of seeing how the troops that went to the attack dissolved in the moment of fight. They had also observed the lack of comradeship among them, leaving the wounded to their fate. 40 Many of the Cubans, seeing no reason to fight a war that the Congolese themselves refused to wage, discussed returning home. If the Cubans remained, they would have to intensify their training efforts. The Congolese attributed their defeat, not to their inexperience, but to the mysterious dawa that was not with them on that day. The Congolese believed that dawa, which means medicine in Swahili, protected them against the bullets of their enemies. The Cubans tried to convince them that no magical spirit could possibly protect them from enemy fire, but the Congolese believed that the Cubans had a very powerful dawa that they had brought with them from Cuba. The fact that 4 Cubans had died in combat did not persuade them that dawa did not exist, it only suggested that the dawa did not protect them on that day. 41 A week after ordering his men into a battle they should not have fought, Kabila made his long-expected and oft-announced trip to the front on July 7. Che now had an opportunity to press for the necessary changes in leadership, strategy, and tactics, all of which hinged on his principal request, to take personal command of training and fighting at the front. Kabila responded cordially that a world-renowned revolutionary such as Che could not risk his life on the front line. Che insisted that he knew how to take care of himself and that he did not seek glory on the battlefield. Perhaps Kabila recognized behind Che's request a bid to take command, not of the combatants, but of the rebel strategy. If he authorized Che to take command of units at the front, he would give Che the opportunity to select the targets and the tactics, responsibilities that Kabila then held in his hands. Naturally, Kabila refused to do so. 42 Che had better luck with Ildefonse Masengo, who had replaced Mitudadai as head of the Eastern Front. Masengo accepted Che's proposals and allowed him to form mixed teams of Congolese, Cuban, and Rwandan combatants to set small-scale ambushes. Che ordered Martinez Tomeo to set an ambush on July 17, in territory that Cuban scouts had inspected carefully. A team of 50 men attacked one truck containing 5 soldiers, only one of them armed. The rebels killed the 5 enemy soldiers and captured their vehicle. The behavior of the rebels during and after the skirmish, however, diminished the value of this first victory. Many of the Rwandan soldiers had fled when the shooting began, only to return to take possession of several cases of beer and whiskey in the truck. Then, on the way back to camp, one of the Rwandans killed an innocent peasant. With such victories, Che predicted, it would take at least 5 years for the revolutionary movement to triumph, unless something changed in how the war was directed, an ever more distant possibility. 43 One can presume that Che privately wished for a change in leadership and military strategy. The leaders of these rebel forces, namely Sumalyat and Kabila, had little or no military training. They ordered undisciplined troops to attack well-defended positions, violating the principal tenet of guerrilla warfare that no battle or skirmish is to be fought unless it can be won. But they were neither guerrillas nor revolutionaries. They emphasized the political struggle over the military campaign, which explains why they spent most of their time at conferences in Cairo or diplomatic sessions in Dar es Salaam. They seemed, in fact, to spend more of their time fighting each other than battling the enemy, Che admitted in an open letter to his men. Despite the many Congolese shortcomings, Che pleaded with his men to honor their revolutionary commitments. They would have to lead by example. 44 The most effective boost to Cuban morale, and a possible turning point in the rebellion came in mid-August, when Che decided to take command in the field without Kabila's consent. He could no longer subordinate himself, his troops, or his mission to Kabila. He never confronted or challenged Kabila directly, but he told Pablo Ribalta that he did not have any confidence in Kabila. Che had also concluded that unfortunately, all the others who were there, the political leaders in DAR, were worse, not even being intelligent. Following the old military maxim that a general cannot lead from the rear, Che arrived at Front de Force on August 18, determined to inspect the troops and terrain, take stock of the rebel army's arms, supplies, and morale, and initiate military action. 45 He did not want his Cuban soldiers to fight as an independent unit, but the idleness of the Congolese had forced his hand. The appearance of Che, who was wearing his customary olive-green uniform and black beret and carrying his Soviet pistol and M1, produced a visible surge of confidence in the Cuban troops. I couldn't get Kabila to come, Che told his men. If he wants me to return to the base, he will have to come here. 46 Che was now the de facto commander of an independent mixed column of about 40 Congolese, 10 Rwandans, and 30 Cubans, and it was the most effective combat unit in the entire rebel army. On the Eastern Front, which encompassed the towns of Uvira, Fizi, Baraka, Lulimbakabambare, and Kasongo, the rebels had more than 2,000 rifles and several cannons, plus mortars, bazookas, and anti-aircraft guns. 47 Kabila certainly did not know how to deploy these weapons in a coordinated campaign, so Che decided to do it. In early September, he carefully prepared an ambush. He divided his column into 3 groups and placed one of them at the center and the others at the left and right flanks of the road. The rebels planted a mine in the road and assigned a small unit to destroy a plank bridge after the enemy crossed it, cutting off the retreat and preventing reinforcements from coming up. It was a simple tactic, used often in the Sierra Maestra, but more organized and professional than the rebels' previous tactics. When the enemy convoy fell into the ambush on September 11, it essentially represented an act of war perpetrated by the government of Cuba against the Congo. Since Che, not Kabila, had ordered it. As noted earlier, the execution of the ambush disappointed Che, but he had finally fired his first shot of the Congolese Revolution. When Drake, the bodyguard assigned by Fidel to protect Che, attempted to remove Che from the front, Che responded brusquely, "I am the chief." 48 Some of Che's African comrades, however, had serious reservations about accepting the command of a foreign white man. They wondered why a white man would come from so far away to help African rebels. The leaders, for reasons of pride or racism, also had trouble accepting Che's military advice. In the days since he had decided to fight, with or without approval, he had devised a strategic plan to concentrate the rebel forces for an elastic encirclement of Lulimbakabambare. With 53 men defending it, he expected support from other units, but no other rebel leader would join him in the attack. Frustrated by the passivity of the Congolese rebels, Che effectively abandoned his alliance with Kabila and the local rebel leaders by the end of September. From that time on, Che concentrated his efforts on the creation of a perfectly armed, well-equipped, independent column that can be both a shock force and a model. If this is achieved, Che predicted, it will have changed the panorama considerably. Until this is done, it will be impossible to organize a revolutionary army, for the low quality of the chiefs prevents it. 49 He might have selected the right country to launch his tricontinental campaign, but he had allied with the wrong leaders. Laurent Kabila, an avowed Marxist with ties to the Soviet Union and China, never demonstrated the fortitude or aggressiveness that Che expected of a military leader. Smolyot, the nominal president of the CNL, was no better, yet Fidel Castro faded him in Havana in early September without Che's knowledge. Che only learned of the trip after Smolyot returned to Africa. He had warned Pablo Rebalta not to give any money to Smolyot without his approval, but that warning reached Havana too late. Smolyot somehow convinced Fidel that his rebel armies had already made significant progress. On a series of trips to other African countries, he had asked for more military support for launching a new offensive in the eastern Congo, with more heavy weapons and torpedo boats for a naval campaign on the lake. From Fidel he asked for only 50 doctors, to which Fidel acceded. 50. To correct the distortions presented by Smolyot, Che drafted a long, characteristically blunt report to Fidel on October 5, 1965. Smolyot and his comrades have sold you a huge streetcar. It would be tiresome to list the large number of lies they have told, he began. The reality is, Che explained, that there were only two zones where there was actually an organized revolutionary movement, his own and near the Kasai River in the western Congo, where Pierre Muley the Great Unknown directed an independent rebellion. Other bands survived in the forest, lacking leadership and fighting spirit. As an example of the miserable state of affairs, Che mentioned the recent loss of Baraka, an important lakefront town defended by 1,000 rebels. Facing the opening move in Colonel Hoare's offensive, the rebels surrendered this strategic town without firing a shot. Che had 200 reliable combatants, but he warned Fidel that they alone could not liberate a country that doesn't want to fight. Sending any more men to the Congo would be harmful unless we decide, once and for all, to fight on our own. In that case, I will need a division, and we will have to see how many the enemy will throw against us. 51 Che's enemy, now alerted to and concerned about the presence of the Cuban contingent, had initiated an offensive campaign designed to eliminate the rebels from the Fiza pocket. Colonel Hoare had wanted to launch an offensive the previous May, but Chambay's financial problems left his mercenaries unpaid and unhappy. Colonel Hoare knew the exact location of all the rebel camps. Their coordinates were given in a telegram from Ambassador Godley, but he lacked the men and materiel to launch offensive operations. After the discovery of communist volunteers, however, Chambay's American and Belgian supporters initiated military and diplomatic actions to crush the rebellion. Military advisors arrived in Albertville to inspect the area and develop a strategic plan. By taking Baraka and launching a fleet of jerry-rigged gunboats on Lake Tanganyika, Che's enemy obviously intended to sever his lines of communication and supply to Dar es Salaam. To complete this task, Ambassador Godley urged the State Department to apply diplomatic pressure on President Nyerere of Tanzania. Godley believed that Nyerere would terminate aid to the rebels if the Americans, the British, and other African leaders demanded it. 52. The enemy's military and diplomatic offensive produced quick results. In early October, Hoare's motorized division, supported by Cuban-American pilots flying T-28S and B-26S provided by the United States, attacked the rebel base at Fiza. Hoare received transportation, communications, and field maintenance support from U.S. Army units stationed just outside the combat zone. While Colonel Hoare subsequently reported that his column met surprisingly stiff resistance from the Cuban veterans defending Fiza, Che's diary indicates that Fiza fell without much of a fight. The rebel commander of Fiza blamed everybody but himself for not resisting the attackers. Thus, Oscar Fernandez Mel reported on October 10 that the soldiers are advancing on Fiza, and there's nothing to stop or even delay them. 53. Che could not mount a viable defense. With Fiza and Baraka in enemy hands, he recognized that the mercenaries controlled the western shore of Lake Tanganyika, making it nearly impossible for him to receive supplies or reinforcements. Even a retreat across the lake began to look more precarious. The Congolese soldiers began to talk of retreating before it was too late. Che's bodyguard began to fear for the life of his commander, but Che was determined to fight on, despite the risks. 54 On October 13, President Kasavubu dismissed controversial Prime Minister Chombe, offering the opening gambit in a bid to end hostilities. The dismissal, coming after months of political struggle between the two men, opened the door for a political settlement. Chombe's appointment had compelled many African leaders to support the rebellion, for they held him responsible for the assassination of the venerated Lumumba. With Chombe out, African support for the rebel movement quickly softened. When Kasavubu arrived in Ghana for the meeting of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, on October 1, he received a warm welcome. More important, he promised to send all foreign mercenaries home and to establish friendly relations with the governments of other African countries, including the leftist regime of Congo-Brazzaville. Kasavubu's proposal formed the foundation for a political settlement. The OAU passed a resolution calling for the withdrawal of all foreign forces from the Congo, including Hor's mercenaries and the Cuban volunteers, leaving the Congolese to negotiate a settlement without any foreign involvement. 55. With this rapid turn of events, Congolese volunteers began to desert, and as they left, Cuban morale dissipated. Che convened a meeting of all Communist Party members to decide on a course of action. The Cuban volunteers expressed serious doubts about the prospects for victory under the current leadership. Che asked how many people still believed that the revolutionary movement had a chance to succeed. Only 6 people raised their hands. They had not voted to leave the Congo, but their will to fight had suffered an irreversible decline. Some of Che's loyal men would follow him to the bitter end if necessary, but he refused to sacrifice them for a losing cause. 56 He could only hope for a withdrawal with Cuban honor intact. On October 24, the sound of artillery and gunfire signaled the advance of enemy soldiers on the Cuban camp. Che intended to hold his ground. His Congolese volunteers fled as the enemy approached. Just as he was about to organize his defenses, he learned that a large number of enemy soldiers were about to surround them. If he ordered his men to dig in and fight, he might lose his entire column. If they retreated, he would probably lose a large part of his supplies and equipment. Che wanted to put up a stiff resistance until nightfall and then retreat under cover of darkness with as much materiel as his men could carry. When he learned that the enemy had overrun his outer line of defense, he had no choice but to retreat. The enemy had penetrated so far that Drake, Che's bodyguard, felt certain that Che would have been killed or captured if Che had waited any longer to retreat. 57 With Colonel Hor hot on Che's heels and the Congolese rebels running away, the other African states withdrew their support for the insurrection. Ahmed Ben Bella, overthrown in June 1, 1965, could no longer muster African support for Che and the rebellion. At the end of October, President Nyerere asked Ambassador Ribalta, in accordance with the OAU resolution, to withdraw the Cuban forces from the Congo. This was the coup de grace for a dying revolution, Che wrote. 58 Only Che wanted to continue the fight. Even Fidel wanted to pull Che out of the Congo before he lost him. On November 4, Che received a letter from Fidel, urging him to withdraw. If he decided to stay, disregarding the OAU resolution, Castro promised to send all the men and material resources Che required. Fidel nevertheless asked him to do everything except the absurd. If Che decided to leave, Castro promised him that he could return to Cuba and resume his duties in the party and the government. He would support whatever decision Che made. 59 As Che responded to Fidel on November 4, Colonel Hor pressed his troops closer to Che's camp. The Cubans had re-established a solid line of defense, and Che, convinced that his men could resist the advancing troops, preferred to fight and die where he stood rather than allow his forces to flee in disgrace. He refused to withdraw unless and until the Congolese explicitly asked him to do so. 60 Now General Joseph Desire Mobutu, recognizing an opportunity to crush the Cuban volunteers before the OAU resolution took effect, gave Colonel Hoare time to complete his offensive operations. As a result, Che's life and the survival of the Cuban column remained in danger. If Che did not act quickly, Hoare's forces would block his exit and strike directly against his camp. Many of the Cubans, recognizing the imminent danger, talked openly about retreating, and Che was inclined to let them go. He considered the possibility of selecting a group of highly motivated combatants to maintain a nucleus of guerrilla resistance indefinitely. On the evening of November 17, however, the Cubans suffered another military setback when enemy forces overran their outer line of defense. The following day, Che learned that the Congolese leaders had approved an immediate ceasefire. Che asked for confirmation in writing, but with the enemy pressing his lines, he could no longer delay the inevitable. He ordered a withdrawal. His men no longer wanted to fight for a country that did not want to be liberated. 61 The evacuation began at dawn on November 1, with the burning of the house that had served as Guevara's residence for 7 months. He did not want any documents to fall into enemy hands. Even after that, he still thought about reorganizing a guerrilla band with his best combatants. He thought that at least 20 men would have followed him, enough to constitute a FOCO. As about 200 men prepared to load up in several launches for the dangerous lake crossing on the night of November 20, Che was still thinking about staying behind. It would not have been a difficult sacrifice for him to make, but he could not bring himself to ask others to do the same. 62. Around 2 o'clock on the morning of November 21, 3 launches evacuated the Cubans from the Congo. As the boats moved quietly across the lake, Che contemplated an uncertain future. He did not know where to go. In his farewell letter to Fidel, he had resigned all his positions and renounced his Cuban citizenship. 63 Despite Fidel's invitation to return to Cuba, Che still felt compelled to fight on the front lines. Che saw nothing attractive in returning to the Cuban bureaucracy. He wanted to fight. Once again, the only question was where. As the boats approached the Tanzanian shore, Che bid farewell. The decision of the Congolese to suspend the struggle has obliged us to withdraw, he explained. He asked them to honor the memory of their fallen comrades. If Fidel asked any of them to go on an international mission again, he hoped that they would accept their duty without hesitation, despite their experience in the Congo. However, the time had come for them to separate. I won't land with you, for we must avoid any kind of provocation, Che told his men. 64 Che made it back safely to Dar es Salaam, took up residence on the top floor of the Cuban embassy, and began to write his account of the Congo campaign. He began, "This is a history of a failure." As usual, he severely criticized his own performance. He had been too complacent with the Congolese leaders and too hard on his own men. He thought that as a result of his farewell letter to Fidel, some of his men viewed him as a foreigner, just as they viewed the Congolese. My function was to be their real leader, leading them to the victory that would promote the development of an authentic people's army, Che wrote. Seen as a foreigner, he never assumed the authority that the revolutionary movement so desperately needed. If I had been a better soldier, I would have been able to have a greater influence, he concluded. 65 Despite the disastrous experience in the Congo, Che remained faithful to his strategy of guerrilla warfare. The failure of the Congolese rebellion reflected no faults in his strategic conceptions, because the rebels had never applied his strategy. In the few skirmishes in which Che's men applied guerrilla tactics, the men performed well enough to impress their adversaries. Had the Congolese leaders given Che the opportunity to train a guerrilla force and direct its operations, the outcome in the Congo could have been different. But the Congolese rebels and their African supporters, unwilling to give Che combat command, gave up before he had an opportunity to launch a true guerrilla campaign. The one great military disaster of the short-lived campaign occurred at Front de Force, where Kabila ordered an ill-advised conventional assault on a well-fortified position. The negative results of that action, combined with the incompetent leadership of Kabila and Somalia, confirmed Che's faith in guerrilla warfare and his ability to command it. If he failed in the Congo, he failed because he refused to take a command that the Congolese never offered to him. I have left with more faith than ever in guerrilla struggle, but we have failed. I bear a great responsibility. I won't forget the defeat or its most valuable teachings. 66 Yet the experience that weighed most heavily on Che was his decision not to fight to the death. I didn't demand the maximum sacrifice at the decisive moment. I was held back by something in my psyche. Perhaps it was neither the time nor the place to make the sacrifice, but he could have done it easily. I think I should have overcome that self-critical analysis and told a given number of combatants that we should make the final gesture and should have remained. 67 Nearly 2 years later, when faced with a choice between leaving and dying, Che chose the latter. Mario Monge arrived in Havana in December 1, 966, determined to persuade Fidel Castro not to launch a guerrilla campaign in Bolivia. He had learned that a group of Cuban combatants had already set up camp in southeastern Bolivia, although he, the leader of the Partido Comunista de Bolivia, PCB, Bolivian Communist Party, had not requested or approved Cuban military assistance. In a private meeting with Fidel, Monge insisted that only Bolivians could lead the armed struggle in Bolivia, and that only the PCB had the authority to initiate and direct a guerrilla campaign. Castro concurred, then asked Monge to meet Che Guevara at an unspecified location along the Bolivian border for further discussions. Monge accepted the invitation enthusiastically, understanding that Che would arrive from a country near Bolivia. Monge returned to La Paz on December 24, received secret instructions, and left for Camaray on December 2. 2 days later, Monge arrived at Nankawazu, a camp located on the river of the same name in southeastern Bolivia. Che pulled Monge aside and walked with him to a secluded location. He apologized immediately, confessing that he had deliberately deceived him, but he could not change his plan to fight in Bolivia, now that he had arrived. I am here, this is my liberated region, and I shall not leave it even if I am left with only those who came with me, Che declared. 1. Monge suddenly realized that the Cuban revolutionaries had decided to initiate guerrilla operations in his country, with or without PCB approval. As long as the guerrilla struggle takes place in Bolivia, I insist on having absolute leadership, Monge responded. That is a narrow and absurd view of proletarian internationalism, Che asserted firmly. The type of struggle we are calling for goes beyond the national framework. Che explained that Bolivia offered the best opportunities for a guerrilla campaign in South America. He intended to establish a new front with hardcore combatants from Cuba and elsewhere, hoping to spark a confrontation with the United States by developing a guerrilla front in the heart of South America. American intervention in Bolivia, Che asserted, would generate opposition from progressive and nationalistic forces, leading to the development of other guerrilla bands across the continent. The fight against imperialism in South America might last 10 or 15 years, but his sense of fate and duty compelled him to fight Yankee imperialism anywhere, to the death, if necessary. Although Che invited Monge to join the struggle as its titular head, he insisted on retaining overall command because Monge had no military experience. Monge, however, would not yield to anybody on Bolivian territory, even if Lenin came from the grave to command the guerrillas. I am here now, and the only way I will leave is dead. This is our territory, Che insisted. Monge was equally adamant. Leadership has to be real, and from the beginning it must be in my hands. Owing to my lack of experience, I will ask your advice and your suggestions until I have acquired the leadership capacity and can take charge of the guerrilla struggle. You can be my most important advisor. Here I am advisor to no one, Che stated calmly. Che's determination to maintain absolute political and military authority over the guerrilla band grew out of his negative experiences in the Congo. There, he had deferred to the Congolese leaders, with disastrous consequences. He came to Bolivia determined to control strategy and tactics and was unwilling to risk his revolutionary project to Monge or any other inexperienced leader. After Monge gained experience, Che might cede leadership to him and July 25, 1968, Communist Party leader discusses Che Guevara, Expreso, Lima, July 20 and 22, 1968, both in FBIS. 2. Peredu, My Campaign with Che, 33 9-41. In all accounts of the argument, there is accord that the fundamental disagreement between the two men was over the leadership of the movement. Move on to another front, but he intended to direct operations in the critical start-up phase of a guerrilla campaign. Che Guevara controlled all aspects of the Bolivian campaign, from start to finish. He conceived of the tricontinental strategy, chose southeastern Bolivia as the place to initiate it, selected his combatants, trained them, and led them into battle. If the revolutionary strategy contained fatal flaws, Che drafted it. If the combatants lacked training, Che trained them. If the urban support network failed him, Che organized it. Che, who insisted on wielding supreme command of the Bolivian Foco, bore the ultimate responsibility for the mission. After leaving the Congo, Che wanted to go directly to Argentina to revive the guerrilla movement in his native country. Fidel and other officials argued against the proposal, asserting that conditions in Argentina did not favor the establishment of a guerrilla band. Jorge Macetti's guerrilla Foco had been crushed, a civilian government possessed constitutional legitimacy, and the Argentine Communist Party, led by Victorio Codovilla, opposed Che's militant line. Fidel asked Che to return to Cuba and wait for covert operatives to establish clandestine urban networks, develop lines of communication and supply, build support among the labor unions and peasant organizations, scout the terrain, and recruit volunteers. Che, reluctant to return to Cuba after Fidel had already announced his resignation, preferred to wait in Tanzania. Eventually, through Oleta, Che's wife, Ramiro Valdez, and others, Fidel persuaded Che to fly to Prague and wait there. He left for Czechoslovakia sometime in February or March 1, 1966. 3. During the spring and summer of 1966, with Che in Prague, Cuban officials carefully surveyed the revolutionary situation throughout Latin America. In the wake of the First Tricontinental Conference, held in Havana in January 1, 1966, the Cuban government aggressively promoted guerrilla movements. The Cubans had been training Latin American guerrillas since 1959, but they could not claim victory in any country. To score a victory over American imperialism, the Cubans offered arms, training, and men, including Comandante Che Guevara, their best commander. Castro, eager to protect Guevara and Cuba's prestige, did not want to waste lives and efforts in a losing cause, so he ordered Pinero to select the most appropriate place from which his anxious Comandante could launch the Continental Revolution. 4. Most Latin American governments in 1966 ruled within a constitutional framework. Even Nicaragua, which had the closest thing to the Caribbean-style dictatorship that the Cubans had overthrown in 1959 and where the reform-minded Luis Somoza Debayle and his reactionary brother Anastasio ruled through the civilian administration of René Chic Gutierrez, maintained at least a fiction of representative democracy. The Guatemalan military also played the game of constitutional democracy, yielding power to the elected government of Julio César Méndez Montenegro in 1966. In Colombia, the liberal and conservative parties maintained power through the National Front Agreement, alternating the presidency every 4 years. Raúl Leone, democratically elected president of Venezuela, took a softer line on a growing crisis by offering amnesty and a negotiated peace to the guerrilla bands supported by Cuba. In Peru, President Fernando Belaúnde de Terry also came to power through an election, in 1996-3, replacing a military junta. The Brazilian military regime and the Paraguayan dictatorship of General Alfredo Stroessner did not hide behind democratic masks either, but no guerrilla bands operated in either country. 5. Bolivia, however, had entered a political crisis in November 1, 1964, when General René Barrientos Ortuño came to power by a military coup, effectively ending 12 years of revolutionary changes under the Movimiento Nacional Revolucionario, MNR, National Revolutionary Movement. Although Barrientos initially promised to continue the revolution, in May 1, 1965 he launched an assault on the militant miners' unions, the heart and soul of the Bolivian Revolution since 1952. The army invaded the mining camps and overran the militias, then Barrientos exiled or jailed the union leaders, liquidated the unions, and forced the rank-and-file members underground. He retained high levels of support among the peasantry, however, and he reclaimed some constitutional legitimacy through an election in July 1, 1966. 6. Without a Batista-style dictatorship anywhere, the Cubans had no easy target. In any country, they would test Guevara's proposition that guerrilla warfare would unmask the reactionary nature of nominally democratic regimes. The guerrilla movements in Colombia and Venezuela had failed to do so in their first few years, but they had gained considerable strength by 1966. According to one U.S. estimate, 800 guerrillas operated in Colombia and another 400 in Venezuela. Guatemala, with only 300 estimated combatants, occupied third place in the list of active guerrilla movements. 7. The Peruvian guerrilla Foco suffered a devastating setback in early 1966, when its leader, Luis de la Puente, fell in combat. Moreover, the Peruvian Communist Party opposed this and other Cuban-sponsored Focos. 8. Through a process of elimination, 4 countries appeared on Che's list of targets: Guatemala, Venezuela, Colombia, and Bolivia. The movements in the first 3 countries, though strong in combatants, suffered from internal and international political disputes. Some objected to Cuban interference in their affairs, holding that only they could determine when and how to promote the armed struggle in their country. With each movement divided into quarreling factions, whether Soviet, Trotskyite, Fidelista, or Maoist, none of the guerrilla movements possessed the organizational strength and direction that would have made it an obvious choice to receive the command of Che Guevara. There is no evidence that the Guatemalan or Colombian guerrillas would have submitted to Guevara's command, even though they had lost important leaders during counterinsurgency campaigns in February and March 1, 1966. In Venezuela, the Communist Party had already opted for the legal struggle, which they did partly in response to the government's offer of amnesty and a negotiated political solution. 9. Bolivia, a landlocked country in the heart of the continent, offered the brightest prospects for launching Che's revolutionary campaign. The Cubans had been training Bolivian cadres on the island for several years. By the time Mario Monge attended the Tricontinental Conference in Havana in 1966, the Cubans had already decided to activate the Bolivian guerrillas. During the conference, Castro and Pinero exerted intense pressure on Monge to begin a guerrilla campaign with the combatants they had trained. Monge reluctantly agreed to enroll himself in a guerrilla training program, but he vigorously contested Fidel's and Pinero's suggestion that conditions favored the armed struggle. The Bolivian communists, in fact, had divided into pro-Soviet and pro-Chinese factions. Oscar Zamora, leader of the Maoist wing, had met with Che in April 1, 1965 and attended the Tricontinental Conference as the head of a delegation contesting Monge's authority and policy. The Cubans treated Monge as the official representative of Bolivia, but they had indicated in no uncertain terms that they would endorse another man if Monge did not fall in line with their revolutionary strategy. 10. Che sent José María Martínez Tamayo from Prague to Bolivia in March 1, 1966 to survey conditions in Bolivia. Cuba's Liberation Department, under Che's direction, had been laying the groundwork for a Bolivian campaign for several years. Che had also discussed the possibility of a guerrilla movement with Roberto and Guido Peredu, 2 Bolivian communists who had visited Cuba in 1962 and again in 1965. 11. In March 1, 1964, Che had sent Tamara Bunk under deep cover to La Paz, with instructions to establish ties to the army and government, survey the political conditions in the countryside, and make contacts with miners, peasants, and workers. Born in Argentina and raised in East Germany, Tamara, also known as Tanya, met Che during his first visit to Berlin in December 1, 1960. At the time, and even thereafter, she may have worked for East German security. She arrived in Havana in May 1, 1961, took a job as a translator, joined the revolutionary militia, and studied journalism at the University of Havana. Rumors about an intimate relationship between Che and Tanya spread as they socialized frequently. In March 1, 1963, Cuban intelligence cleared Tanya for clandestine work. From March 1, 1964 until Che's arrival in late 1966, Tanya worked undercover as Laura Gutierrez Bauer, an Argentine ethnologist. She worked in the Ministry of Education, married a Bolivian, and established political contacts, including with Gonzalo López Muñoz, press secretary to President Barrientos. 12 In early 1966, Tanya received top-secret instructions from Pinero to leave Bolivia for a meeting with a Cuban agent. Che might have recalled Tanya to Prague for a debriefing and possibly to consummate their love affair. 13 Martínez Tamayo's visit to Bolivia and Tanya's presence in La Paz formed part of a long-term, clandestine Cuban operation to determine the feasibility of launching a guerrilla foco in Bolivia involving Fidel, Che, and Pinero. After Martínez Tamayo submitted a positive report on Bolivia, Che selected that country for the site of his South American guerrilla foco. In the summer of 1966, Che sent Harry Villegas and Carlos Coelho to La Paz to organize and prepare the foco. Che returned secretly to Cuba in July 1, 1966 and took up residence in a safe house in eastern Havana. 14 The benefits of hindsight allow observers to second-guess Guevara's choice of Bolivia. At the time, few people could have convinced Che that any other country offered better prospects for establishing one of his tricontinental fronts than did Bolivia. The Bolivian army, with approximately 7,000 men under arms, exercised poor control of its borders on 5 countries. Army officers had some training in counterinsurgency warfare, but the peasants drafted into the rank and file did not. 15 In the event of a serious military threat, Bolivia would require immediate American military training and assistance. However, the Americans might not provide aid in a timely manner, given that they had fewer economic or strategic interests in Bolivia than in Central America, Venezuela, or Colombia. The distance between the United States and Bolivia, combined with the relative absence of vital interests there, might give Guevara sufficient time to establish his base and prepare for the American intervention he anticipated. Geography favored Bolivia for other reasons. Che conceived of the Bolivian campaign as the initial phase in a protracted continental struggle, aimed not solely at the Barrientos dictatorship but at all the pro-American regimes in South America. Che intended to liberate the entire continent, not just Bolivia. According to Manuel Pinero, Che designed the Bolivian foco as a mother column, with combatants from several Latin American countries. From his viewpoint, this guerrilla struggle Bolivia should be a training school for Latin American cadre, above all those from the southern cone, among them, Argentines, which would help to extend the armed struggle to bordering countries, Pinero explains. 16 As the Bolivian foco gained strength and expanded, Che would create new guerrilla fronts in neighboring countries, with Bolivia continuing to serve as a safe haven, rear guard, and training ground for Latin American guerrillas. The continental crisis would escalate with each new band, gradually drawing the Americans into war on terrain and terms that did not favor them. 17. Che outlined his strategic vision in his message to the Tricontinental. Written prior to his departure from Cuba, the message explained how the proliferation of guerrilla bands in South America would gradually escalate into a war with the United States, following the example of Vietnam. Che clearly intended to fight the American military. Little by little, the obsolete weapons, which are sufficient for the repression of small armed bands, will be exchanged for modern armaments, and the U.S. military aids will be substituted by actual fighters until, at a given moment, they are forced to send increasingly greater numbers of regular troops to ensure the relative stability of a government whose national puppet army is disintegrating before the impetuous attacks of the guerrillas. It is the road of Vietnam, it is the road that should be followed by the people. 18. All this was as likely to occur in Bolivia as in any other Latin American country. Given the strategic objective of fomenting a continental revolution, Bolivia offered the best opportunity to get the war started. According to Fidel, Pinero, and Harry Villegas, three Cuban officials closely associated with the Bolivian campaign from its inception, Che selected Bolivia on his own. 19. The Cubans clearly chose Bolivia after informed deliberations and analysis involving the highest officers in the Cuban revolutionary network, most important among them Fidel, Che, and Pinero. These and other high-ranking officials surveyed conditions in Latin America and decided to deploy a veteran contingent of guerrillas in Bolivia. Che did not select Bolivia on his own. The Bolivian project represented a high foreign policy objective of the Cuban government, to which Fidel dedicated valuable resources and competence. The decision to plant the guerrilla foco in southeastern Bolivia, however, remains questionable. In September 1, 966, Guevara ordered Villegas and Coelho to select a site in the Alto Beni, a tropical region northeast of La Paz. By that time, his advance scouts had already surveyed 3 zones for possible guerrilla operations, including an area around Las Yungas River in the Alto Beni. They had also surveyed a zone around Chaparay, northeast of Cochabamba, and the area around Camaray, in the department of Santa Cruz, southeast of Sucre. Castro commissioned his own geopolitical survey of Bolivia from Regis Debray, who had just caused an international sensation with the publication of Revolution in the Revolution. Although Debray subsequently claimed that he traveled to Bolivia as a journalist, he was, in fact, performing a clandestine mission for Cuba. Debray's survey of Bolivia also confirmed the Alto Beni as the most appropriate place in which to launch Che's foco. He delivered an extensive report to Pinero, arguing that the climate, geography, political history, and economic conditions of the Alto Beni made it an ideal place for the conduct of a guerrilla campaign. 20. However, Villegas and Coelho, assisted by the PCB, had already purchased a farm near Camaray, in the department of Santa Cruz. At the time, the Bolivian communists had no idea that Che intended to command a foco on their territory. Thinking that the Cubans simply wanted a secure base near the Argentine border for a secret meeting with Che, Monge helped the Cubans purchase a farm on the Nancoazo River. Not wanting to offend their Bolivian hosts, Villegas and Coelho urged Che to establish his first base at the farm, arguing that the tropical terrain, on the eastern slopes of the Andes, offered good cover for guerrilla operations. Moreover, the government's agricultural colonization project had resettled a large number of peasants in the area, giving the Cubans a base from which to draw recruits. They also attached undue economic importance to the area, asserting that the region's oil industry linked it directly to the United States via a pipeline to Chile. The site in the Alto Beni, close to La Paz and the mining camps, also offered several advantages, but it would also expose the band to the risk of early detection. Southeastern Bolivia, relatively isolated and underpopulated, gave the guerrillas a good opportunity to establish a base before the Bolivians discovered it. 21. Che reluctantly agreed to accept the Nancoazo as the initial base, but he insisted that it would serve only as a temporary headquarters. According to Villegas, Che never intended to launch the actual guerrilla campaign from southeastern Bolivia. Che's strategic plan envisioned a war of liberation waged from the more densely populated Alto Beni. As Villegas explains, the zone in which we later conducted operations was not the one we had originally foreseen. Che's aim was to conduct operations a little farther north, and the base at the Nancoazo had been chosen as an extreme rear, to be used for organizing the guerrilla unit. Later on, avoiding any confrontation with the army, we were to advance toward the north, on our way to a more centrally located region. 22. As a rear-guard base or training camp, the Nancoazo offered certain advantages for the development of a guerrilla foco. The Bolivian army, with relatively few people or resources to defend, maintained a light presence in southeastern Bolivia. The 4th Division of the Bolivian Army, based in Camaray, possessed a total strength of 103 men, the majority of them draftees who spent most of their 9-month tours serving as farm laborers and construction workers. 23 If the guerrillas kept a low profile, they could establish a base at and supply lines to the Nankawaza farm without being detected by the army. If the army did discover the guerrillas and challenge them, the Bolivian conscripts should not present a serious challenge to Che's Badlitist combatants. Of the 16 Cubans selected for this special mission, 3 men served on the Central Committee of the Cuban Communist Party, Juan Vitalio Acuna, Antonio Sanchez, and Eliseo Reyes. All of them had served in the M26-7 rebel army, 10 had served under Che's command. 3 men held the rank of Comandante, the highest rank in the Cuban army, 5 men were lieutenants, and 6 were captains. All these men had occupied important government positions, including Vice Minister of Industry, Vice Minister of Sugar, and head of the G2 Intelligence Service. They had distinguished themselves in combat, government service, and clandestine operations. 24 Che obviously selected from an experienced and talented pool of internationalist volunteers. Any one of them could take command of an independent guerrilla column, if and when Che decided to branch out from the mother foco, as they had done in Cuba. Despite their background and experience, Che still put them through extensive training in Cuba and again in Bolivia. A few of them might have gained a few pounds since their days in the Sierra Maestra, but they knew how to wage guerrilla war. 14 men had already commanded troops in battle. Che, however, disciplined and trained them for several months in Pina del Rio province under the command of Antonio Sanchez, the highest-ranking officer in the group. Che insisted that his men learn guerrilla warfare anew, putting ranks aside and becoming common soldiers again, performing everyday tasks such as sentry duty, cooking, and cleaning. 25 Castro apparently attached a high priority to the Bolivian expedition. Not only did he allow several high-ranking officials to leave their posts, he also committed Cuba's intelligence services to the project. Manuel Pinero's Liberation Department prepared disguises and fake passports and transported Che and others through circuitous routes designed to throw foreign intelligence agencies off his trail. The Bolivian mission became a foreign policy priority for Fidel Castro, as he indicated in his several visits to the Pina del Rio training camp. He attempted to keep Che in Cuba until Pinero's agents completed the guerrilla infrastructure, but Che insisted on commanding the guerrillas during the first critical stages of the campaign. He had already delayed his departure for 10 months. By late October 1, 966, he was ready to leave. When Fidel saw him for the last time, Che was Adolfo Mina Gonzalez, an Uruguayan businessman wearing a single-breasted business suit with high, thin lapels, horn-rimmed glasses, and, on his bald head, a fedora hat. Fidel, sporting the full beard and fatigues that he had never worn with the panache of Che, still looked like the commander of the M26-7 movement. Having achieved complete anonymity, Che said goodbye to Fidel with a rather awkward, unaffectionate hug. 26 Che assumed that Cuban intelligence agents, particularly the advance team he had sent to Bolivia, would build an underground network in Bolivia before he arrived in La Paz. He relied heavily on Martinez Tamayo, Villegas, and Coelho to select the base of operations and establish an urban organization. For both tasks, particularly the latter, the Cubans required the assistance of Mario Monge and the PCB. However, during 10 months of preparatory work, the Cubans never told Monge that Che Guevara intended to command a guerrilla band in his native country. Neither Monge nor the PCB ever formally agreed to collaborate with the Cuban campaign to launch a continental revolution from southeastern Bolivia. At most, Monge assented in May 1, 966 to Castro's personal request to provide an escort for an international comrade who would soon pass through Bolivia en route to a third country. Monge knew that in this request Castro was referring to Che, but he did not know that Che intended to establish a base in Bolivia. Monge claims, in fact, that Fidel always promised him that Cuba would not interfere in Bolivia's internal affairs, agreeing that the Bolivians should lead their own revolutionary movement. 27 Monge and the PCB, however, vacillated on the issue that divided the Latin American left, the feasibility of armed struggle. At a regional conference of the PCB in May 1, 966, the Bolivian communists had formally approved a resolution that confirmed the armed struggle as the only possible means of liberating the country. In the national elections held 2 months later, however, the PCB attained the highest vote totals in its history, nudging the vacillating Monge toward electoral struggle and away from the path of armed struggle that his party had recently endorsed. A group of Cuban-trained guerrillas within the party, including the Paredes brothers, encouraged Monge to begin a guerrilla campaign. In the summer of 1966, the PCB began to select and train personnel for a guerrilla foco under Bolivian command. At a secret meeting in La Paz with Villegas and Martinez Tamayo on July 25, however, Monge opposed the initiation of a guerrilla campaign. On July 28, Villegas and Martinez Tamayo pressed the indecisive Monge again, asking his support for a general uprising coordinated with a guerrilla offensive. Although Monge did not endorse the plan, he promised to provide the Cubans with 20 Bolivian cadres. But on August 8, when Martinez Tamayo asked him for the 20 men, Monge asked, "What 20?" 28 Monge had been duplicitous with the Cubans since the first Tricontinental Conference in January. He alternately endorsed and opposed the armed struggle, always balking at the alleged Cuban interference in Bolivia's internal affairs, never showing too much enthusiasm for Che's militant line. The Cubans claim that he had promised to support Che's campaign. Monge denies that he ever formally endorsed the project. The available evidence cannot resolve the critical issue whether Monge betrayed Che. Monge certainly discussed revolutionary options with Martinez Tamayo and Villegas in Bolivia prior to Guevara's arrival. He knew or suspected that the Cubans were developing a military apparatus parallel to but independent of that of the PCB. At no point prior to Che's arrival in Bolivia did Mario Monge or the PCB or any other Bolivian political institution formally agree to support Guevara's guerrilla foco. Monge had not promised to provide Guevara with any combatants, supplies, funds, or even sympathetic propaganda. The Cubans never even asked for Monge's endorsement, concealing their true objectives from a person and party they fully expected would serve them as allies. Che apparently intended to present the Bolivians with a fait accompli, just as he had done with the Congolese. If they did not rally behind his command, they would become pariahs in Latin America's revolutionary movements, disgraced by cowardice and dishonor. Cuban agents proceeded with plans to start a guerrilla campaign, with or without Monge and the PCB. By mid-September, relations with the PCB had deteriorated to such an extent that Che ordered a temporary cessation of contacts with the party. Villegas thought that only direct discussions between Che and Monge would resolve their problems. In the meantime, Che ordered his men to work with Moises Guevara, leader of a dissident communist faction, whose collaboration with the Cubans could only aggravate relations between Monge and Che. 29 When Che left Cuba on October 23, 1966, the guerrilla infrastructure had not been constructed. The PCB did not expect him and nothing indicated that the party would rally to his cause. Cuban agents had been operating in the country for several years, but they had not built the revolutionary infrastructure. If and when Che arrived, he would not have an urban network prepared to send him recruits, money, arms, and supplies. The 3 Cuban agents he had in La Paz, Martinez Tamayo, Villegas, and Coelho, and 3 of the 4 Bolivians who worked with them, would go with Che to the Nancoaza farm, leaving only Tanya and Rodolfo Saldana in La Paz. Given that Che had designated Tanya as a liaison with other Latin American communist parties, she could not organize an urban network. Saldana could do little without the support of the PCB, and in October 1, 1966, the Bolivian communists decided not to support Che's guerrilla foco. 30 The withdrawal of the PCB left Che without an urban support system. Villegas and the other agents had attempted to organize a supply and information network in Santa Cruz, with the support of the PCB. With the party's assistance, they had purchased the farm on the Nankawazu, and they acquired a house in Santa Cruz where they stockpiled weapons and supplies. 31 The withdrawal of the PCB in October, however, negated all these efforts. In a fatal deviation from the Cuban revolutionary model, Che took the field before an urban network had been consolidated. When the Granma landed in December 1, 956, an institutional revolutionary network already existed, with dedicated leaders such as Celia Sanchez and Frank Pace prepared to keep the rural guerrillas alive through their urban networks. Before Che arrived in La Paz on November 3, the urban network had already begun to collapse. No Bolivian had invited him, no Bolivian political institution had endorsed his revolutionary project, and only the slimmest foundation for urban organization had been established. Unless and until Che established an urban network, through an alliance with the PCB or some other institution, his survival depended exclusively on the combatants and supplies he had brought with him. This dependency had significant military repercussions later in the campaign, for if and when the Bolivian army threatened to destroy or capture the supplies he had stored in and around his base camp, which included his asthma medicine, he would have to defend them. The establishment of a support network would have required political skills and a temperament that Che Guevara lacked. As a military commander under Fidel, he rarely had to engage in purely political affairs because Fidel and others handled those matters. Che simply demanded obedience from true revolutionaries. The implementation of his tricontinental strategy, however, required careful coordination between revolutionary movements and their backers in Moscow and Beijing. All evidence indicates that Che had not properly coordinated his Bolivian mission with Bolivian or other Latin American revolutionaries or with their Soviet or Chinese counterparts. The deterioration of relations between the Cubans and the Bolivian communists in the fall of 1966 should have given Che enough cause to delay his departure, for his guerrilla foco needed some kind of institutional support. If Monge or his Soviet backers actively opposed the Cuban project, they could create serious problems for Che. The Soviets appeared indifferent or unconcerned about Cuban subversion in Bolivia. They may have even provided some support for Che, given that his travel to Bolivia took him through Moscow and Prague. His safe arrival in La Paz on November 3, 1966, represented another triumph for Cuban intelligence and yet another Cuban initiative not endorsed by Cuba's presumed allies. The following day, Tanya gave Che his credentials, a document signed by Gonzalo Lopez, Director of Information in the Presidential Palace, that certified Adolfo Mina as a special envoy of the Organization of American States. 32 At 6:30 p.m. on November 5, Che left La Paz with Alberto Fernandez, Villegas, Coelho, and Jorge Vázquez Viana, a member of the Bolivian Communist Party. Traveling in 2 jeeps for 2 days, they reached the Nankawazu farm on the evening of November 7. En route, Che revealed his identity and plans to Vázquez, his driver. He explained that he had come to Bolivia to establish a base for a guerrilla campaign that would gradually engulf the continent. Che believed so firmly in his revolutionary strategy that he told Vázquez that he would only leave Bolivia in a coffin or shooting his way across the border. After learning that he had joined a continental revolution commanded by Che Guevara, a stunned Vázquez drove the jeep into a ditch, forcing him and his new commander to walk the last 10 miles to the camp. 33 Late in the evening of November 7, in a tin-roofed ranch house buried in southeastern Bolivia, Che wrote his first Bolivian diary entry. It began, "Today a new stage begins." 34 Che spent his first 2 weeks at the tin house fighting off gnats, mosquitoes, and ticks. The 4-man column dug tunnels and scouted the area while waiting for the arrival of their Cuban comrades. Antonio Sanchez arrived with Eliseo Reyes on November 20. A week later 6 more Cubans joined them. Among the new arrivals was Juan Vitalio Acuna, commander of Che's rear guard during the Las Villas campaign. The first 2 Bolivians who arrived at the camp, Freddy Mamura and Guido Peredu, were the only men without previous combat experience. 35 By the end of November, there were 12 men in Che's guerrilla foco, 10 Cubans and 2 Bolivians. The men had arrived safely but slightly behind schedule. The general picture appears good in this remote region. Everything indicates we shall be able to stay here practically as long as we wish, Che noted in his diary. In the first stages of the Cuban insurrection, the rebels had been constantly on the run. In Bolivia, however, Che began by digging in, constructing a network of camps, caves, storage facilities, ammunition dumps, and field kitchens that invited detection by the Bolivian authorities. From the outset of the Bolivian campaign, Che tied his foco to the terrain, a reflection of his total dependency on the supplies he brought with him. While his men built the camps, 3 Bolivian recruits brought more arms, ammunition, and supplies from La Paz to Nankawazu. This supply line, however, would not last long. After setting up the camps, 3 of the Bolivians, Roberto Peredu, Jorge Vasquez, and Julio Luis Mendez, joined the guerrillas for good, weakening the tenuous link between the camps and the city. If Che could not sustain his men with the supplies he brought or produced, the foco would not survive. Che had absolutely no experience in or understanding of clandestine urban operations. He had experienced urban operatives on his team, including Gustavo Machin, Orlando Pantoja, Martinez Tamayo, and Alberto Fernandez, but he did not assign them to urban work. Only a dozen agents, including Tanya, supposedly supported the guerrilla operations from La Paz and other cities, but judging by their subsequent inactivity, they produced little of any value to the guerrillas. 38 Che's immediate fixation with digging caves and cutting trails through the forests reflects his excessive faith in the ability of a guerrilla foco to generate the objective and subjective conditions for guerrilla warfare, including an institutional network. By creating a disciplined and self-sacrificing team of combatants, Che evidently expected to inspire other people and institutions to volunteer for service under his command, as guerrillas, couriers, fundraisers, and recruiters. Hence, instead of focusing on the development of an urban infrastructure, Che established a rural base and organized his guerrilla command, assuming that others would complete the urban network for him. With only 12 men in his band, Che hardly had enough men to operate a single column, but he nevertheless appointed Juan Vitalio Acuna as his second in command. Che had evidently lost confidence in Antonio Sanchez, who had been in command of the Cuban volunteers in Pina del Rio. The highest-ranking Bolivian was Guido Peredu, who assumed responsibility for maintaining the morale of the men as the political commissar. Che made it clear that he held absolute political and military authority. 39. Che seemed determined to establish and defend a fixed base in a desolate region. His men spent most of their time digging caves and tunnels, cutting trails, and setting up a radio station at a new camp several miles from the tin house. The men relocated there permanently on December 1, 6. The fundamental characteristic of a guerrilla band is mobility, Che had written in Guerrilla Warfare. With no shortage of arms, ammunition, supplies, or money in rural Bolivia, however, Che spent his first 6 weeks as if he were preparing to defend a fixed position with only 20 combatants. 40 He knew that he needed more fighters, especially Bolivian recruits, and when Mario Monge arrived at his camp on December 31, 1966, Che still believed that he could convince him to join the insurrection. Che would not yield command to anybody, least of all the inexperienced and ambivalent Monge. He invited Monge and the Bolivian communists to join the guerrilla campaign, but he demanded that they submit to his military authority, arrogantly assuming that no Latin American revolutionary would even dare to think that anyone could command a guerrilla band with the legendary Che Guevara in it. Che offered to recognize Monge as the political leader of the Bolivian Revolution, but he refused to relinquish military command. Monge could take Che's offer or leave it. Before Monge left it, he asked to speak to the Bolivian volunteers. He explained that as Secretary General of the PCB, he must have total political and military command, a demand that Che had rejected. He urged the Bolivians to leave with him, warning them that the guerrilla campaign would fail. When the people learn that this guerrilla movement is led by a foreigner, Manje predicted, they will turn their backs and refuse to support it. I am sure it will fail because it is led by a foreigner, not a Bolivian. You will die very heroically, but you have no prospects of victory. 41 Manje departed the following day, alone. He left looking like a man being led to the gallows, Che thought. The failure to win official PCB support for the campaign would make things more difficult, Che announced to the men on January 1, but he still hoped to win the support of Moises Guevara and other dissident communists. 42 Che intended to begin his continental revolution from a remote base in southeastern Bolivia, a strategic ambition that the nationalistic Manje did not support. Che could not allow Manje to impose national continental campaign. Because he conceived the campaign in continental terms, the Bolivian Foco being the source from which other guerrilla bands would spring, any citizen of the Americas could fight in it. Thus, in early January, Che sent Tanya to Argentina to recruit Ciro Roberto Bustos and Eduardo Josemai, two survivors of Massetti's Argentine campaign. Che also recruited actively from the remnants of Peru's guerrilla movement, enlisting Juan Pablo Chang, Chino, a Peruvian revolutionary of Chinese ancestry. Chino had discussed strategy with Che in early December and promised to return with more Peruvian volunteers after his trip to Cuba. 43 While he waited for international volunteers to join him, Che concentrated on building a steeled nucleus of combatants. Having constructed a network of camps and storage facilities, he decided to defend them, despite his well-known prohibition against defending fixed positions in the early stages of guerrilla warfare. He designed defensive fortifications, including trenches, and a plan to defend an area adjacent to the Nankawazu River. If the Bolivian army attacked his territory, Che would defend it. 44 Moises Guevara arrived at the camp on January 2, 1967. Che did not intend to treat him any differently from how he had treated Manje, although Guevara had combatants whom Che needed. Che explained that Moises would have to disband his group prior to his enlistment. Che would not offer Moises or any of his men any rank, nor would he tolerate any discussion of the Sino-Soviet dispute or allow polemics on any other divisive international issue. I have not come here to impose conditions, I come only to request enlistment as just another soldier, Moises explained. For me it is an honor to fight alongside Che, the revolutionary I most admire. 45 Unlike Manje, Moises Guevara accepted the conditions and promised to return with a group of Bolivian volunteers. Loyola Guzman, a young militant of the PCB who had accompanied Moises to the camp, impressed Che even more. She supported the guerrillas by organizing an underground network in the cities, earning demerits with the PCB leadership in the process. Che reimbursed her 70,000 pesos for the expenses she had already incurred, indicating that she had engaged in substantial fundraising and other supportive activities, but he encouraged her to do even more. He gave her lengthy and detailed instructions for organizing urban cells. One leader, taking orders directly from Che, would manage the urban network, with 6 subordinates in charge of supplies, transport, information, finances, urban actions, and contacts with sympathizers. The central command of the network would reside in La Paz, with satellite organizations in Cochabamba, Santa Cruz, Sucre, and Camaray, forming a rectangle around the area of operations. Che directed the urban cadres in these centers to organize grocery stores, trucking firms, shoemaking shops, machine shops, and farms. 46 At the time, the urban network to which Che gave these ambitious instructions probably consisted of only 6 persons, including Tanya. The idea that these 6 individuals could have carried out all these tasks reflects a total ignorance of urban operations. Che simply gave orders and expected them to be carried out, without lifting a finger to turn his organizational chart into a functioning system. At least Loyola left the guerrilla camp promising to make an effort. In contrast, Manje began to undermine the guerrilla movement. The Communist Party has now taken up arms against us, Che noted in his summary for January 1, 1967. The desertion of the PCB, according to Guido Paredes, then a leader of the PCB, left the guerrillas with virtually no urban organization. Paredes recognized the precarious state of the combatants that resulted from the shameless desertion of the Communist Party. We were on the eve of a war, and for this it was necessary to put together a clandestine network that would function in La Paz, branching out to other cities and towns all the way to the center of our military operations. These were the tasks assigned to the Communist Party of Bolivia. 47 The Cubans may have assigned the PCB these tasks, but no document has ever been produced to confirm that the Bolivian Communists ever formally accepted the assignment. To make it worse for Che, the CIA had penetrated his weak urban network. According to Gustavo Villoldo, a Cuban-born CIA agent who arrived in Bolivia in February 1, 1967, the Americans had 3 assets in the urban network, 2 Bolivians and 1 Peruvian. These agents, still living under CIA protection 35 years later, gave the American agents the information they needed to neutralize the urban activists. That entire mechanism, that logistical support, Villoldo explained, left the guerrillas completely isolated. We completely penetrated the urban network. From these agents, the CIA station chief in Bolivia learned of Guevara's presence before the Bolivians first detected him in late March 1, 1967. 48 Even without a strong urban network, Che believed, his 15 Cuban veterans and a dozen Bolivians could spark a revolution. Having established his base of operations, he decided to train the men and explore the surrounding region. On February 1, 27 guerrillas set out on a training and exploratory march designed to last 25 days. Sanchez commanded the vanguard, Acuna the rear, and Che the center. 49 One has to wonder why the Cubans, all of them with command or combat experience, plus another training session in Cuba, needed additional instruction. Some of the Bolivians obviously required training, but even among those, some had already undergone training in Cuba. A lengthy march risked an engagement with the Bolivian army, and Che did not intend to fight yet. He could have trained his men by other means, and if he needed to survey the region, he could have sent smaller reconnaissance teams or recruited a local guide. But Che, a bit anxious and bored, ordered his men on a lengthy march, not knowing, of course, that it would end in disaster. The men battled with fatigue and illness as they marched northward along a path parallel to the Nankawazu, the veterans quickly recognizing their poor physical condition. Che lost 15 pounds and marched with an unbearable pain in his shoulders. Seeing their beloved Comandante ill, some of the men tried to help him out, but their kindness only angered him. He would suffer through the pain, just like his men. 50 On February 10, the guerrillas contacted their first peasant, Honorado Rojas. Guido Paredes introduced himself as a hunter, and Che, posing as his assistant, asked Rojas about buying food and supplies in the area. Although Rojas promised to help the men, Che noted that he was potentially dangerous. 51 The guerrillas made slow progress over the following week, fighting heat, heavy rains, exhaustion, and hunger as they continued northward toward the village of Maysicari. Che described an uneventful February 1 as a wasted day. His men made slow and uneven progress the following day. The Cubans, veterans of more dangerous campaigns in Cuba and the Congo, became frustrated and irritable, sensing a lack of purpose and direction. Che remained determined to march on, testing the Cubans and training the Bolivians. When he reached the top of a high hill on February 23, under a sun hot enough to split open rocks, he began to feel faint. From that moment on, he walked under the power of sheer determination. 52 Benjamin Coronado, a 26-year-old teacher from La Paz, lagged behind the men as they marched along the rocky banks of the Rio Grande on February 2-6. Che sent Leonardo Tamayo back to help him. Benjamin stepped out on a ledge, lost his footing, and splashed into the river. Unable to swim, he could not fight the swift current. His comrades were rushing down to save him when he disappeared. Eliseo Reyes dove in after him, but he gave up after 5 minutes. The men had witnessed an absurd baptism of death, Che noted. 53 Their sagging spirits received another staggering blow on February 28, when a raft carrying Antonio Sanchez and the forward detachment across the Rio Grande drifted away from the main body. With provisions running as low as the morale of his men, Che decided to return to his base camp, his men increasingly discouraged and tired. On March 9, Che learned that Sanchez had passed through the village of Tatarenda, carelessly parading his weapons before the curious villagers. 54 Even worse, the guerrillas asked some workers of the state oil company for information and supplies. On March 9, these workers informed Captain Augusto Silva Bogadu of the Bolivian 4th Division that they had seen some big bearded men carrying backpacks and arms with foreign accents and with plenty of money. The workers told Captain Silva that the men had 40 or 50 million pesos. Captain Silva relayed this information to his division commander, Colonel Humberto Rocha Urquieta, who immediately ordered aerial reconnaissance. On March 11, the reconnaissance team spotted 4 men on a Rio Grande beach. The following day, Captain Silva left with a 6-man patrol to hunt down the questionable individuals. The Bolivian army had now detected a suspicious presence, and it would not let the unidentified foreigners rest until it had captured, killed, arrested, or dispersed all of them. 55. Guevara's weary marchers ate the last of their provisions on March 14, making a return to the base camp imperative. When they arrived at the Nankawaza River at a site less than 30 miles from the camp, Che felt as if a boulder had fallen on top of him. He nourished his frail body with horse meat and pushed on. His battered unit suffered another tragedy on March 1-6, when the rear guard lost another man, 6 rifles, ammunition, and several knapsacks, all of them swallowed by the swift, swollen Nankawaza River. 56 2 days earlier, police in Lagunillas had apprehended 2 men suspected of selling weapons. The prisoners subsequently informed their interrogators that a group of men commanded by Che Guevara had started a guerrilla campaign against the Bolivian government. They also identified the location of the camp at the Nankawaza. On the basis of this information, the Bolivian 4th Division sent another patrol to the Nankawaza camp. At 3 p.m. on March 17, the patrol entered the encampment and advanced toward the zinc house, unaware that Captain Silva was approaching the camp from another direction. Captain Silva reached the camp first, surprising Antonio Sanchez and the vanguard at 4:00 p.m. The guerrillas, who had arrived at the base camp in violation of Che's direct orders, ran off as the army approached, firing a few shots before they fled. Jorge Vasquez, the Bolivian communist and a recruit, fired the first shots of the campaign, wounding 1 soldier. Solis Jocoque, another Bolivian, was captured without a struggle. 57 Che did not learn of these events until March 1-9, when Chino arrived from the base camp. By this time, Che already knew that the area had come under continuous aerial surveillance, a development not as alarming to him as the information that Sanchez had not held the main camp. The only good news was that Moises Guevara and 11 of his men had arrived, along with Tanya, Regis Debray, and Ciro Roberto Bustos, the Argentine. 58 The following day, Che arrived at the Bear Camp, a few miles north of the main camp. A mood of defeat was in the air. There had already been one confrontation at the zinc house, and with 60 soldiers patrolling the area, another engagement was likely. Nobody knew what to do, there was a sense of total chaos. Che, however, knew what to do. Infuriated by Sanchez's decision to abandon the camp, he ordered him back with the admonition that wars are won with bullets. 59. Antonio Sanchez, former commander of Camilo Cienfuegos's rear guard and holding the rank of Comandante, had to wonder why Che criticized him for abandoning the camp. He had not learned guerrilla warfare as a war of positions. Guerrillas did not defend territory unless and until they had gained the size and strength to engage the enemy in regular war, and that only occurred in the final phases of a campaign. Given that Che intended to transfer his base of operations to the Alto Beni, Using the Nankawazu bases as a temporary site to assemble and train his combatants, it did not make any sense for him to attack the Silva Patrol when it surprised him on March 17. Sanchez had every reason to expect Che to order a redeployment of the guerrilla forces, now numbering about 47 men and women. However, with no support structure in the cities, Che needed the supplies stored in the camps and caves around the zinc house. If the army captured those supplies, the guerrillas would have to acquire their supplies elsewhere. To Che, Sanchez's withdrawal represented such an egregious error that he relieved him of command of the vanguard and assigned him to the rear guard as an ordinary combatant. He replaced him with Miguel Hernandez, who had commanded one of Che's units in the Las Villas campaign. 60 Che recognized only one viable option, fighting. He had 47 combatants and enough weapons to arm more. Redeploying them to the Alto Beni, several hundred miles away, would take time and considerable effort, and the move would not necessarily raise morale. The war had come to Che, and he had to fight back, ready or not. His mobility limited by the supplies on hand, Che did not have enough guerrillas and firepower to defend positions. His guerrillas would have to be on the move, but they could not move very far. It would be like fighting a guerrilla campaign with his feet tied together. In contrast, the Bolivian army responded to the challenge with General Operations Order 167 on March 21, this order designed to locate and destroy guerrilla groups around the Nankawazu River. The army sent Major Hernan Plata and a company of 66 men to search the river from the zinc house to its source. Another 66-man unit would establish a blocking force along the Nankawazu River. Although many of these soldiers had no combat experience and little training, the quick, aggressive response of the Bolivian 4th Division spelled trouble for Guevara's guerrillas. 61. The presence of 3 non-combatants Debray, Bustos, and Tanya in Che's column, only weakened the guerrillas. Che valued all of them, but they could serve him better elsewhere. In his camp, they represented a burden, 3 more mouths to feed. Frustrated by the unfortunate turn of events, Che ordered a 5-man ambush set along the river on March 22. If the army patrol approached again, his men would drive them back. 62 At dawn on March 23, Major Plata marched off in search of the guerrillas. He divided his unit into a vanguard, center, and rear guard, matching the guerrillas' organizational structure and their mobility. Just 700 meters into the search, as it attempted to cross the river, Captain Silva's vanguard fell into the guerrilla ambush. The guerrillas, having selected their positions carefully, inflicted immediate and heavy losses on the soldiers, pinning them down along the banks of the river. The soldiers returned the fire, but they could not fight their way out. Major Plata, Captain Silva, and 12 soldiers surrendered, leaving 6 soldiers dead. The guerrillas had won their first engagement with the Bolivian army, capturing 3 mortars, 16 Mausers, 3 Uzis, and a .30 caliber machine gun. 63 In winning this first battle, the guerrillas lost the war. Che had ordered his men into battle before he had consolidated the FOCO with a strong urban support system. In this and many subsequent battles, because of their experience and training, the Cuban combatants prevailed over the Bolivians, but they would not be able to sustain offensive operations for long. Their supplies of food, ammunition, recruits, and cash were finite. In contrast, the Bolivian army had virtually unlimited supplies and soldiers to throw into the field against them. Although the 1st Bolivian Army Patrol surrendered too easily, the other army units showed more determination and resolve. Moreover, President Barrientos responded immediately. Unlike Batista, who never stepped in the battle zone of eastern Cuba, Barrientos visited 4th Division headquarters at Camaray on March 2-6, just 3 days after the battle. Once he had personally inspected the zinc house and the guerrilla camp, he ordered the drastic and immediate eradication of this insurgent FOCO characterized as a Castro-communist guerrilla war. 64 This was not Cuba. The 4th Division held its position at the zinc house and attacked the presumed locations of the guerrillas with planes and mortars in the days after the first engagement. An aggressive commander such as Che Guevara would not even consider a retreat or redeployment now. Thus, Che drafted the first communique of the Ejército de Liberación Nacional, ELN, National Liberation Army of Bolivia. Beginning with the condemnation of the military thugs who have usurped power, the communique detailed the true results of the March 23 ambush. The hour of truth was approaching, the unidentified commander of the ELN announced. We call upon all who believe that the time has now come to respond to violence with violence, to rescue a country being sold piece by piece to the U.S. monopolies, and to raise the standard of living of our people, who with each passing day suffer more and more the scourge of hunger. 65 Che's call to arms, published in a Cochabamba newspaper on May 1, fell on deaf ears. Without massive popular support, Che's 47 combatants would face more than 1,000 Bolivian soldiers and their American military advisors alone, and in inhospitable terrain. Guevara assumed that his Bolivian adversary would show the same degree of military incompetence that the Cuban army had displayed. The Bolivian army and its American advisors, however, brought into the field technology, strategies, and tactics that Che had never faced. Much had changed since the Cuban Revolution. To prevent another Cuba, the United States had developed the equipment, strategies, and tactics required for counterinsurgency campaigns and provided military assistance to all Latin American countries, including Bolivia. Che held fast to a model of guerrilla warfare that had grown out of the exceptional experience of Cuba, where the Cuban revolutionaries never fought against an army assisted by American intelligence agents. Che and Fidel had committed tactical errors in Cuba, but the Cuban army rarely exploited those mistakes. The Bolivian army, and the American agents who advised it, knew how to make Che pay for his mistakes. Che Guevara had gained a reputation as a master in guerrilla warfare before he defeated any troops with advanced training in counterinsurgency strategy and tactics. Batista's army lacked the organization, training, morale, and equipment required for irregular warfare. Only the summer offensive of Knowing 1958 reflected the strategic sophistication and coordination required for a successful counterinsurgency operation and, even then, poorly trained troops and inexperienced commanders failed to execute the strategic plan. In the Congo, Che engaged Colonel Hoare and the South African mercenaries in the final 2 months of the campaign, but Che's troops were already on the run. That the Congolese campaign was coming to an inglorious end. Until Che engaged the Bolivian 2nd Rangers in September 1, 1967, he had never had his strategic conceptions and command tested by troops trained to fight a counterinsurgency campaign. The Bolivian campaign, Che Guevara's first independent mission, got off to an inauspicious start. The Cuban insurrection had begun with the disastrous engagement at Alegría del Pio, but a national network organized before the Granma invasion replaced the rebel losses with men and materiel. No such organization existed in Bolivia, yet Che initiated the campaign anyway, his naturally aggressive instincts compelling him to fight. Logic might have dictated a withdrawal, but Che sent his men into battle, advisor to no one and advised by no one. We must not underrate our adversary, Che warned in the message to the Tricontinental. The U.S. soldier has technical capacity and is backed by weapons and resources of such magnitude that render him frightful. Ironically, Che wanted to fight that which he feared most, the American soldier. He expected the Americans to intervene militarily as soon as they confirmed his presence at the head of a guerrilla band in southeastern Bolivia. The Americans obliged him in ways he did not anticipate, with results he never expected. President Barrientos appealed personally to Douglas Henderson, American ambassador to Bolivia, on March 15, 1967, the day after the Bolivians apprehended 2 guerrillas at Lagunillas. The information obtained from the captives, corroborated by intercepted radio transmissions in the guerrilla zone, convinced Barrientos that he faced a serious guerrilla movement, though he did not believe that Che Guevara directed it. Ambassador Henderson did not believe it either, but he promised to look for radio locator equipment that Barrientos requested. Hoping to stall Bolivian requests for extraordinary amounts of hardware, He asked Barrientos to submit a detailed list of the assistance his army required to support counterinsurgency operations. The Bolivians submitted their detailed requests the following evening. To crush the 16 guerrillas, Barrientos asked for enough arms, clothing, and ammunition to outfit 1,500 additional reservists. 2. After the guerrillas ambushed the Bolivian patrol on March 23, Ambassador Henderson reluctantly agreed to send 2 members of the U.S. Special Forces, the group known as the Green Berets, to Camaray to inspect the rebel camp. He wanted first-hand information to evaluate the Bolivians' increasingly exorbitant demands for American military assistance. When the State Department learned that American officers had visited a combat zone, Secretary of State Dean Rusk immediately ordered Henderson to keep all American personnel, including Peace Corps volunteers, out of any combat areas. According to Henderson, the State Department did not want another Vietnam-type operation. 3. As the Americans contemplated their military options, the Bolivian army used the resources already at hand to search out and destroy the guerrilla foco. Che maintained a defensive posture, prepared to repel advancing patrols. From the air, Che faced at 6 aircraft supplied by the United States. In late March and early April, the planes pounded the guerrilla camps with such accuracy that Che concluded that the army had fixed his position with absolute precision. Radio reports indicated that the Bolivian army had launched counter-offensive operations designed to crush the guerrilla foco before it took root. Che correctly deduced that the army intended to surround him. General Alfredo Ovando Candia, Commander-in-Chief of the Bolivian Armed Forces, deployed 3 companies totaling 245 men, each company ordered to perform reconnaissance in a different direction, under orders to search out and destroy the guerrillas. Even Che recognized his vulnerability at the time. Some of the recruits brought in by Moises Guevara had failed their combat training. With the enemy mobilizing, the situation was not good, Che reported in his diary. He had to discard the foreign visitors and rejects, gather his supplies, and move out. 4. The Bolivian army held the initiative, however, and Che never regained it. As ineffective as the army patrols had been in combat, they put Che in a defensive posture. He had set ambushes along the routes leading to his camp and held them in place since the engagement on March 23. If the Bolivian soldiers advanced again, they would pay. The soldiers fell into his trap at the Iripati River on April 10. Guevara's veterans carried the day again, killing 10 soldiers and losing only 1 man. Jesus Suarez Guayal, a veteran of Che's Santa Clara campaign, took a bullet in the head and died in camp. 5. After this second straight rebel victory, General Ovando realized that his men faced an organized and experienced enemy. In 2 clashes, the army had lost 18 dead and 18 wounded. It had killed 1 guerrilla at Iripati, but Ovando could not produce 1 foreign body to prove the existence of a Cuban-sponsored foco. He would suffer higher casualties if he attempted to drive Che out of his position. The army patrols could reach the camp only by marching along the banks of the Nankawaza River or its tributaries, all of which, hemmed in by rocks and lush vegetation, provided perfect settings for ambushes. Although the bombing raids had impressed Che with their precision, the terrain made it difficult for the pilots to spot guerrilla troops and separate them from advancing army patrols. Thus, General Ovando called a halt to the search and destroy missions and assigned defensive missions to the 4 companies operating in the 4th Division. According to General Operations Order 467, the 4 companies should be organized defensively, undertaking patrols with a short radius of action in their respective areas, under conditions that will prevent guerrilla groups from obtaining vital supplies. They should isolate the probable area occupied by the guerrillas. 6. Given that Che's foco lacked a vital lifeline to any city, the Army's plan to confine the guerrillas to its current area of operations represented a viable strategy to weaken the guerrillas through attrition. When the Army gained strength and experience, it could move in for the kill. The Bolivian Army did not show any reluctance to fight, but in its first 2 engagements the Army had suffered heavy casualties, revealing a lack of experience in counterinsurgency warfare. Bolivian and American observers concluded that the Bolivians needed training, advice, and equipment. The Bolivians had already agreed to receive a Green Beret Mobile Training Team, MTT, to instruct a Bolivian Ranger Battalion in counterinsurgency warfare. The detection of the Cuban-sponsored guerrilla band convinced the Americans and Bolivians to dispatch the Green Berets a year earlier than scheduled. The U.S. Southern Command, based in Panama and commanded by General Robert Porter, took an immediate interest in Bolivia as soon as reports filtered in about guerrilla activities. General Porter proposed to send a team of 16 officers to analyze the military situation, but because of Ambassador Henderson's concerns about keeping the American profile low, agreed to send only Air Force Brigadier General William Tope and one aide. In the meantime, Southern Command accelerated plans to dispatch the Green Berets to commence training of the Bolivian Rangers. 7 Major Ralph Pappy Shelton, leader of the MTT, was in Panama when he heard news of the Bolivian guerrillas. A decorated Korean War veteran, he joined the Special Forces, or Green Berets, in 1961. Under the Kennedy administration, the focus of American military policy in the Americas had changed dramatically, moving from hemispheric defense against external aggression to internal security and counterinsurgency. The United States, and the Latin American armies it trained, had not had much experience in counterinsurgency warfare prior to the Cuban Revolution. After the Bay of Pigs debacle, President Kennedy developed what one journalist described as an obsession with guerrilla warfare and counterinsurgency techniques. He read Mao Zedong's and Guevara's theories of guerrilla warfare, and he encouraged others to do the same. Thousands of State Department and Pentagon officers studied Mao and Che in special courses on counterinsurgency that Kennedy established at U.S. embassies in the developing world. He created a high-level special group for counterinsurgency to coordinate all military and economic programs. He brought in Colonel Edward Lansdale to develop new counterinsurgency strategies and tactics based on the U.S. experience in South Vietnam. And, in his most famous response to the Latin American guerrilla challenge, Kennedy ordered a dramatic increase in Special Forces strength and stipulated that the elite troops wear the Green Beret, the symbol of his counterinsurgency program. The Navy and Air Force followed this example by creating their own elite counter-guerrilla units and training their best troops for unconventional warfare. In the 6 years prior to the arrival of the Green Beret team in Bolivia, the United States had developed strategies, tactics, and technology that would be used in a global campaign against wars of national liberation and guerrilla warfare. 8 Major Shelton, after a stint training special forces in Laos, requested Spanish-language training and an assignment to Panama. In 1965 he took MTT to the Dominican Republic and served 8 months. Ironically, Che Guevara had unwittingly given him and the Green Berets a decided advantage in the guerrilla wars that he led or inspired. Shelton could study Guevara's manual and devise the appropriate counterinsurgency strategy and tactics. With combat experience, ranger and airborne training, and Spanish-language skills, Major Shelton arrived in Bolivia in early April with all the skills and experience to train the Bolivian Ranger Battalion. 9 In the 25 months of the Cuban insurrection, December 1, 1956 to January 1, 1959, no unit of the Cuban Army ever received any counterinsurgency training by any American special forces. American counterinsurgency specialists certainly existed, but the Eisenhower administration, determined to remain neutral in the conflict, refused to provide military assistance. Intelligence agents collaborated with Batista's secret police, but in the first year of the conflict, when the guerrilla foco in the Sierra Maestra was the most vulnerable, the Americans sat on the sidelines, observing and criticizing the Cuban army. Although American assistance might not have changed the outcome of the Cuban insurrection, a limited amount of American aid turned the Bolivian army into a more formidable opponent than Che or Fidel had ever faced in Cuba. Yet when the Bolivian government announced the arrival of 5 American counterinsurgency experts on April 13, Guevara welcomed the news, confident that events were developing as he had predicted. "We are perhaps witnessing the first episode of a new Vietnam," he noted after he learned of the arrival of U.S. military advisors. Che recognized, however, that his foco could not remain long in the Nankawazo camps. Army patrols and airplanes still threatened the guerrillas. Che contemplated an early move toward the north, possibly the Alto Beni, where he had intended to establish his base of operations. Before he moved out of the area, he wanted to relieve the foco of two of the non-combatants, Debray and Bustos. He would have preferred to get Tanya out of his camp too, but she had been uncovered and could not return to La Paz. Debray, for one, wanted to get out of camp as soon as possible. He had once asked to join the guerrillas, but now, with the enemy threatening to encircle the guerrilla camps, Debray explained with excessive vehemence, according to Che, how useful he would be abroad. 11. Che decided to march the main body south to Muapumpa, from which the two foreigners would have to find their own way out. To protect his rear, Che left Acuna and the rear guard behind, with instructions to obstruct any enemy troop movement and to wait 3 days for his return. Surprisingly, Che did not set a rallying point at which the main body could reunite with the rear guard, in the event that the two groups lost contact. Aside from this fundamental error, one must also question why Che risked another engagement with the enemy and worse, separation from his rear guard, for the safety of two unwelcome guests. Che recognized the risks of the strategy. In returning along the same road we risk clashing with army units alerted in Lagunillas or with a column coming from Tacucha. However, it is necessary to run this risk to avoid becoming separated from the rear guard. 12. Che assumed that he could complete the mission without being detected, another sign that he underestimated his opponents. Che's forward and center units marched out of camp on the evening of April 17, hoping to reunite with the rear guard 3 days later. On the afternoon of April 1, 2 children from Lagunillas followed the guerrillas' tracks to their camp, bringing Andrew Roth, an English journalist, with them. From the 2 boys Che learned that the news of his march toward Muapumpa had been relayed to the army in Lagunillas. On the night of April 1, the vanguard clashed with an army patrol. The guerrillas prevailed yet again, but the army presence made it too dangerous to proceed as planned. Che then washed his hands of Debray and Bustos. He would let them decide what to do, but he could no longer risk the security of his entire force for them. He turned away from Muapumpa before dawn on April 20, leaving Debray and Bustos to walk into the village on their own. At 1:00 p.m. on April 20, a 3-man delegation from the village arrived at Che's camp to ask the guerrillas to lay down their arms and leave the area, because they did not want any trouble. Guido Peredu, representing the guerrillas, not only rejected the request, he demanded that the townspeople provide the guerrillas with food and medicines. He gave them until 6:00 p.m. to return with the supplies. The delegates warned that the army would not allow them to return. They also informed Peredu that the army had already captured Debray and Bustos. The situation looked bleak for the guerrillas, but Che stayed in position, waiting for the food and medicines. His wait ended at 5:30 p.m., when 3 at 6 aircraft bombed the camp, forcing Che to withdraw. He diverted the column westward toward Tacucha, still hoping that he could circle around and reunite with his rear guard. 13. This latest bombing, like all previous attacks, inflicted only minor damage on the guerrillas, but it put them on the run, and worse, put distance between Che and the rear guard. The Bolivian army kept the pressure on, clashing with the guerrillas at Taprillas on April 22 and again at El Meson on April 25. The engagements delayed the guerrillas and prevented them from reuniting with the rear guard. Moreover, Che lost Eliseo Reyes at El Meson. Reyes, former head of the G2, the undercover division of Cuba's police, was the best man in the guerrilla unit, one of its pillars, Che wrote. 14. Although the Bolivian army had killed only 2 guerrillas in a month of sporadic skirmishes, it had Che Guevara on the run and, by a stroke of good fortune, divided the small guerrilla band. The performance of the army patrols in combat had been discouraging, but none of the units then engaged had had any counterinsurgency training. In response to the threat, The army had transferred about 100 soldiers with some anti-guerrilla training to Camarai. But President Barrientos still wanted and needed more training, equipment, and advice from the Americans. On April 18, Brigadier General Tope arrived in Bolivia from the Southern Command to analyze the situation and evaluate the Bolivians' needs. The general's 12-day visit, the first of 6 by an American general or admiral, indicated that the United States attached the highest priority to the eradication of the guerrilla band. President Barrientos shared that objective, but he wanted automatic weapons, communications equipment, and aircraft to complete the task. The Bolivian army still used Mausers dating to the Chaco War, against Paraguay, 1932-35. Barrientos asked General Tope to replace them with automatic weapons that could fill the air with lead. In a meeting with Barrientos on April 22, General Tope argued that an untrained conscript will drop a modern weapon just as quickly as he will a Mauser. 15. The Bolivians routinely requested high-tech military hardware. The Americans regularly stressed the need to train the army in counterinsurgency warfare. General Tope, in 3 meetings with the president, tried to impress on Barrientos the need for training, communications, and maintenance. The failure to provide any one of these 3 elements, he argued, would bring failure to the entire campaign. Although Barrientos and his advisors nodded in agreement, their subsequent comments indicated that they did not understand the principle or simply did not want to apply it. General Tope warned his superiors that the Americans might have to intervene more directly, because the Bolivian army lacked everything required for success: adequate field intelligence, communications equipment, training, leadership, and weaponry. General Tope even anticipated the need to place American military advisors in the field to compensate for the incompetence of the Bolivian officer corps. 16. Despite General Tope's recommendation, the Johnson administration remained determined to keep American advisors and soldiers out of the conflict. A no-go area had been established in April, as a result of which 2 American military advisors at Camarai had to be withdrawn. On April 28, 1967, Colonel Kenneth T. Masick, chief of the United States Military Group in Bolivia, and General Ovando signed an agreement for the activation, organization, and training of the 2nd Ranger Battalion, conceived as a battalion-size rapid reaction force, trained specifically for counterinsurgency operations in the jungle. The memorandum specifically prohibited all American advisors from participating in actual combat operations either as observers or advisors with members of the Bolivian armed forces. Further, U.S. military personnel must be careful to avoid the assumption, either directly or indirectly, of functions that should be performed by Bolivian military personnel during the conduct of counterinsurgency combat operations and related support activities. 17. Hence, Major Pappy Shelton, ordered to stay out of the combat zone, set up his training camp at La Esperanza, a hamlet located 45 miles north of Santa Cruz. Shelton's Green Berets never got within 100 miles of Che's guerrilla band. From May 8, the day he began training the 2nd Rangers, until September 2, 6, Major Shelton focused on teaching the Bolivians how to fight the guerrillas. Throughout the 4-month training program, Shelton reported directly to General Porter in Panama. Porter, determined to prevail in a war by proxy against a Cuban-sponsored guerrilla FOCO, provided Shelton with all the money, men, and supplies he required. 18. He even visited La Esperanza once, another sign of the American resolve to defeat Che Guevara. The CIA shared the Pentagon's determination to get Che Guevara. The agency had lost track of Che since he had left the Congo. The station chief in Bolivia picked up his trail in Bolivia in February or March 1, 1967, but his superiors at headquarters in Langley, Virginia, would not confirm his presence in Bolivia until later that summer. Nevertheless, the CIA responded quickly and effectively, setting up a communications center in Santa Cruz and utilizing its agents in the urban underground. The agency assigned several Cuban exiles and an American case officer to Bolivia to collect and analyze intelligence. One agent served in the Ministry of Government in La Paz. More important, At least 2 Cuban-born agents accompanied Bolivian units in the field. The no-go zone established by the Americans did not apply to Felix Rodriguez and Gustavo Villoldo, both recruited by the CIA in the early 1960s. Rodriguez and Villoldo ran an intelligence network that linked the campesinos of southeastern Bolivia to Santa Cruz, La Paz, and beyond. In the final months of the campaign, Guevara's guerrillas could not buy supplies in any hamlet without their movements being detected and reported to the Bolivian army. 19 Che Guevara faced an enemy with higher morale and better training than Batista's army, which never fought with the tenacity displayed by the Bolivians in 1996-7. Rodriguez and Villoldo, in hot pursuit of the number 2 man on their hit list, would not let him rest. They had lost family and property in Cuba. In February 1, 1959, Villoldo's father had committed suicide after Che confiscated his automobile dealership. The young Villoldo left Cuba a month later and joined the anti-communist exiles organizing in Miami. He served as the Chief of Intelligence and Security for the Brigade 256 Air Force and flew 2 B-26 missions over the Bay of Pigs. When Villoldo joined the CIA in 1996-4, he wanted revenge. 20 Che Guevara, facing forces he did not anticipate or respect, expected to have to consolidate his guerrilla band before he engaged American forces. But the Bolivian army, despite its repeated complaints that it lacked the hardware that it needed, had him on the run before the Green Berets, and the CIA exerted much influence over the counterinsurgency campaign. By the end of April 1, 1996-7, Che's band was divided into 2 units and totally cut off from the outside. The guerrillas had had no luck in recruiting local peasants into their army, and the performance of the Bolivian army was improving. Even Che noted that the army patrols had improved their techniques. 21 Che's only hope was to reunite with the rear guard, leave his Nankawazu bases, and relocate his foco in the Alto Beni. Che marched his 2 units back to the Bear Camp, still hoping to reunite with Acuna and the rear guard there. The army's air and land pursuit of the guerrillas, however, had forced him to veer northwest, away from Acuna. When the main body returned to the Bear Camp on May 7, the rear guard was not there. Che clashed with an army patrol near the main camp the following day. 22 By this time, American and Bolivian intelligence had received more compelling evidence that Che Guevara commanded the guerrilla foco. After several days of rough treatment at the hands of the Bolivian army, Debray and Bustos were transferred to the Green Beret training base at La Esperanza. Although Captain Gary Prado Salmon, commander of a Bolivian ranger company, denies that any American intelligence agents participated in the interrogations, Felix Rodriguez claims that a Cuban-born CIA agent known as Gabriel Garcia, operating undercover in the Bolivian Ministry of the Interior, interrogated Debray. Che had asked Debray and Bustos not to divulge his presence or objectives, but both men broke under pressure. Debray confessed that he had been in contact with Castro and that Che commanded the guerrilla band. Even worse, he identified the location of the camps and other sites where the guerrillas had stored arms, ammunition, and supplies. Debray also described Che's strategic plan to spawn guerrilla movements throughout the continent and thereby provoke American military intervention. Bustos added another gem, sketches of all the guerrilla combatants, including Guevara, and maps of the camps and caves. According to Gustavo Villoldo, the information provided by Debray and Bustos was not entirely new. He had already learned of Guevara's presence, thanks to his informants in the urban underground. Debray's testimony, however, might have convinced the Americans to pull out all the stops in their efforts to capture Che Guevara. According to Felix Rodriguez, Debray's testimony helped convince the agency to lay on a concentrated effort to capture the elusive revolutionary. 23. Meanwhile, the Bolivian army closed a circle around the combat zone, determined to prevent the guerrillas from receiving outside assistance or moving out of the region. Che suspected that the army, knowing the location of his camps, would advance toward them soon. He had no choice but to move out of the area. Thus, in late May, Che led his band of 25 men eastward, across the Pirienda Mountains. Arriving at the town of Karaguataranda on May 28, the guerrillas took several prisoners, 2 jeeps, 2 trucks, and some supplies. Che now had the means to move his men rapidly east and northward, farther from the army patrols. 24 However, the arrival of the guerrillas frightened the residents, who relayed the news of these strangers to the authorities. The army sent 2 motorized companies under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Augusto Calderon after the rebels, who reached the Santa Cruz, Yacuba Railroad on May 30. Local residents spotted their movement, however, forcing Che to post an ambush for the army patrol that he expected to follow. Army patrols fell into ambushes on May 30 and May 31. Although the guerrillas repelled each advance, the vigorous pursuit by the army prevented Che from crossing the railroad and moving into the mountains to establish another base of operations. 25 block to the east, Guevara turned the column to the north, heading toward El Limón and Puerto Camacho. His main objective was to lose the army units on his tail and reunite with the rear guard. He had to rely completely on his own resources because he could not expect any more help from Havana or La Paz. The radio transmitter had broken down, he could receive but not send messages. The foco was coming apart, and Che, like his guerrillas, had been weakened by several straight weeks of forced marches and illness, and his morale had begun to suffer. When an army truck fell into his ambush on June 3, Che spotted 2 young Bolivian soldiers lying down in the back, wrapped in blankets. He did not have the heart to shoot them. He later told his men that it would have been a crime to shoot those little soldiers. 26 Che began to doubt that he was still a cold-killing machine. His troops exchanged fire with an army patrol as they tried to cross the Rio Grande on June 10, but knowing the weakness of his position, he withdrew and turned westward. He was tired and on the run on June 14, his 39th birthday. He felt that he had reached an age at which he had to consider his future as a guerrilla. 27 Ironically, American intelligence analysts shared Che's pessimism. One report, dated June 14, 1967, berated the government's total inability to cope with the guerrillas. The officers and soldiers had little or no training in guerrilla tactics and had no knowledge of the terrain, according to the analyst. Communications between the field commanders and headquarters in La Paz was extremely unreliable, meaning that no one in the Army Command has an accurate understanding of events in the guerrilla area. 28 Although the Bolivian army had not prevailed in any engagement with the guerrillas, it held the upper hand. By mid-June, the 4th Division had divided Guevara's column, severed its ties to the outside, and sent Guevara running. Che certainly knew that circumstances favored his enemy, which possessed unusually accurate information about the size, location, and movement of his band. A government communique of June 12 had announced that there were 17 Cubans and 3 Peruvians in a band of 38 guerrillas. The number of Cubans and Peruvians was accurate. Che wondered how the army had obtained such precise information. 29 Che suspected that the deserters Debray or Bustos had given up too much information, and they had. Knowing that Guevara commanded an elite guerrilla column designed to serve as an international base from which to launch a continental revolution, the Johnson administration decided to crush him. In a memorandum to President Johnson, National Security Advisor Walt Rostow explained that we have put Bolivia on top of the list. There were several hundred more insurgents fighting in Colombia, Venezuela, and Guatemala, but Che, commanding fewer than 50 combatants arrayed against an army that the Americans considered weak and ineffective, became the primary target. 30 Rostow informed Johnson that intelligence agents were monitoring radio communications between Havana and Guevara. We also know that the guerrillas have radio contact with Cuba using the same procedures taught by the Soviets, Rostow reported. In the field, the guerrillas communicated through walkie-talkies or field radios, and the Americans also detected those transmissions. American intelligence monitored radio traffic through ground stations, airborne systems, and satellites. The first RC-135, an airborne platform designed specifically to collect signals intelligence, came into service in December 1, 1965. In addition, the United States operated ground stations throughout the world to monitor communications emanating from or within the Soviet Union, China, Vietnam, the Middle East, and Latin America. If American intelligence did not utilize satellite or airborne collection systems in Bolivia, the agents could have established covert listening posts in Santa Cruz or La Paz. In the late 1960s, a covert listening post set up in the American Embassy in Moscow intercepted radio-telephone communications of Soviet Politburo members, including calls placed by Leonid Brezhnev as he drove around the city in his limousine. 31 Unfortunately, we have little evidence from radio communications and surveillance during the Bolivian campaign. The Cubans apparently used some kind of field radios or walkie-talkies. We know from Villegas's diary, for example, that Guido Pareto carried a radio in his backpack. 32 Although the Cubans' radio transmitter broke down by June, the receiver worked until the end. The Americans apparently monitored all this radio traffic. They also could have pinpointed the location of the guerrilla band by triangulating on the position of the transmission. According to Richard Clement, an American intelligence agent contracted by the Bolivian government in 1967, he was assigned the job of tracking the radio signals of the guerrilla forces to pinpoint their location. He presumes that a general in Washington had overall command of the operation. Clement improvised a method of collecting electronic intelligence from a Piper plane flying over the area of operations. His job was to pick up transmissions between the guerrilla units and relay the information to the ground forces. In the final phase of the Bolivian campaign, Clement played a decisive role in the capture of Che Guevara. 33 Even without sophisticated communications surveillance, the Bolivian army received enough information from local residents to track Guevara's column. Army patrols had no trouble following Guevara, they just could not defeat the guerrillas in battle. In June, Guevara's column continued marching north, with the army in pursuit, engaging again at Florida on June 2-6. In the battle, Carlos Coelho, Che's bodyguard and friend, suffered a fatal wound to his abdomen. The loss of this comrade inflicted another serious blow to Che's morale. With his death I have lost an inseparable comrade and companion over all the recent years. His loyalty was unwavering, and I feel his absence almost as if he were my own son. 34 The situation of Guevara's column was grim and growing worse. Che marched northward to the Cochabamba, Santa Cruz road, then turned west, the army still in pursuit. A detachment of guerrillas arrived in Samaipata on July 6 to pick up badly needed supplies of food and medicine. The guerrillas briefly occupied the town, killing 1 soldier and taking 9 prisoners. In full view of the town's 1,700 residents, the guerrillas confiscated some supplies, but they could not find any asthma medicine for Che. Knowing that the army would soon learn of their appearance, Guevara turned the column south, heading toward his original base of operations. He had to risk a return to the Nankawazu area because he needed more supplies, particularly asthma medication. Che's asthma was running full throttle and weakened him so much that it was affecting the movement of the column. 35 Unknown to Che, he was marching right into a trap set by the Bolivian army. Che's movement north had brought him into the 8th Division's area of operations. Units of the 8th Division, in fact, had blocked his attempt to cross the Cochabamba, Santa Cruz road and then pursued him south. Meanwhile, the 4th Division, based in Camaray, continued its pursuit from the south, with the result that 2 army divisions came at Che, one from the north and the other from the south. After blocking the exit routes east and west, the 2 divisions would then concentrate on a reduced area of operations north of the Rio Grande. This new strategy became official in Operations Directive 1367, issued on July 28. The 4th Division would occupy and close off escape routes east and west of the Nankahuzo River, then comb the area from south to north, particularly the Bear Camp, advancing to the Rio Grande. Meanwhile, units of the 8th Division would comb north to south. After the units reduced the area of operations, the Army would bring in the 2nd Ranger Battalion, then being trained at La Esperanza, for the kill. 36. See Map 12. The new strategy, requiring coordination of at least 6 different units simultaneously, produced the first successes for the Bolivian army. One unit of the 8th Division attacked the guerrillas with mortar fire on July 27. In a pre-dawn raid on July 30, an army patrol hit the guerrilla camp by surprise, killing José María Martínez Tamayo and a Bolivian. Che escaped the army's attempt to encircle him, but he paid a high price for it. Martínez Tamayo, described by Che as an extraordinary fighter, had been with Che since the inception of the Bolivian campaign. He also lost 15 knapsacks containing valuable medicines, a radio, and a tape recorder. According to Captain Prado, the battle affected Che and his men deeply because for the first time they had been surprised, followed, and hunted down vigorously by army troops. 37 Even Che noted that the army still cannot do anything right, but several units appear to be more combative. 38 As the military situation deteriorated for the guerrillas, Che saw a slight glimmer of hope in the political crisis that engulfed Barrientos in June. He had always hoped to attract the militant miners to his cause, and after the Bolivian military fired on workers at the Siglo XX mines that month, he expected the unions to rally to the armed struggle. A leftist challenge to Barrientos, coming from students, miners, and the remnants of the MNR, could destabilize the regime and open opportunities for the guerrilla movement. However, American intelligence detected no interest among the miners in joining the guerrillas, and the army had Che confined to an area far from the mining centers. After two parties withdrew from the governing coalition in mid-July, Che hoped for the disintegration of the government, but Barrientos remained strong. 39 The Bolivian army certainly showed no signs of dissatisfaction with their president. In early August, Lieutenant Colonel Augusto Calderón of the 1st Infantry Battalion of the 4th Division deployed 4 companies in 4 directions, all destined to converge on the Bear Camp and the storage caves around it. A map of the camps and caves drawn by Bustos guided the companies toward these critical storage facilities. Between August 6 and 9, the companies confiscated virtually everything left behind by the guerrillas: machine guns, rifles, mortars, grenade launchers, medicines, a radio, clothing, and even an electrical generator. 40 Without these supplies or the ability to replace them from other sources, Che would have to rely solely on the supplies his men carried on their backs. The army announced the confiscation of these guerrilla supplies on August 8, compelling Che to discuss this terrible loss with his men. Weakened considerably by constant asthma attacks, Che used his last anti-asthma injection on August 2, leaving him with a 10-day supply of tablets. The men, demoralized by the illness of their commander and the recent reverses, were growing irritable. Some talked about abandoning the struggle, an increasingly viable option. Che presented his men with a critical choice. We have reached a moment when great decisions are called for. This type of struggle provides us the opportunity to become revolutionaries, the highest level of the human species. At the same time, it enables us to emerge fully as men. He admitted that he was a real mess and that he had occasionally lost control, but he was determined to fight to the end. He let each man decide whether to leave or fight. They all decided to stay. 41 Che could not go on, however, if he did not find some anti-asthma medication. There was still a slight chance that the army had not discovered the cave with his medicines in it, so he ordered 3 men to proceed with great caution to that cave. The more prudent move would have been away from his former base of operations, but Che's deteriorating health forced him to move toward the army's greatest strength, violating a cardinal rule of guerrilla warfare. On August 14, with the group en route to the cave, the radio carried the news that the army had confiscated the cave with Che's medication in it. Che now felt condemned to suffer from asthma indefinitely. This is the hardest blow they have yet dealt us, Che noted on August 14. Someone talked. The question is who? Che had no idea that Bustos had drawn maps of his caves and camps. 42 things could get worse, and they did. On the afternoon of August 31, Acuna and the rear guard cautiously approached the Rio Grande, hoping to reunite with the main body, then just a day's march away. Honorato Rojas, who had first met the guerrillas in February, had led them to believe that they could cross safely near Vado del Yeso, at the confluence of the Macy-Curry and Rio Grande. In reality, Rojas had been convinced by Captain Mario Vargas Salinas to betray the guerrillas. Captain Vargas had deployed his 41 men in ambush positions that morning. 11 hours later, 10 guerrillas waded single file into breast-deep water, completely unaware of the trap into which they had marched. The army opened fire without warning, killing 9 guerrillas within 20 minutes. The only survivor was José Castillo, one of the Bolivian rejects who had been trying to leave the guerrillas since March 43. In addition to destroying the rear guard, the Bolivian army captured valuable intelligence, including photographs, documents, and diaries, and one terrified Bolivian prisoner. The Bolivians asked the CIA for assistance in analyzing the astonishing stash of intelligence, which included some communications intelligence that the United States kept classified, as it is to this day. In the meantime, CIA agent Felix Rodriguez flew from Santa Cruz to Valle Grande to interrogate Castillo. Rodriguez, recognizing the potential value of the captive, convinced the Bolivian officers not to execute Castillo. Rodriguez tended to Castillo's wounds, treated him fairly, and gained the prisoner's confidence. Over the following 2 weeks, Felix obtained valuable intelligence from Castillo, including the fact that Manuel Hernandez commanded Che's vanguard. Felix knew that if and when the army contacted Hernandez, Che would be following about 1,000 meters behind him with the main body, moving slowly and cautiously up steep ravines or through thick jungle undergrowth. 44. The information acquired by the army in its raids on the camps, followed by the destruction of the rear guard, helped the Bolivian government to identify the small network of urban activists and sympathizers, including Loyola Guzman. The CIA had already penetrated the group, and now, with the guerrillas on the run, the Bolivian authorities shut it down completely. The police arrested Guzman and 11 others, destroying the remnants of Guevara's ineffective urban network. 45. If by some miracle Che's combatants broke out of the army's encirclement, they would find no safe haven in any Bolivian city. It was now only a matter of time before the army clamped the vice around Che's fragile unit and hammered it. Che moved cautiously west and north, constantly looking for signs of an enemy ambush. The guerrillas clashed with the army on September 3 and again on September 6. On September 8, Che posted 2 ambushes while he sent out scouts to look for an escape route. On September 10, he lost his shoes while swimming across a river. Instead of taking shoes away from one of his subordinates, he wrapped his feet with swaths of leather. 46. Ravaged by asthma, hunger, and thirst, and with planes and helicopters flying over the area, Che had to take increasingly desperate risks. The guerrillas entered the village of Alto Seco at dawn on September 22 and held it for the following 24 hours. To defend themselves, the guerrillas dug trenches at the entrance to the town. Che convened a meeting of all adult males that evening. Guido Pareto spoke to the men about the objectives of the guerrilla band. Then Che spoke directly to the Bolivian people for the first time in the entire campaign. He spoke anonymously and, apparently, unimpressively. He invited his audience to join the revolution, but nobody accepted the invitation. 47. News of the guerrillas' occupation of Alto Seco reached the army command in Valle Grande on the afternoon of September 22, while the guerrillas still held the town. The army's network of informants provided them with critical intelligence, while the guerrillas received neither supplies nor recruits from the local population. At 10:00 a.m. on September 2, 6, the guerrillas occupied the hamlet of La Higuera and cut the telephone lines, hoping that they could delay reports of their movements. However, they were already under the observation of 2nd Lieutenant Eduardo Galindo, commanding a company of the 4th Division, then camped on some heights less than 2 miles away. At 1:00 p.m. the vanguard left La Higuera in broad daylight, observed by dozens of suspicious peasants. This movement by the guerrillas in plain daylight through an open area with no vegetation and with considerable population cannot be explained, Captain Prado concluded. 48 Under normal circumstances, Che would not have moved during the day. However, the army had him on the run, forcing him to take unusual risks. As the vanguard advanced along the rocky heights north of La Higuera, 2nd Lieutenant Galindo observed them and quickly organized an ambush. Within 30 minutes, the guerrillas marched straight into Galindo's trap. Hernandez, the commander of the vanguard, fell, as did Roberto Pareto and another Bolivian. 2 other Bolivian volunteers defected after this engagement. Che knew that he had to move out of La Higuera in a hurry. He set the mules loose and proceeded down into a nearby ravine, where he found a safe place to spend the night and contemplate the disastrous defeat. 49 Felix Rodriguez rushed over to Pucara to identify the 3 guerrillas killed in the ambush at La Higuera. From his interrogation of José Castillo, Felix had learned that Hernandez commanded Che's vanguard. Deducing that 2nd Lieutenant Galindo had just destroyed Che's vanguard, Rodriguez advised Colonel Joaquim Zentino of the 8th Division to send a detachment from the recently trained 2nd Ranger Battalion after Che. The 2nd Rangers had completed their Special Forces training and moved to Valle Grande on September 2-6. With Che on the ropes, 650 Bolivian Rangers moved in for the kill, the first American-trained troops to go into battle. 50 The 16 guerrillas who were left with Che tried in vain to climb out of the canyon the following day. Captain Prado and a ranger company with 145 men, along with another squadron of 37 men, kept the guerrillas pinned down for 3 consecutive days. The guerrillas, seeing soldiers on the hills above them, managed to move out of one ravine only to find themselves pinned down in another one, the Euro. Meanwhile, radio reports indicated that as many as 2,000 soldiers were tightening a circle around them. 51 The guerrillas kept looking for a way out of the Euro ravine, marching at night on October 4 and 5, but they passed a well-populated area in broad daylight on October 6. A farmer spotted 17 heavily armed men passing by his field near La Higuera and reported the news to the Bolivian army. At 5:30 a.m. on October 8, the men arrived at the confluence of 2 ravines, the Euro and San Antonio. Che sent out 3 teams to explore escape routes along the left flank, the Jaguay Ravine, the center, up the Euro Canyon, and the right, La Tusca. They found that army squads blocked their exit in any direction. 52, see map 13. The guerrillas were trapped at the bottom of the Euro Ravine, confined to a stretch of about 200 yards bordered by steep slopes that rose to open fields above. They might remain undetected beneath the vegetation, but they could not advance up the canyon, retreat back toward the San Antonio River, or move through their flanks. There was no alternative, they would have to fight their way out. At 8:30 a.m., Che divided his force into 3 units and placed them in defensive positions. He assessed his chances in the following way. If the army attacked between 10:00 a.m. and 1:00 p.m., the guerrillas would have a minimal chance of surviving the rest of the day. If the attack came between 1:00 and 3:00 p.m., they had a good chance to neutralize the enemy. If the army offensive began after 3:00 p.m., Che thought that his men would have the advantage. 53 The battle began around 10:30 a.m., when the 7-man vanguard, led by Villegas and Guido Pareto, exchanged fire in the upper Euro Canyon, determined to hold their position at all costs to cover the retreat of Che and the other 9 men. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Che tried to slip out of the valley, and the army pushed him back with heavy mortar and machine gun fire. A bullet pierced Che's black beret, another hit his M1 carbine and rendered it inoperable, another bullet struck his right calf. 54 enemy squads moved in for the kill. One squad moved down La Tusca Ravine to get in Che's rear and advance up the Euro Ravine to close the trap on Che and the wounded guerrillas. Che could not rally his dispersed men. They were under assault from all sides. Che, trapped at the bottom of the ravine with Simon Cuba, a Bolivian volunteer, tried to escape by the only path left open to him. He struggled up the side of the canyon, hiding behind the few bushes that offered any cover. If attacked, Cuba had a submachine gun, Che had only a 9mm pistol with one clip. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they walked into the barrel of 2 rifles pointed directly at their chests. "Halt, surrender!" Bolivian soldiers demanded. Che raised his hands. "Don't shoot. I am Che Guevara, and I'm worth more to you alive than dead." Cuba dropped his submachine gun. 55 The Bolivians took the 2 prisoners to their captain, Gary Prado. Che, a prisoner for the first time, looked like a man who had been chased through woods and ravines for 7 months. Wild, unwashed hair fell below his shoul. Durs, and his torn and ragged fatigues barely concealed his emaciated body. Leather straps covered his tired feet, his lower leg was red from his bleeding calf wound. Che asked Prado for medical attention and the Bolivian had the calf bandaged, but with the battle still raging in the ravine, he could not give more attention to the Comandante. He had the hands and feet of the prisoners tied and ordered the guards to shoot them if they attempted to escape. "Don't worry, Captain, it's all over," Che assured him. 56 By dusk, the firing in the canyon had stopped. Captain Prado pulled his men back to positions blocking the exit routes, determined to finish off the remaining guerrillas the following day. For the moment, he knew only that his men had killed 2 guerrillas and taken 2 prisoners, one of them Che Guevara. He sent a coded message to his superiors at Valle Grande with the news that he had captured Che. He was told to keep him alive. 57 When Captain Prado arrived in La Higuera with his famous prisoner, all 300 residents came out of their humble homes to observe the most exciting event in the history of their uneventful town. Prado imprisoned Che in a mud brick schoolhouse in the center of town. Over the following day he, Felix Rodriguez, and others attempted to interrogate Che, while their Bolivian and American superiors debated the fate of the fallen Comandante. 58 At 10:00 a.m. on October 9, General Ovando ordered Colonel Zentino, commander of the Bolivian 8th Division, to execute Che. Rodriguez had been instructed by his CIA handlers to keep Che alive so that he could be taken to Panama for interrogation. Colonel Zentino told Rodriguez that he could not disobey a direct order. Rodriguez could only convince Zentino to give him 3 hours to interrogate Che. 59 In a semi-official Cuban version of Che's execution, the CIA allegedly issued the order to execute Che. However, evidence suggests that the Americans wanted to keep Guevara alive. On October 11, Walt Rostow informed President Johnson that General Ovando had ordered the execution. "I regard this as stupid," Rostow wrote. 60 Che Guevara would not have submitted to interrogation in Bolivia, Panama, or anywhere else. When Rodriguez attempted to question Guevara, he got an unambiguous response: "Nobody interrogates me." 61 Che talked with Rodriguez and Captain Prado about the origins and objectives of his Bolivian campaign, but he divulged nothing that was not already public knowledge. Bolivian Air Force General Jaime Nino de Guzman, who claims that he was the last person to talk with Che, claims that Che said, "Fidel betrayed me," several times before his execution. 62 The allegation, if true, would cast new light on the reason for Guevara's failure in Bolivia. The rumors of Fidel Castro's betrayal gained new life in Jorge Castañeda's biography, Compañero. Castañeda considers the possibility that Castro, under Soviet pressure, cut off Guevara in the summer of 1996-7. Accordingly, the Cubans had organized a group of volunteers to rescue or reinforce Guevara if the situation deteriorated any further. The Soviets, however, opposed Guevara's Bolivian mission, concerned about American retaliation elsewhere. To dissuade the Cubans from supporting Guevara, Brezhnev dispatched Alexei Kosygin to Havana in late June. During a series of meetings with Castro, Kosygin criticized Cuba's support for Latin American guerrillas. After the Kosygin visit, an operation to boost the Bolivian FOCO became unthinkable, Castañeda maintains. Fidel, recognizing his total economic dependency on the Soviets, allegedly buckled, convinced that Guevara would serve the Cuban Revolution better as a martyr than as a guerrilla leader. He therefore disbanded the commando unit and let Che attempt to fight his own way out. 63 However, in the same evidence cited by Castañeda, there is no indication that the Soviets actually demanded a Cuban withdrawal from Bolivia. From unidentified sources, American intelligence learned that Kosygin and Castro had indeed argued over the armed struggle, but they had agreed to disagree. Despite their opposition to Cuban adventurism, the Soviets indicated to Castro that they were willing to continue to supply Cuba with considerable amounts of economic aid and that military aid programs, especially those concerned with the modernization of the Cuban armed forces, would be continued. 64 In any case, would it have been possible for Fidel to rescue or reinforce Che? There were certainly Cuban soldiers prepared for another Bolivian mission, but how could they have carried out their mission? 5 Guerrillas broke out of the Uro ravine and returned to Cuba, demonstrating that the guerrillas could have escaped the Bolivian trap. Castañeda also points out that the Cubans had extracted a band of guerrillas in Venezuela in 1996-8, showing, at least to his satisfaction, that Cuba had the capacity to execute a relief mission. 65 However, the situation in Bolivia in 1996-7 is no comparison to that of Venezuela a year later. According to Manuel Pinheiro, there was no organizational structure in Bolivia that could have been used to facilitate extraction or deploy reinforcements. 66 Moreover, the United States knew that Che Guevara, the number 2 man in the Cuban Revolution, was within the grasp of the Bolivian Rangers. The American military and intelligence community was in active pursuit of Che, and its allies in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Peru had also been alerted to Cuban activity in southeastern Bolivia, presenting even graver logistical problems for the Cubans. If the Cuban commandos miraculously slipped into Bolivia, it is quite likely that the Americans would have responded with a direct strike against Cuba, with the concurrence of most Latin American nations. Neither Che nor his Cuban comrades had a viable military option. Che's defeat in Bolivia cannot be blamed on Fidel Castro. Che committed a series of costly strategic and tactical errors that cost him his life and doomed the campaign. He initiated hostilities before he had established an effective urban network. He separated the rear guard from the main body without establishing a rallying point. He failed to move out of the area after the army took his camps and confiscated his supplies. He actually returned to his base after he knew that the Bolivian army had established a presence there. He marched his men in broad daylight through a succession of towns, giving away his strength, location, and direction to his adversary. During the start-up phase of his FOCO, when he should have been patient and cautious, Che made bold and aggressive moves. During this start-up phase, according to Pinheiro, the guerrillas must depend on their own strength, plus the backing they can get from the urban networks which at that time had been beaten. So the idea that we could have just sent in military reinforcements is absurd, it was logistically impossible, that's pure fantasy. 67. Che Guevara fell in battle trying to open another front in a global struggle against imperialism. He essentially challenged the American military to fight him in guerrilla warfare, on terrain he selected. That challenge represents a fundamental deviation from the Cuban model of insurrection. The Americans did not train Cuban army units in counterinsurgency warfare, as they did in Bolivia. They did not send intelligence officers into the field to collect and analyze data on the strength and movements of the guerrilla forces, as they did in Bolivia. Fidel Castro had effectively neutralized the United States and kept American military forces out of the conflict. Had American forces intervened militarily in the early stages of the conflict, they could have contained or crushed the rebellion in eastern Cuba. Yet in Bolivia, Che actually wanted the Americans to intervene. The Americans denied Che the direct military confrontation that he sought, but they provided critical and timely military assistance. In the final stages of the conflict, Richard Clement's radio signal intelligence operations played a decisive role. After discovering that Che was transmitting radio messages in code and bursts, he returned to Washington to devise a way to track and pinpoint those radio signals. Returning to Bolivia, Clement and the Bolivians strung copper wires over the jungle to help them track the radio signals. Using Honeywell equipment rigged in his Piper plane, Clement flew over the area of operations trying to intercept the signals, then triangulate on the position of the transmission. Corroborating evidence for this operation comes from the diary of Alberto Fernandez, who fell in the Euro ravine on October 8. In his diary entry of October 1, Fernandez refers to a plane flying overhead at 9:00 a.m., apparently looking for information by radio. 68 On October 8, Clement picked up a coded signal, triangulated the position, and relayed the information to the Bolivian Rangers. The Rangers advanced on that position and captured Che within 60 minutes. The guerrillas disabled the Piper plane with ground fire, forcing Clement to bail out. A guerrilla hit him with a .30 caliber Garand as he was hanging in a parachute, but he survived the fall, having pinpointed Che's position. 69 Nevertheless, one should not conclude that this or other sophisticated surveillance techniques resulted in the capture of Che Guevara. Others have alleged that the CIA pinpointed Che's location by using infrared sensors to pinpoint rebel campfires. 70 Such technology and more, including seismic detection devices, was certainly available, but there is no evidence that American agents used them or that they provided the Bolivian Rangers with information that they did not already have. By the time the Rangers went into action, Che Guevara was already pinned down in a ravine. With the Rangers blocking all exits, they could have waited for Che to reveal himself. He would have had to make an effort to break out of the trap. The Bolivian army had already defeated Che by the time the Rangers and their American advisors went into action. Regular army units of the Bolivian 4th Division had pursued Che for 7 months, confiscating his supplies, inflicting casualties, and isolating him from potential bases of support in the cities. American training and intelligence played a decisive role only at the end of a counterinsurgency campaign conducted by the Bolivians. The Bolivians pursued Che's band relentlessly, making mistakes as they advanced, but showing the determination that Batista's army had lacked in Cuba. Che underestimated the strength of the Bolivian army and made the critical mistakes that led him into the Euro ravine. In the end, Captain Gary Prado's Rangers got the credit for capturing Che, but Che had been defeated long before that. The Bolivian army, not the CIA, defeated Che Guevara. It accepted Che's challenge and treated it seriously, and Generals Barrientos and Ovando decided to crush the FOCO before it took root. Although they initially lacked the special training and equipment that the Americans later provided, they designed and executed a viable counterinsurgency strategy. They knew that Che was most vulnerable during the start-up phase, so they reacted quickly to the first reports of a Cuban presence in southeastern Bolivia. Then, they mobilized the companies of the 4th Division to seek out and destroy the guerrilla FOCO. These companies often performed badly in combat, falling into guerrilla ambushes again and again, but they persisted. In contrast to what occurred in Cuba, they fought primarily in small, mobile companies, matching the strength and mobility of the guerrillas. In Cuba, the army usually fought in battalion-level strength, accompanied by tanks and heavy artillery, hoping to engage the guerrillas in conventional battle. The Bolivian army fought in company-level strength, which was 100 soldiers or less, armed with machine guns, bazookas, and radio equipment. These units operated independently, and regional commanders coordinated their movements through the effective use of intelligence and communication. And, unlike the Cuban army, the Bolivian army did not retreat after a skirmish with the guerrillas. They took their losses and pushed on, determined to use their advantage in men and materiel to overwhelm the guerrillas. The Bolivian army put up a tougher fight than either Che or the Americans had anticipated. Che's failure in Bolivia, however, does not necessarily lead to the conclusion that his tricontinental strategy was a failure. He committed so many tactical errors in the field that it is difficult to evaluate his strategy, which never got off the ground. The Bolivian army hunted Guevara for 7 months, trapped him in a canyon, then captured and executed him. By making him a martyr, the Bolivian army did not disprove or diminish the significance of Guevara's strategy of revolutionary warfare. In war, particularly the kind of war Che practiced, one tactical mistake can result in complete destruction. Che's legend lives on many years after his death, and for good reasons. Che made many mistakes and fell in Bolivia, but neither his reputation nor his legacy should be determined solely by his last, disastrous campaign. Instead of saying that Che lost in Bolivia, we might state the case positively: the Bolivian army defeated Guevara. That possibility has not been explored in the new biographies about Che, perhaps because so few people care to give any credit to the Bolivian military. Yet the evidence suggests that the Bolivians, with limited but critical American advice, applied and executed a well-coordinated and well-conceived strategy. More important, the Bolivians responded quickly, decisively, and effectively. In Cuba, Batista had claimed victory before he actually defeated Castro, and the Americans never even dispatched military advisors to provide much-needed advice on how to conduct an anti-guerrilla war. The Americans might not have been able to alter the course of events in the Cuban insurrection, but they undoubtedly strengthened Che's foe in Bolivia. If Che had faced the same enemy he had encountered in eastern Cuba, his guerrilla foco might have survived. Che faced a different adversary in Bolivia, with more sophisticated counterinsurgency tools and methods. The Bolivian army's quick response to the guerrilla foco kept the initiative away from Guevara, who dodged army patrols and air attacks for the last 7 months of his legendary life. When Che committed many mistakes, the Bolivian army exploited them, pressured by their superiors in La Paz and Washington to crush Che Guevara's band. In 1996-7, the Bolivians and the Americans made the eradication of Che their highest priority, targeting him as they never did Castro 10 years earlier. But the Americans maintained a low profile, determined to deny Che the next Vietnam he craved. Americans decided that the primary responsibility for the campaign rested with the Bolivian army. The United States provided the Bolivians with arms, ammunition, and advice, but they refused to commit American combat troops. They had read Che's articles and speeches too, so they knew that Che intended to drag the United States into a Vietnam-like quagmire. As a result, the Americans applied a limited yet effective counterinsurgency strategy in Bolivia, providing just enough support to allow the Bolivians to defeat Che Guevara. From the fact that Che Guevara and hundreds of his followers failed in their guerrilla campaigns in Africa and Latin America, a number of observers have concluded that he promoted a fatally flawed theory of guerrilla warfare. One military expert on guerrilla warfare notes, the theory of the foco has led most Latin American movements straight into the grave. One biographer, Jorge Castañeda, indicted Che for raising false hopes among a generation of idealistic young Latin Americans. Che endowed 2 generations of young people with the tools of that faith in guerrilla warfare, and the fervor of that conviction. But he must also be held responsible for the wasted blood and lives that decimated those generations. Nevertheless, thousands, if not millions, of people still defend Che and his contributions to revolutionary theory and practice in Latin America. 30 years ago, a scholar of guerrilla warfare argued that Mao Zedong, Vion Wenjup, and Guevara provided the basic thoughts and practical tactics that have played fundamental roles in the guerrilla campaigns of the past 25 years. 3. The biographies published on the 30th anniversary of Guevara's death did not destroy or dent his reputation as Latin America's leading guerrilla soldier and strategist. Guevara remains firmly entrenched in the pantheon of revolutionary leaders. His bust occupies a prominent place in the Hall of 20th-century guerrilla warriors, alongside those of Mao, Zedong, and others. Although his strategic and tactical contributions to guerrilla warfare may have gone little beyond Mao or Zedong, Brian Loveman and Thomas Davies argue that his influence on the course of Latin American history in the last half of the 20th century was monumental. For Che Guevara's record as a guerrilla soldier, strategist, and Comandante sustains all these interpretations. The guerrilla movements Che organized or inspired generally failed. He inspired young men and women to take up arms for a holy cause, and many of them went to early graves. At the same time, he taught guerrilla warfare to a generation of Latin Americans and launched guerrilla movements in almost every Latin American country. He undoubtedly influenced the history of Latin America and the United States. Whether a brilliant strategist or a misguided revolutionary, Che Guevara inspired people, and his legacy lives on, in websites, popular musical groups, and T-shirts, and other paraphernalia. Guevara's actual record as a soldier, strategist, and commander is more complicated and controversial than the mythology that surrounds him. Separating myth from reality is difficult, particularly in the case of this legendary icon. There are no easy answers, no catchy phrases that succinctly summarize Guevara's contributions. Given the shortage of studied, deliberate appraisals of Che Guevara's military life and contributions, this analysis can only conclude with a modest attempt to evaluate Guevara's contributions to guerrilla warfare and his place in revolutionary history. One cannot judge the skills and contributions of a military figure such as Che solely by battles won or lost. General Robert E. Lee made monumental mistakes at Gettysburg and his army suffered a crushing defeat as a result, but those mistakes do not erase the brilliance of the military campaign he had directed just 2 months earlier at Chancellorsville. General Ulysses S. Grant ultimately triumphed over Lee after a long and brutal campaign in Virginia, but his victory did not make him a better general than Lee. No military commander, neither Napoleon nor Guevara, has an unblemished record. Unlike observers in the ivory tower, they often pay for grave mistakes with their lives. However, Guevara's military record does not place him in the same category of military leaders as that of Lee, Grant, or Napoleon. Mao Anzap commanded hundreds of thousands of soldiers in conventional and unconventional battles against superior Japanese, French, and American forces. George Washington, Simon Bolivar, and Pancho Villa led larger armies and won greater battles than did Che. If the size of the armies a commander puts into the field and the power of the enemy in his front measures military greatness, Che Guevara was a second or third-rate Comandante. Che never commanded more than a regimental-size unit, and that was during the final phase of the Cuban insurrection, when volunteers swelled the ranks of his column to take Santa Clara. He did not move Army Corps across hundreds of miles, devise new military tactics, or coordinate complicated air, naval, and ground campaigns. There is not a Chancellorsville, Vicksburg, Austerlitz, Long March, Tet Offensive, Yorktown, or Ayacucho associated with his name, nor does his name conjure up even an ignoble association such as that of Columbus, New Mexico, with Pancho Villas. The conquest of Santa Clara, the highlight of Che's career and the triumphal campaign of the Cuban insurrection, is not studied in military academies around the world. However, it would be wholly unfair to denigrate Che's military career just because he did not command large forces or score impressive military victories. He never sought command of a large conventional force. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, he commanded Cuban forces on the western part of the island, but did not lead these conventionally organized units into battle. The basis of his entire military strategy was that a small, mobile force of combatants could win a prolonged war of attrition against an enemy with superior firepower and resources. He never advocated mass movements of troops for a decisive blow against the enemy, except for the final stages of an insurrection. Che was not like General Robert E. Lee or even the Confederate master of irregular warfare, General Nathan Bedford Forrest. Ironically, judging by his performance in the Battle of Santa Clara, he probably would have made a great conventional general. However, Che was a soldier of the Americas, not West Point. The countries for which he fought did not have the resources to challenge their enemies on conventional terms. Che represented and advocated irregular warfare in developing countries, part of a global strategy to destroy imperialism by chipping away at its foundations. The size of the armies he commanded, and the scale of the battles he fought, pale in comparison to those of many other military leaders, but few military leaders have contributed so much with so little. Che was a bright, innovative commander who accomplished feats that affected the world as much as did the actions of many officers who held a higher rank or commanded larger armies. Like the island country for which he fought, Che Guevara exerted a magnified influence on Latin America, the United States, and the world. His went far beyond the size of the battles he won and lost. Che Guevara was the principal military architect of the Cuban Revolution. Before Che became Castro's top military advisor, Fidel lacked a viable military strategy, as was evident in the disastrous attacks on Moncada and the Granma expedition of December 1, 1956. As a common soldier under the command of Fidel Castro, Guevara, like the other soldiers, was lucky to survive Castro's mistakes. Che took his first bullet before he fired a shot in battle, yet he recovered quickly from the Battle of Alegria del Pio, showing a physical tenacity and endurance uncommon for a man suffering from severe asthma. His aggressiveness in battle, in fact, may have reflected a determination to overcome his personal weaknesses. In the first rebel victory at La Plata, Che voluntarily ran across a clearing to set fire to the enemy's quarters. At the Battle of El Lluvero, Che led an attack on the enemy's right flank under heavy machine gun fire, again demonstrating a willingness to expose himself to deadly risks. His courage in battle, as soldier and commander, is beyond dispute. He never shied away from a fight. He was, in fact, too aggressive in battle. In combat, Che was impulsive, very courageous, very daring, at times, even reckless, according to Castro. He volunteered for the most difficult actions and suggested them in the midst of combat. Che wanted to fight, perhaps he even wanted to die. Several times Fidel had to order Che to stay out of combat to save the life of his trusted military advisor. If we hadn't followed this policy, Che, because of those character traits of his, would not have come out of the war alive, Castro claims. Without the restraining hand of Fidel, Che often attacked when he should have retreated, as he did when he ambushed a Bolivian army patrol in March 1, 1967. Che's aggressive character contradicted his own military dictates about being cautious during the initial phases of a guerrilla campaign. The Bolivian army revealed the fatal consequences of his offensive character. Che's courage and audacity, however, earned him the first promotion to Comandante in Castro's rebel army. Castro recognized the power of Che's calculating intellect when they first met. Fidel saw him develop into the best combatant of all his volunteers. When Che stepped on Cuban soil for the first time in 1956, he was already a trusted advisor to Castro and an instructor to his troops. Fidel consulted with Che on military strategy during the first 6 months of the Cuban insurrection, learning from Che the lessons he should have learned directly from Alberto Bayo in Mexico. Partly as a result of Che's influence, Castro's military strategy improved dramatically. Having suffered 2 military defeats, first at Moncada in 1953 and again at Alegria del Pio, Castro had to discard his conventional preferences and adopt the less conventional techniques that Che favored. Castro retained ultimate authority over rebel strategy, but he relied on Che for military guidance, particularly after he promoted him to Comandante of the first independent rebel column. While there is insufficient evidence to determine the precise extent to which Che influenced Castro's strategy during the insurrection, it can hardly be coincidental that Che rose to the rank of Comandante at the same time that Fidel shifted to an unconventional military strategy. Fidel Castro only embraced guerrilla warfare after he met defeat. Che Guevara embraced guerrilla warfare before he tasted victory. Fidel favored bold but conventional military strategy, as was evident not only in his first 2 assaults, but also in the first great victory over Batista's army, the Battle of El Lluvero, May 1, 1957. Che opposed Castro's plan to launch a frontal attack on that well-fortified position. Yet Fidel recognized the political aspects of a military campaign, more so than Che. He attacked El Lluvero to send a message to Batista and the general public. It turned out to be a costly victory for the rebels, but he scored an invaluable political and psychological victory as a result. With Fidel in command of the general insurrection, leaving Che to concentrate solely on military affairs, Che accomplished the greatest feats of his military career and the Cuban insurrection. As Comandante of Column 4, in 1957 he punished several army columns in a series of ambushes at El Hombrito, August, Pino del Agua, September, and Altos de Conrado, December. He excelled at organizing and executing ambushes, though his men occasionally disappointed him by failing to kill or capture the soldiers who fell into his trap. He learned the tactic from Alberto Bayo and perfected it in the Sierra Maestra. Even soldiers trained in counterinsurgency warfare had difficulty avoiding or fighting their way out of Che's ambushes. In the Congo, Colonel Mike Hoare's mercenaries certainly took note of an impressive ambush set by Che in September 1, 1965. In a losing effort in Bolivia, Che repeatedly ambushed the army patrols sent after him. Che's ambushes, in fact, virtually saved Castro's rebel army from destruction during the summer offensive of 1958. Major Sanchez Mosquero led off the military offensive with a thrust at Santo Domingo, June, where Che met his 800-man battalion with mines, machine guns, and mortars. Che drove the battalion back, confiscated valuable weapons, killed 80 troops, and sent a message to the advancing troops about the dangers of advancing into rebel territory. When Che directed defensive operations, placing ambushes and waiting for the enemy to come at him, he performed brilliantly. When Fidel got his blood up and ordered an attack on Las Mercedes, the rebel army met with disaster. Thanks to Che, the rebels held their defensive lines and repelled almost every army incursion into their territory, even though they were outnumbered and outgunned in every battle. Che's defensive campaign in the summer of 1958 was second only to his Santa Clara campaign in terms of contributions to rebel victory. Che's march across Cuba at the command of Column 8, followed by the capture of Santa Clara, won the war for Castro, and Che deserves full credit for it. He marched 120 men across terrain he did not know, established a base in the Escambray Mountains, and proceeded to divide the island in two. Pursued by the Army and Air Force, marching into and out of ambushes all along the way, he demoralized the enemy and excited the general population by accomplishing a nearly impossible task. He encircled the city first by taking the towns and garrisons on the roads leading to it. As he cut off the lines of communication and supplies, he gradually tightened a noose around the city before sending in about 1,000 men in a conventional assault on the town center. Ironically, the master of guerrilla warfare gained his reputation and his greatest victory by applying a classical military strategy. When Santa Clara fell, all of Cuba fell into Castro's hands. It was Che, not Fidel, Camilo, or Raúl, who scored the most important victory of the entire Cuban insurrection. Fidel's skillful direction of the political insurrection contributed to and complemented Guevara's military campaign. Castro gradually established himself as the premier leader of an increasingly militant and broadly based anti-Batista coalition. Batista lacked constitutional legitimacy and popular support, making it difficult for him to rally the armed forces to his defense. As the rebels rolled up victories on the battlefield, they sapped the soldiers and officers of their morale. In the final month of the campaign, many garrisons surrendered to Che without a fight. The insurrection, beginning as a guerrilla war and culminating in a nationwide campaign with the characteristics of a conventional civil war, gradually eroded Batista's slim base of support. A sense of national political crisis engulfed the island, and with it, Batista. His army refused to fight for him, sensing that the prevailing political currents favored the rebels. The army surrendered to Che before they fought him, saving Che's column from several bloody confrontations, including a siege of La Habana, Havana's colonial fortress. The soldiers surrendered, not because they lacked the means to contest Guevara, but because Castro had already won the political insurrection, forcing Batista to resign without fighting for Havana. Fidel and Che made a powerful revolutionary team. Fidel managed the politics and diplomacy, Che managed the war. Fidel orchestrated the political offensive that rallied popular opinion against an unconstitutional regime. Che directed the military offensive that shattered the military foundations of the dictatorship. Fidel waged a propaganda war from the Sierra Maestra, bringing international reporters to the Sierra, where they saw heroic rebels fighting for a just cause. Che took the war from the Sierra to central Cuba, showing the Cuban people that Castro's rebel army posed a real military threat to Havana. The Santa Clara campaign required careful coordination of troop movements, communications, and supplies in hostile territory. Che moved cautiously and deliberately. He avoided unnecessary engagements and attacked only when there was a certainty of victory. He took Santa Clara, cut the island in two, and forced Batista to resign. Che did all this without losing a single engagement. Given Castro's military record, one wonders whether he could have achieved what Che did in Las Villas province. Given Che's weak political skills, one wonders if he could have done what he did without Fidel. During the Cuban insurrection, Che benefited from political developments to which he contributed only indirectly. Che lacked the political sophistication and charms that Fidel used effectively in discussions with allies and rivals, his prestige augmented by his willingness to fight and, as the war progressed, his ability to win. Che won many of those battles for Fidel, gaining a measure of political power in the process, as military commanders often do. However, a nationwide political crisis generated by years of struggle by a number of organizations, most notably the M2627, facilitated Che's conquest of Santa Clara. As the people rallied to the rebel cause, the Cuban army began to defect or lay down their arms. Che fought an enemy that did not want to fight, not because the rebels outgunned or outnumbered them, but because they did not want to defend an illegitimate, brutal, and unpopular president. Che argued in guerrilla warfare that final victory would come when the guerrilla band was transformed into a regular army, attacked the enemy in its fortifications, and annihilated it. This did not happen in Cuba. Che and Camilo took the major fortresses in and around Havana because Batista's demoralized army did not want to fight back. Recognizing the inevitability of their defeat because their adversary possesses superior weaponry, numbers, or other advantages, military commanders often surrender their army before the enemy destroys it. Batista held a decisive advantage in weapons and numbers, but he never concentrated his forces against the rebels. A pitched battle between Batista's best and the rebel veterans never occurred. Che never annihilated the enemy on the battlefield. Batista's army disintegrated before Che arrived. Some of the officers and soldiers undoubtedly surrendered because they feared Che, but political factors, such as Batista's waning popular support, contributed equally to the demoralization of the Cuban army. Che cannot take credit for the sharp shift in political affairs in the final 2 months of the insurrection. He only contributed to that political reversal by marching to Las Villas and conquering Santa Clara, the decisive military campaign of the insurrection. When Che assumed complete command of political and military affairs, as he did in Bolivia, and to a lesser extent in the Congo, his performance suffered because he lacked Fidel's political skills. As the political and military chief of guerrilla focos in the Congo and then in Bolivia, Che consistently mismanaged politics and diplomacy. He never forged effective political alliances, and he alienated potential allies. He failed in his diplomatic approaches to the Soviet Union and China, with the result that the international fighting front he envisioned for his tricontinental strategy never materialized. The result of these political failures in the Congo and Bolivia was a weak military campaign. A guerrilla foco, being the vanguard of a mass struggle, requires popular support. The two people who could have organized the foundations of a mass struggle in the Congo and Bolivia, Laurent Kabila and Mario Monge, did not support Che's military operations. Che went into battle without their support and failed. Che was an excellent field commander, but he was not a great commander-in-chief. Given his unpolished political skills, he needed a reputable Bolivian politician to lead the struggle, filling the role played by Fidel Castro in Cuba. But Guevara once argued that Castro was one of 3 exceptional features of the Cuban insurrection, a proposition substantiated by his absence in Bolivia. Mario Monge was not an exceptional political leader. Che refused to cede leadership of the revolutionary movement to him, instead demanding the subservience of Monge and the Communist Party. Consequently, Che lost the institutional network that he needed so badly to keep his combatants in the field. His guerrillas ambushed Bolivian army patrols time and time again on their way to defeat. Without a political network to support the guerrillas, he could not replace the men or supplies he lost along the way. By the time Che arrived in Bolivia, even he was captivated by his own mystique. Che expected others to rally to his cause, believing that his appearance on the front lines would inspire confidence and courage among all revolutionaries. His faith in himself reached such unrealistic levels that he initiated the military campaign before an institutional network had been created, convinced that others would create it for him. When he arrived in Cuba, Frank Paez was running a network of underground cells from Santiago to Havana. Che had no idea how Paez organized and administered that network. Hundreds of activists worked in the face of grave danger in the cities, and many of them died to keep the guerrillas in the mountains. Che expected the same to be done for him in Bolivia, but as the supreme commander of the rebel movement, he had the responsibility to organize that urban network. The greatest flaw in Che's career as a Comandante was his total ignorance of what was required to establish and run an urban underground. He paid for that ignorance with his life. He excelled in Cuba because the revolutionary movement had been so effectively organized and compartmentalized before the guerrillas established a base in the Sierra Maestra. He did not have to concern himself with the organization of an urban network, because it had already been done for him. He did not have to recruit the first volunteers after Alegría del Pio, Frank Paez sent them to him. Che only had to train those troops, and there is little doubt that he was an excellent instructor. The troops he took with him to Las Villas were those that he had trained, either in the original Column 4 or at his school at Minas del Frio. They were disciplined, highly motivated, and loyal troops, both loving and fearing their commanding officer. In his entire military career, Che rarely commanded more than 100 troops in battle. For that reason alone, it is difficult to compare Che Guevara to Mao Zedong and General Vion Wenjup, both of whom commanded millions of troops in conventional and unconventional warfare. The size of the armies commanded by each of these revolutionary leaders is not, however, the measure of the man or his contribution to victory. In relative terms, the Cuban insurrection was not a major war. Compared to the military activity in China and Vietnam, the war in Cuba looked like a series of skirmishes, with a handful of battles and a relatively low number of casualties. Yet the triumph of the Cuban Revolution had a substantial impact on Latin America, the United States, the Soviet Union, and China. Cuba became a major player in the Cold War, bringing the superpowers to the brink of nuclear disaster and also widening the breach between the Soviet Union and China. Che Guevara, second in command to Fidel Castro, was the principal military architect of the Cuban insurrection, and by training the Cuban army and militia, he helped to defend it against American intervention. In that sense, Che was as important to his adopted country as Mao and Jip were to their own nations. In terms of his contributions to revolutionary theory, Guevara deserves recognition alongside Mao and Jip. He certainly wrote more on the subject than either man did, and if he did not make significant tactical innovations in guerrilla warfare, he added a few controversial strategic wrinkles. Che Guevara advocated guerrilla warfare as the primary means of attacking the enemy. Mao, Jip, and Colonel T.E. Lawrence conceived of irregular warfare as a vital part of a larger military strategy. They commanded large bodies of organized, disciplined soldiers, approximating the structure of a conventional army if not always using it in the conventional way. Che Guevara saw a guerrilla band as the primary weapon to use against the enemy. It would eventually grow in size and strength, adopting more conventional methods as it did, but the revolutionary movement would begin with an armed nucleus of fighting men and women. The notion that a vanguard group of 20 to 40 combatants could spark a general insurrection by initiating a guerrilla campaign in a remote, inaccessible region is one of Guevara's contributions to revolutionary strategy. Viewed in isolation, the concept is ludicrous. Nobody could reasonably expect a team of 40 combatants to defeat an army of 40,000. Guevara, however, aimed to do much more than that. He advocated the destruction of imperialism, and to that end, he recommended a global military campaign against the United States, waged on 3 different continents simultaneously. This tricontinental strategy is Guevara's second contribution to revolutionary strategy, and it is inextricably linked to his concept of the guerrilla foco. He never argued that 40 guerrillas could topple a Latin American dictatorship, let alone imperialism. He believed, however, that guerrilla bands, fighting simultaneously on several African, Asian, and Latin American fronts, could gain such strength as to force American military intervention. Forced to fight on several widely separated fronts, the United States would find its resources and resolve stretched too thin to sustain combat. Becoming bogged down in a second or third Vietnam would drain the American economy, provoke political conflicts in the United States, and sap the American people of their will to fight. Che envisioned the destruction of imperialism through a protracted, global conflict with economic, political, and military weapons used against the imperialists. Mao and Giap certainly spoke of destroying imperialism, and they even contributed military aid to other liberation movements. They did not, however, conceive of a strategy whereby a network of coordinated guerrilla focos, supported militarily and economically by the socialist superpowers, would drag the United States down. They thought of engaging the United States in grand battles, involving nuclear weapons, large conventional armies, and guerrilla warfare. Moreover, their fields of battle were relatively restricted compared to those contemplated by Che, who recognized no national or international boundaries. His military record, Che serving as he had in 3 rebel armies away from his native Argentina, reflects a true proletarian internationalism that is not found in other revolutionary leaders. Guevara's manual, Guerrilla Warfare, as well as his revisions to that manual, published as Guerrilla Warfare, a Method, should be read in conjunction with the analyses of imperialism that he developed from 1960 to 1966, particularly in his message to the Tricontinental. In this message Guevara fully expressed his strategy for a coordinated tricontinental guerrilla campaign, financed and supported by the Soviet Union and China. This strategy, while embraced by unorthodox revolutionaries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, depended upon support from the Soviet Union and China, the only countries with the means to equip guerrilla armies on 3 continents. If the Communists had accepted Che's proposal, the guerrilla movements in Africa and Latin America would have acquired the strength needed to present a formidable and alarming challenge to the United States government. In the Congo, the Soviets and Chinese provided some of the assistance that Che expected of them. At the First Tricontinental Conference in Havana, 1966, the strategy became the official doctrine of Cuba and the revolutionaries it sponsored, but the campaign never got far off the ground. This failure reflects the irreconcilable ideological differences that tore the socialist world apart in the mid-1960s. One can only wonder what would have happened if the Chinese and Soviets had put real firepower and resources behind Che's tricontinental strategy. To formalize his international fighting front, Che would have had to heal the rift between the Soviets and the Chinese, and that was far beyond his meager political talents. Che's blessing and misfortune was an iron will. He launched his tricontinental campaign before he organized the alliance designed to support it. He believed that the act of insurrection could create the conditions necessary for success, including the urban support network and the international coalitions designed to sustain guerrillas on 3 continents. If he had waited for these conditions to develop, he may have died an old bureaucrat in Havana, a fate worse than death for the combative Comandante. His appearance on a Bolivian battlefield so alarmed the United States that it mobilized its special forces to hunt him down and kill him. That counter-revolutionary movement indicates the extent to which Guevara influenced the course of American and Latin American history. No Latin American military leader made a greater impact than did Che Guevara. Thousands of Latin Americans, inspired by him and guided by his doctrines, established guerrilla bands in virtually every Latin American country. In response, the United States increased military aid throughout the region, organized covert operations, developed counterinsurgency strategies, tactics, and equipment, and dispatched military advisors wherever a Cuban-sponsored guerrilla movement emerged. The United States spent millions of dollars combating the guerrilla threat that Che organized, commanded, and personified. Hundreds and perhaps thousands of people lost their lives fighting a war that is typically recorded in the military history books as a collection of small, insignificant skirmishes. Yet when the United States discovered that Che Guevara had taken personal command of a guerrilla foco with only 40 combatants, President Lyndon B. Johnson, National Security Advisor Walt Rostow, and General Robert Porter, head of the U.S. Southern Command in Panama, immediately placed Bolivia at the top of their security concerns in Latin America. The United States, through its Bolivian allies, went to war against a man, not a country, because the master of guerrilla warfare in Latin America represented a grave threat to American hegemony. Ironically, Che Guevara did not consider himself a theorist, and certainly not a master of guerrilla warfare. He considered himself a man of action or, better yet, praxis. He acted upon the principles that he propagated, and he died for his anti-imperialist cause. In the end, the inspiration and assistance he provided to revolutionaries around the world might be Guevara's greatest contribution. His tricontinental guerrilla strategy may have been too ambitious. His writings on guerrilla tactics may have been derivative of Mao or even Sandino, but unlike so many other Latin American revolutionaries of his day, he fought. Pseudo-revolutionaries angered enemies have not forgotten. Primary sources.